Right now, this is a crossroad. It's alive in a crossroad. Inside Jamaica. Boom. Boom.
What?
It's crossroad.
You think so? Yep. Everything look nice so far, man.
Huh?
Everything look nice so far.
This is going to blow your mind.
Inside
Kids
the
can
live
design
in a
games instead of playing them. And no, I'm not talking about those basic games. I'm talking about proper games like the ones
Not good.
Funny how when you have natural disasters, you don't see no homeless person. Where they just go.
Yo, the life of yeah man is looking crazy, bro. That man is looking crazy for real. Definitely. Definitely not a good look at all, bro. Why I hope so, brother. No, you have people in Jamaica? Oh, me I stay on this whole night. Me I do nothing tangible. Me I chat this whole day. I'm sorry for poor Jamaica. Alright, sorry for them. Sorry for them. Sorry for them.
I feel bad for Jamaica.
Yeah, man. And they're so stupid to let you take it to joke. That's the thing. Like, they're so stupid. Everything is a joke to them. Oh, God. Spanish Town. Oh, God. Mm. Oh, God. And I look nice. Spanish Town need a dog. And if I'm no.
Have one more, that's it.
You're nice Spanish Town. So yeah. Not to go to 4 or 5. You can decide to the start, but to decide that Jamaica. Let's get to that.
It goes right there to Jamaica and the phone.
That's how we can do it for it.
This is why I hate hurricanes. We went from one now to that.
Jamaica, first place the
Now
hurricane
to
had touched
four.
down, you know. This is where it make it name, you know. This is where,
Jamaica,
uh,
gone!
this is where it gonna make it name, you know, and make people know about me, you know.
Jamaica is gone.
That,
I'm sorry. I'm not like to cry. Did you have just change your clothes? Are you taking your hands on wiping it on your clothes? So how your clothes looking like that? And just shower you and put on clean clothes? I'm not like to cry. My clothes.
hey, look at the size of that.
Why Jamaica then?
I'm gonna come in, you know. I'm gonna come video now. I'm gonna be a big fat naked 7 man video. Move, man.
I'm not bathing too. I'm like, I'm in the
I always have to extra out everything.
Oh, that is life changing. That's all.
You know, any speed, anything over 100 miles an hour fast.
Yep.
Anything over 100 miles an hour is fast. Why I shoot it over 100 miles an hour? Listen, 70 miles an hour is fast. Me, I tell you that. You don't want to jump out of your car at 70 miles an hour. You're going to feel every scrape. That's why you're going to feel like at 30 miles an hour. Then imagine that you blow away, that there me not trust none of that. Nothing when me see the song go on right here now. That shit so big, that shit cover well of Jamaica. That shit cover, look there. Remember, you know, the higher part you say, you know, so that when people there, they think, oh, me in a mobile, me not feel nothing. That's me, so. Uh, Not feel nothing.
Take it. Okay? They all comfortable doing one thing now. I'm not being happy.
Because it's time, man. It's time, man. Beat no bomb buckler. And it's time, hurricane. At this crossroad. I'm shining a crossroad. Live in a crossroad.
You look quiet, man. There is a calm before the storm. Calm. Really? Really?
because they don't take on the light. Maybe you're right. Yeah, man, you know what? I got flat bridge sometimes. You know what? Then nowhere near flat bridge right now.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Yeah, we got no ballerina.
Hmm? I'm doing something. Jamaica, them people are taking nothing serious. Them out there, I take this right now, early out there, lah. Them people are taking nothing serious. Them people are taking this joke. I say, I fight them, we are fighting now. I want Batman that. I want fish that, you know. Yeah, man, reality. Well, man. I, that's why me sit down here. My melisa soon rage. Yeah, man, payroll.
Oh,
Yeah, man, payroll. Jamaica go. I wake up tomorrow morning crying. We're going to sit there and watch Jamaica get beat the fuck. Me and one of the people, I said to people, I go, can sit down here and watch this place get fucked up. Yeah, he's saying it, man. Don't think your eye, you're going to see every fucking thing. Nick, you know, say, to them wife ask for you. To them wife, to them mistake ask for you, and Nick. You say, me not do no blood clot gaming tonight. You know, business. Me, I sit down and manage this. And you do the game, sorry for met you today. To them, I provide as much information to my people and as much as I can. Everybody know, you can come right there so time. You know, this is my channel is like a broadcasting commission to blood clot. And you just share the live, yeah? I'm to share the live, yeah. Wow, share the live. You don't miss it. Yeah, yeah, you don't miss it. This is a
Mi fica capaz probabilmente sempre escrevendo um pouco de coelho.
Huh?
Não, sama sempre
But after them, imagine if we never escape with their after that. They would have out there have to face and deal with that. So me sympathize with them. The corruption as them be. You know, God wash it from the transmission them were out there because them needs to go. That's the truth. They need to go. I tired of seeing them. Wash it out of the transmission them were out there. Flood them way. Tired of seeing them transmission people. See, they are killing you. Yeah, you sharp. Yeah, man. But I see everything, you know. Big stinking done out old girl, Melissa. Look how you old big. Melissa old big no blood. Melissa old big. Melissa old big said it take over the watch it. Big old Melissa. Look how you me pussy clot. Look punchy tail. I'm never chat to you. Which phone I chat to you now? Melissa, okay, man. Which me? I don't even know. Which me are you doing, Melissa? Yes, when it there, the person did that video,
yeah,
the money don't spend like a 5 seconds, the money don't stay paralyzed, you know. You have to answer the money quick, and the money on a timer. Actually, stay, man. Come stop paying them attention, because like a giant by coming from there. The giant by, walk on to you. And say, oh, one, meet one boy, you there, me see what figure out. No reply. No longer be doing that. They did something to know, mistake coming with everything. Just turn all the time. You something up on them 2 meters, but you can't hold a conversation with them people like that. It's like they're up on a timer. They might know this to go to that, they know why they go to that. They like, they just stop by the live and watch out the parents to them. See the one like this man. Look, by time say, yo, Bush man. Yeah.
wife mask. Those like
Disappears. Yeah, I did not miss it.
I'm in Kingston, Jamaica, staring at an absolutely incredible sunset. But we all know what's coming in the next couple of days. Every hazard when it comes to hurricanes is on the table, from storm surge, major hurricane with winds exceeding 150 miles per hour, and flooding. Not just any kind of flooding, though. Hurricane Harvey levels of flooding. I've spent the day going throughout the city talking with people, lifelong residents, to see how they're trying to prepare for Hurricane Melissa.
Based on the projections that I'm seeing, yeah, I think it's going to be awful.
Jamaica's been writing about hurricanes since the 1500s, but this one, Melissa, could be the worst in modern history. Despite centuries of close calls, Jamaica has never taken a direct hit from a major hurricane.
That them not understand, they never bumper
But in the
clock.
Caribbean lately, that history doesn't matter. Last summer, Hurricane Beryl ripped across Carriacou, Grenada. It was the strongest storm that tiny island had ever seen. Melissa could bring that same fury or worse.
Dunno, the home of dreamy colours for you to choose. And
Clap it
smooth
for
colour.
me.
We've got it. So go on then.
Me need a lighter, oh Lord. Chinese food, Chinese food money. What? You didn't want to keep up with nothing. You know, I'm saying, you said this time, and I didn't. And the transmission them this time there in Jamaica,
The
man.
most vulnerable villages to see what it means to face that kind of fear head on.
What's the plan?
Not moving to your right.
I'm in the tiny village of Port Royal. It sits out in the bay on a tiny sliver of land near Kingston. Now, it is a very vulnerable location. It's very low lying. Again, just a thin sliver of land. But the folks who live here, despite being under a mandatory evacuation, they're not leaving.
Right now, I'm just here doing my ropes to go secure my boats.
Fishing here isn't just a job, it's a life, a tradition that survived for centuries. Deep water, small boats, a bond so strong they give these boats names. Ever done that with your work computer? The village sits at the end of a 10-mile-long, thin spit of sand. 2,000 people or so call it home, and few are ever willing to leave it. Their lives revolve around the sea.
Stay there. Don't left. Wanna stay. Blood clot, stay there. No, wanna go on blood clot. No, wanna stay there.
Born and grow here.
Born and grow, they can born and grow and dead there.
Well, as what we see, it's developing, but we're not really leaving. It's going more westward of us. So
How will the blood clot
what we're
is
really
this?
doing is just the precaution that they take up the boats because of the storm surge and stuff, but we don't get much storm surge here.
So
We're inside a peninsula. The open sea's outside. We're inside a peninsula. We have 7 keys out there with a lot of reef. It's just like a barrier reef. You see, other people, they don't really know this.
people panic for you guys, but you guys are just struggling.
Yes. They're full mode panic. Our high tide is 18 inches. Most we get water is right where you see the goats.
Yeah.
That's where the water will be coming up from the man, just right there. That's it.
Probably. That's right at your
Ankle deep, huh?
It's not no height. You really be down to your foot like that.
Wow.
Ask the same question, get the same answer. No one alive has seen a deadly storm surge here, or even water above the knees into the heart of the village.
So it's not like Port Royal has just remained unscathed throughout the decades from hurricanes. This was a foundation of buildings from 1951, and the hurricane that hit there clearly did not survive. But they've since obviously built other structures soon after, when the English were still in charge, like this building right there, and they've survived the subsequent storms since the 50s. But again, is Melissa going to be different? And that could be a problem, especially when it comes to hurricanes. People often base their decisions on what happened the last time. A decision that can obviously become tragic because the current storm, Melissa, could bring unprecedented conditions here to Jamaica.
Well, we don't have no flooding here, most likely. We just get high rise. High rise of tide, the water rise.
The surge, yeah.
And the surge go but so far. And we deal with that over and over. So I don't have it. I don't take it that scary, you know. If you like a tsunami now or something, we would wash the whole goddamn place off. I probably get my ass out of here.
Well, I mean, that's what's in the worst case scenario storm surge will do. I mean,
Right.
I've seen storm surge 17 feet
Right.
in Fort Myers, Florida, where I saw houses being lifted away and carried away. You know, that's
we're trying to get.
That's an understanding thing.
The more like every hurricane time, we try to move them out. The bus come, we ensure the older folks and the mothers and kids aboard the bus and leave. We as fishermen, we stay and monitor the village and keep ensure that everything is all right. I'm sure when the weather gets real serious, we have to stay in. We cannot do nothing more than stay in till after.
Careful. Holy cow!
Sometimes it takes seeing to believe.
Yeah.
Disbelief isn't the only thing.
No, them have to go see it, man. Them have to go see it.
Memories
Love
of
them.
what happened
The
the
white
last
man
time
out there
we left.
telling them for blood
Promises of
clan.
safety at the shelters inland that never felt safe.
A couple of storms ago, had some people went to the shelter and the storm was passed off, and for weeks people is there, can't get no transport to come home, nothing like that and stuff like that. So it is just it deters all these people to go there.
You can already see the waves being generated by Hurricane Melissa crashing along the coast here in Kingston, and it also points to the vulnerability I mentioned with Port Royal. The same tiny sliver of land, well, this is where the international airport sits here in Kingston. You can see the control tower there. So just 100 yards, a few hundred yards away from where these waves are crashing, the planes land, and it just, again, highlights the vulnerability here to the infrastructure of how close it is from these waves to the airport. And the unpredictability, of course, of what exactly Melissa is going to bring here, but it has the potential, of course, to be catastrophic and bring conditions that have never been seen here on the entire island of Jamaica before. Another vulnerability is right there, the Doppler radar. If you remember, Hurricane Laura, Category 4, that was shredded in Lake Charles from Hurricane Laura. So another vulnerability sitting just a couple hundred yards from the ocean.
Here we see.
Man, I milk out the advert in this
Panic
one.
will never help, but preparation, meaning understanding what could be coming, that helps. Remember, a few miles matters when it comes to hurricanes. If you're closer to the center, you're going to get stronger winds. But Melissa's threats go way beyond the wind.
So when we hear Category 4, Category 5, major hurricanes, people really do think about the wind. But Melissa is a little bit different. It's not just about the wind. All factors, all types of hazards with hurricanes are coming with Melissa. So we have these winds that are going to likely be above 150 miles per hour. But then you have to take into account the fact of how slow it's moving, which is actually very rare for a hurricane in this part of the Caribbean to move this slowly. But what comes with that is rain. Intense, immense amounts of rain. Talking on the level of Hurricane Harvey. Jamaica is a mountainous country. And so when this water falls on these peaks, it's going to rush down. And when it comes here into Kingston, it will hit these rivers and streams. And you can see these are all made into concrete and stone. And that's good because it lets water rush into the ocean. It's what they've done in Los Angeles, for instance. But this is not built to handle 25, 30, 40 inches of rain. These systems are going to be overwhelmed. The system would be overwhelmed.
Across Jamaica, people are doing what they can.
That's gonna look like
buying food,
that's gonna look like
water,
hell.
but now comes the waiting. Waiting to see if the forecast.
All of them they go fling over, so them they talk about. Nah man, alright man. Normally when them things come, you have to come right and we put that. So we not have to go now. Them just on the top there. So them go understand. Believe what I see.
You know that lives are going to be different this time next week.
Mm-hmm.
This scale determines whether millions of people evacuate or stay. Categories 1 through 5. But here's what it doesn't tell you. This number only measures wind speed, nothing else. 108 people died in Hurricane Helene, not from wind, but from water.
I'm 600 miles away from where Hurricane Helene made landfall, and this is where it did the most damage.
Did you really think it was going to happen? No, no. I mean, literally, I had no. It was shocking.
The storm didn't weaken. The danger just changed. But the system we use to warn people hasn't.
We've had tail ends of hurricanes, so we thought just, we might have some water. Western North Carolina, hurricanes don't hit here. Not supposed to anyways.
This is the Saffir-Simpson hurricane scale. What you see in the forecasts, the headlines, emergency alerts, but it tells you nothing truly accurate about storm surge. Nothing about rainfall. Nothing about speed, size, or reach. For instance, recently it didn't warn the hill country in Texas, flooded by the moisture brought in by a tropical storm that made landfall days earlier in Mexico.
We get flash flood warnings on our phones all the time. It's like the Amber Alert, or you live in Texas, you don't really think much of it, and obviously we were wrong.
I mean, I didn't even know it was supposed to be raining, let alone a flood coming.
The dangers that don't show up in the category, those are the ones that kill.
We're not prepared for water incidents to this magnitude.
And we've built our public warning system on a number that has almost nothing to do with the danger people actually face.
The Saffir-Simpson hurricane scale is used by millions to judge a storm's threat. But in this documentary, I'm going to show how this system is broken and how millions are needlessly and dangerously
Jamaican understand
because of it.
This is what I'm not
What I'm about
understand.
to show you will completely flip your understanding of hurricane danger. Two storms. One was the strongest hurricane ever recorded in the Western Hemisphere. The other barely qualified as a tropical storm. Guess which one did more damage?
Tropical
Rapid
storm.
intensification is exactly what it sounds like. It's when a storm explodes in strength quickly. Patricia did more than intensify. It made history. In just 24 hours, it went from a tropical storm to the strongest hurricane ever recorded in the Western Hemisphere. 215-mile-per-hour winds. It made landfall on Mexico's Pacific coast with devastating strength. But only a few lives were lost, and there was minimal damage. Why? Because Patricia hit a sparsely populated region with fewer than 30 people per square mile. But then there was Imelda, a tropical storm with barely enough wind to bend a palm tree. No roar, no headlines, but it parked over Texas and unleashed 43 inches of rain. Neighborhoods turned into lakes. Freeways disappeared. It dumped more water than almost any storm in U.S. history. And that's the gut punch. A fraction of Patricia's wind speed, but it was 900% more costly. The strongest hurricane ever recorded, $500 million in damages. Barely a tropical storm system, $5 billion. The scale is completely backwards.
It's like I knocked out Mike Tyson. Imelda didn't have the power, but water doesn't need fists. And that's the problem. We still measure hurricanes like it's all about the punch.
Let me tell them the water.
It wasn't most dangerous.
The water the problem.
It was most dangerous after it wasn't even a hurricane. August 2017, a tropical whisper in the Gulf explodes into a Category 4 monster in less than 2 days.
We just had no idea, that's going to strengthen like that. We kept thinking maybe just tropical storms, so everybody that I know is evacuating, yes, sir.
It slams into Rockport, Texas with 130-mile-per-hour winds.
130 miles per hour wind.
Major
So that
U.S.
did that.
hurricane in 12 years.
And it should be them fine
After
place there.
landfall, Harvey unraveled. Its winds faded. It slowed, then stalled. By August 26th, it was just a tropical storm. And that's when the real disaster
So much more.
Because Harvey
Yes.
didn't truly
Not
weaken,
enough,
it
that's
transformed
From
into something
the
the
different
scale
storm.
Harvey
Water.
hovered over southeast Texas barely moved. Its rain
Same
bands
thing
pulled
that
Gulf
in the
moisture
text was
inward like a conveyor belt. Over 50 inches of rain in parts of Houston. More than 30,000 people displaced. 200,000 homes and businesses damaged. 17,000 rescues. A slow-motion disaster that no one could stop. The wind made headlines. The rain rewrote the rules.
Everything.
The Saffir-Simpson hurricane scale, created in the 1970s, only measures wind. Once that wind is gone, the threat is, quote, over. Except it isn't. 1 year later, we learned that again as another storm crawled to shore at walking speed. September 2018. Hurricane Florence churns across the Atlantic, a classic Cape Verde storm. By September 11th, it's a Category 4 beast. But wind shear tears at the structure, and by landfall, it's just a Category 1. And that word, just, became dangerous. Florence wasn't dying, it was slowing, widening, soaking up moisture like a sponge. When it reached the Carolinas, it crawled ashore at 2 miles per hour, walking speed, and it didn't leave. Over 30 inches of rain fell in North Carolina,
So Jamaica
and
gonna
parts of South Carolina. Rivers rose for days, then weeks. Towns were cut off, roads disappeared, $24 billion in damages, 53 lives lost. Not from wind, from water. 2 storms, 2 different paths, same track. A lower category made people feel safer, just as the real danger was beginning. The Saffir-Simpson scale told them the storm was weakening, but the flood didn't care, and
The
neither
water.
damage. And
That
even if we measured
the
the wind
water.
perfectly, that still
Boy,
wouldn't tell
everything
the
is
full
fine.
story. Because next, I'll show you how size, something the scale completely ignores, can turn a weak hurricane into a killer.
If you've ever lived through a hurricane, you know once the wind dies down, the power stays out. That's why I'm working with Jackery this hurricane season and highlighting the Home Power 3000. With a 3,072 watt battery and 3,600 watts of output, this thing isn't just for charging phones and flashlights. It can run real appliances and keep your food fresh. You get 5 AC outlets, 4 standard 20 amp and 1 30 amp heavy duty plug, with a total output of 3,600 watts and up to 7,200 watts of surge power for things like fridge compressors or AC units kicking on. Add in a dual 100-watt USB-C ports, a USB-A quick charge, and a 12-volt car port, and you can power everything. For most people, this unit packs up to 2 days of full kitchen power. For instance, you can keep your fridge running and food cool. But for me, I actually don't keep a lot of perishables around with a hurricane coming, but I do need a good night's sleep, and that means running a portable AC unit. It's quiet, there are no fumes, and when the sun comes up, I recharge it with solar panels. I'm using the Jackery Solar Generator 500X kit. It comes with 6 85-watt Solar Saga panels that are designed to specifically work with the Home Power 3000. And I don't have to rely on finding gas when everyone else is desperate. Whether you need to save food or just your sanity, the Home Power 3000 is something I consider an essential home backup. So don't wait until there's a storm already on the way. I have a link in the description so you can check it out, get prepared, and sleep better knowing you're ready.
In September 2008, Hurricane Ike was a beast. A Category 4 buzzsaw, tearing through the Turks and Caicos, hammering Cuba twice, leaving a trail of destruction that matched its terrifying wind speed. For days, the world watched a storm behaving exactly as the scale predicted. Then it entered the Gulf and weakened. Category 2. Manageable, right? Wrong. Here's the problem. The Saffir-Simpson scale has no number for size. As Ike's winds dropped, its footprint exploded.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever you want. You can have really relaxed, slow-paced stuff where you can take it easy. Or you could be on the edge of your seat, shaking, making split-second decisions. This is Eve. You know, it's a crazy universe where anything can happen, and however you want to do it, go for it. I would describe myself as a kind of a freedom fighter. My very first character was a Minotaur character because they just seemed like the coolest, you know, most brutal people, and I was like, I want to be that guy. I started out doing the missions in high sec, and I want to be on the side of the people who are fighting against the oppression, against the bad guys, and once I learned that you can basically help them and fight the other factions, that was, you know, that's all I wanted to do. It's a very satisfying feeling, you know, starting out at the bottom and working my way up, getting to more advanced, you know, situations, bigger ships, bigger enemies, and all that kind of cool stuff. The ship that I wanted to sit in more than anything was the Paladin, which is the Amarian Marauder. It was red and gold, and it had the lasers, and it, you know.
Its giant windfield shoved water across the shallow Gulf shelf, building a storm surge that had nothing to do with its category. The result? 15 to 20 feet of storm surge. The flooding started hours before the eye wall arrived. Coastal communities underwater before the worst winds ever hit. On the Bolivar Peninsula, entire neighborhoods vanished, stripped down to the slabs of concrete. That's where a new term entered the hurricane's lexicon, quote, to be slabbed. Ike killed more than 100 people in the U.S. Many stayed behind because the storm had weakened, because a lower category made it sound safer. If the scale measured storm surge instead of wind, how many more were left? Keep that question in mind, because I'm about to show you the most recent example of this deadly pattern. Helene wasn't ignored, it was feared. It slammed into the Gulf Coast as a Category 4 hurricane, one of the strongest storms to hit the U.S. in recent years. But what people didn't expect was that the worst destruction wouldn't come in then. It came after, hundreds of miles inland.
This wasn't a surprise per se. The models forecasted the inland flooding potential, but people were evacuating, governments were enforcing it. The winds were dying down, the storm was weakening. The scale said that Helene was basically finished.
People do not think that, no, I need to actually evacuate. And what happens is then it just gets too late and you can't leave. Because by that time, the water may have already washed out part of the road and you're just stuck. And then where do you go?
Sometimes we let our guard down after a storm weakens, and that's just as dangerous.
A tropical storm does this much damage, again, in the mountains. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Do you think that when it's called like tropical storm and not a Category 5, that some people maybe don't take it as seriously? Don't evacuate?
True, I believe so.
No one alive has seen destruction like this in Appalachia. Highways, homes, businesses washed away. Much hasn't returned.
And it took a lot away. It took business. There's, I believe, 6 of us in business down in Batcave. Not one of us is open.
Helene wasn't the deadliest hurricane since Katrina because it was a Category 4. It was because Helene had everything that the current category system ignores.
So what if we stopped thinking in categories altogether? What if we built a new system, not for meteorologists, but for people in the path? Let's call it what it really is, an impact index. Instead of a single number based on wind like the old Saffir-Simpson scale that really only measures wind speeds and gives a general idea of storm surge, you get a storm profile, a breakdown of all the threats. Storm surge, flooding, size, speed, and wind. First, storm surge. It's the greatest killer. Instead of hiding behind jargon, it's front and center. a simple scale from 1 to 5 based on predicted height above ground level. A surge level 5 doesn't mean strong wind, it means a wall of water, unsurvivable, even if the sky is calm. We've seen what a surge level 5 would look like.
Hurricane Katrina, Category 4, Gulfport, Mississippi, August 29, 2005.
Not because of Katrina's Category 3 winds, but because of a 28-foot storm surge the massive storm pushed ashore.
Big wave, big wave, big wave. Watch the storm.
Levees failed, flood walls gave out, and New Orleans began to drown.
The data is already there. The National Hurricane Center already forecast these threats, and they do so with incredible accuracy, like storm surge. Hurricane Helene's center was about 100 miles off the coast of Florida, but the NHC forecasted a life-threatening storm surge for St. Petersburg. Some neighborhoods received up to 7 feet of storm surge, and that's why you have multi-million-dollar mansions that are now sitting abandoned. Some even had to be completely demolished after the storm.
Next, flooding, the second biggest killer. This index would rate flood threats based on projected rainfall totals. A flood level 5 means expect catastrophic inland flooding, like Harvey, like Helene. Ask yourself, if this system existed when Tropical Storm Barry came ashore in Mexico, a weak storm, long gone, but its remnants helped fuel flash flooding that killed over 100 in Texas, would people have taken it more seriously?
You better take nothing serious until everything.
Would lives have been saved? The index would also account for a storm's behavior, its size, the I factor, warning that a massive storm can generate a surge far beyond its category, and its speed, the Florence and Harvey factor, alerting an entire region to the danger of a slow-moving stall that could produce devastating rain for days. And finally, wind. The one part of the Saffir-Simpson scale that still matters, but now put in context. Not the headline, just a piece of the story. Let's go back to my first examples. Hurricane Patricia versus Tropical Storm in Melbourne. Patricia had the strongest winds ever recorded in the Western Hemisphere, but it was tiny, fast-moving, and hit a sparsely populated stretch of coastline. It didn't stall, it didn't flood cities. The real impact was closer to a mile. Imelda, on the other hand, wasn't even rated on the old Saffir-Simpson scale, but with the new impact scale, you could see it was a Category 5 flood threat. The stalled speed also helped make this storm a killer. The new impact scale clearly explains the dangers and what didn't matter with Imelda.
And Jamaica, it would be a Category 5 in flooding.
What it's going to do. From main categories to impacts. Because we can't prevent catastrophes, but we can prevent tragedies. Although there is one problem no forecast can fix. Imagination. When something's never happened before, it doesn't feel real until it's already happened.
If you're watching the news and you realize, like, hey, we expect like Hurricane Harvey rain 600 miles inland in Batcave, North Carolina. Would that change perspective before the hurricane, or are we still not?
I don't believe it. It's hard to imagine the hurricane actually, the center of it, the eye, I guess, over top of us.
We can build better scales, stronger forecasts, clearer alerts. We can show people the numbers, the surge, the rain, the risk. But a perfect warning only works if someone's willing to listen. And too often, we don't, until it's too late.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can.
It is in the afternoon on Sunday, October 26, 2025. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields. Thank
There's apple tree. That's when they just chill out in a. How about they chill out in the apple tree like nothing not go on? They just chilling, blood.
After the hurricane.
Yeah, let me get up with the TikTok. And
Yo, jump up. Jump up. Jump up. Jump.
we can do the officer then.
If you're stuck in
You see, she's moved it already. So let me go back a tiny piece.
This is correct.
This is a real lucky story happened last night at 11.
Struggling to.
now, Hurricane Melissa is going viral. We still bully. We are always Uno poor. We never quarantine.
Jamaicans have the worst or the weirdest sense of humor.
How beautiful Jamaica is. The problem is, it would appear that many Jamaicans never know. Right now, we are saying
New Mark X in Carbolife.
It's a lot more fun to crush.
This is your reminder.
Tracking a monster in the Caribbean. Let me show you this storm system that is expected to stall out. Look at these winds grow. This model, the European, shows 190 mile per hour winds, and it shows 30 to 40 inches of rain in areas of Jamaica, Cuba, and the Cayman Islands. This storm system is going to stall out for not one, not two, but 5 days. That really piles up the winds and the rain here for Jamaica and Cayman Islands. This is going to be a 1-2 punch. After days of flooding rain in Jamaica, the system moves overhead with winds on this model at 192 miles per hour. This would then push up through eastern tip of Cuba. Again, impacts from the Cayman Islands to Puerto Rico with this, up through Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and then the Turks and Caicos. We're still talking 160 plus mile per hour winds, a Cat 5 on this model. Then it spills up toward the north and east. This would then go toward Bermuda. This is a big time storm system with impacts all throughout the Caribbean here. With a cold front moving through the eastern half of the United States, it's going to push this just south of Florida and the Bahamas and keep them protected from this storm system. But this is a disaster in the making here for the Caribbean islands, with flooding threats and wind threats that will need to be monitored for days to come. Tracking a monster in the Caribbean. Let me show you this storm system that is expected to stall out. Look at these winds grow. This model, the European, shows 190 mile per hour winds, and it shows 30 to 40 inches of rain in areas of Jamaica, Cuba, and the...
Hey, yo, yeah. Look at the colors in there. It's mad.
Prophet.
It's mad in there. I can't lie. You saying booth? Mad. Who's done the tune yet? Who's made one yet?
No, it's in process.
Say nothing. Listen, you see when it's ready. Man, to do something in there still.
Probably sometime midday, late on Tuesday.
One time I didn't think me would want you. I know me looking at your eyes when you. My kids got.
Take a good look what happened to the Dominican boat on the 10th of October 2025.
Look there. See what I'm going. Yeah, man, of course, you got near upon near, see there. See him there.
I'm so...
see myself, yeah. I see myself on fire.
Coast Guard. Yes, mayonnaise, so you stay because you love a faint posse.
The latest information coming to us and shared with the public is that this system continues to move toward the west. If you take a look at the picture that's on the screen, you'll see where the center of Hurricane Melissa is located. The system is a Category 4 hurricane. This is moving toward the west at this time. The last location showed it to be south of Kingston. So it has already passed the longitude of Moran Point. It is now just about at the longitude of Kingston and will continue to move westward. But then it is expected to make its turn toward the north. We'll show you that track in just a moment, but you can see the rain bands that are associated with the system as it continues to move westward. Here is a slight loop just showing the development, but the eastern part of the island, it seems to have been experiencing some rainfall, but it's not consistent. It's really periods of rainfall, and actually just coming from time to time in very short periods. But we are experiencing some rainfall over sections of the island, and that is expected to increase as we go through this Saturday and going into Sunday. This is another image of the satellite imagery, but it also shows where a lot of the lightning strikes are in this system. Most of them on the eastern side of the center and in the bands that are surrounding the system. But we are seeing the white area where the dense overcast is moving over toward Jamaica as it moves toward the west. Then this way, we are proud to say that this is our radar image right here in Jamaica, the radar that's operated by the Meteorological Service, and you can see a very distinct eye also being projected on this image. So we see also where the rainfall is occurring in the system, and it is, as you can see, starting to affect sections of the island with the outer bands of this hurricane. I'm continuing just to show you where the system is moving. We see that it is expected to continue moving toward the west, if you look at that picture, and then it would turn toward Jamaica from the south, moving northward, moving over Jamaica. That's the same track, basically, that we've been sharing with you over the past day or so. And it is expected to be a major hurricane continuing in this way, moving right across the island as a Category 4 hurricane. That is what is projected. It could go for a brief period as a Category 5. That's yet to be seen, but right now the forecast is that it will move over Jamaica as a Category 4 hurricane. And that is expected to start early on Tuesday or maybe very late on Monday, depending on how the system actually starts to move. It moves at any quicker pace. Right now, the fastest I've seen it move is just about 6 kilometers per hour. That's just about 3 or 4 miles per hour. And so we're watching it moving very, very slowly, ambling over the waters, and then gradually moving closer and closer to us. This is the projected track moving across the island. You can see with that dotted line, but I'm showing this picture really because I want to show you what those green areas to the south and even to the north are, because they represent where the storm surge is expected to affect Jamaica. Storm surge is expected mainly over the southern side of the island, and this would be to the east of the center as it approaches the south coast and as it begins to make impact. So we see the greener areas really over Clarendon, parts of St. Catherine, and then going into Kingston and western parts of St. Thomas. That's where we're expecting most of the storm surge. But if you take a look at that area just east of the Portland Cottage area, and of course where you see those lighter greens and the browns, that is where the highest storm surge is expected to take place. So if you're anywhere in this general area, if you can take a look at your map, I'll tell you what the names of some of the communities are in maybe the next briefing. But for the time being, this is the general area that we do expect to experience most of the storm surge, which means waves pushed onto the land and possibly getting as high as 13 feet. Continuing on the picture here, we'll see the amount of rainfall that we are expected to experience across the country. I told you that we've started to experience some rain, but it has not been intense thus far. But when you look at this picture, you'll see that intense rainfall is projected across the country. This shows that we could have 20 to 30 inches of rainfall over the eastern and some south central parts of the country. And then even in the higher elevations in the east, we could have over 30 inches, getting close to, in millimeters, close to 1,000 millimeters. Over the period of the system moving across us. So this is tremendous rainfall that is bound to cause widespread flooding right across the country. And it is something to be noteworthy for all our communities. I believe there are flooding potential areas in every parish of our country. And so you need to know if you're in a flood-prone area. If you're in a low-lying area, you need to take note. If you're near to a river course or a gully, you need to also take special note and find some alternative location that you can move to should you be threatened by the heavy rainfall. This is just another picture of the clouds over the area associated with the hurricane. And here we can see another image showing the satellite picture, and we're seeing a lot of the showers and thunderstorms from this system. The track outlook, there are a number of projections, but I won't go into any more detail with these pictures, just to tell you that we need to continue to monitor what is happening, continue to listen to the bulletins that are issued by the Meteorological Service, and of course be prepared for quick action if you need to take that action. All preparations should have been completed, and we really should just be in a safe and secure place waiting for the system to move over us and pass over us. So I should point out that there is a slight shift in the track thus far to the west. We're hoping that we'll see more shifts that will eventually take it off the country, but right now the forecast is that we will be directly impacted by the eye landfalling between Monday night and Tuesday morning, and it will move across us right through the day on Tuesday. Thank you. The latest information coming.
Thank you for being part of this weather community. I'm going to put out more and more updates even into tonight. If you subscribe, you'll be the first to get those updates. You'll know exactly when I put out updates on this. So thank you for being part of this weather community. Right now, again, watching this, a powerful hurricane. This is Melissa. It is a major hurricane. It is going to move right into Jamaica. There's nothing that's going to change it at this point. With that, we're getting into our safe locations. The weather has been worsening eastern end, some spots, not a whole lot, and grateful that we have a little more time in a few spots to prepare. With that, winds right now, we're at 140 miles per hour or 220 kilometers an hour. It is sitting almost due south, just about due south of Kingston, 180 kilometers south or 110 miles to the south of Kingston, Jamaica. It is moving slowly. It is moving to the west. It is on track west at about 7 kilometers an hour or 5 miles per hour. The pressure, 946. That is a number to watch. If you know nothing about the pressure, the lower it goes, the worse it is. 946 now. So when I join you again later on, we'll see where it stands. If there is a drop in that, that of course is a major concern. You can see the core of this. All of Jamaica, west, central, and east will experience hurricane-force winds. All of Jamaica. It is going to move right in with a landfall very late Monday night. Looks like early on Tuesday. I want to show you that. I'm going to zoom down in this video with new maps and the winds, and then I want to take you out and show the winds as well. What happens next as we get into eastern Cuba. Parts of the Bahamas and over the Turks and Caicos. But now is the last chance in Jamaica to get into your safe spot. For many, for most, it is most likely your home, and you may be taking in some others. Now, if you're going through this alone, know that this community is with you. We will lose touch. That's why I appreciate you sharing these videos right now. Cell service has been going down. It's been spotty in spots. So again, getting this information out right now so others can see it. Thank you for sharing the link to this because we are going to start start to lose touch. If you're alone, again, this weather community is with you. You're not alone. Thinking of the kids, as this moves in, there's going to be very dangerous sounds, especially at night. So kids, just think about everything that mom and dad, your loved ones have been doing to prepare you for this. And again, for everyone, it gets very scary, especially by tomorrow night with the sounds we're going to see. But thank you for helping each other with this and through this as we continue to watch this together. Here's kind of a different look at the radar. And you can see the eye. I know this is kind of a little grainy looking. The resolution's not as good. You can tell that I'm using everything I have behind the scenes. I have multiple resources, talking to folks on the ground from Haiti back toward Jamaica. Here's the eye of this. Most likely, this radar will eventually go down. I hope we can see it to get a good fix on it. But again, aircraft, the National Hurricane Center out of the United States is doing a very good job. The men and women getting into this, getting the readings, and you can see it here. It will continue to move west. And then it is going to be lifting to the north, and with that, it is going to bring the destructive winds across Jamaica. So here's the path. There's no route more to the east. There's no route more to the west. At this point, we're just kind of watching where it will eventually come on shore tomorrow night and into Tuesday. But all of Jamaica will get the hurricane winds, especially tomorrow night, and then into Tuesday. A long haul as we shelter in place together. We're going to be kind of where we need to be. We need to be where we need to be for this storm right now. We're going to be there for quite a while. I got you covered. I trust your judgment. Thank you for all you have done. I've been seeing it in the comments, just getting the word out. Then by Tuesday night, this will be working its way into eastern Cuba, and then by Wednesday morning and later in the day Wednesday, parts of the Bahamas and back through parts of the Turks and Caicos. And I'll highlight that. I'll highlight the winds in that as we go forward. Now, we take a look at this. Again, this will be a major hurricane at landfall, Category 3 to Category 5. Either way, most likely a Category 4 or 5. The damage in that, it's pretty much the same. These storms kind of breathe. There's fluctuations. In big storms, there's actually eye wall replacements. You'll have the eye, then it's so strong it kind of collapses and kind of actually temporarily falls apart as a new eye forms. So there's going to be fluctuations. As it collapses, it weakens just a little bit. We're talking about like 10 miles per hour. And then a new eye kind of forms. The outer eye wall comes in and becomes the main eye wall. Maybe a little bit confusing, but I wanted to let you know that there will be some fluctuations in the strength. But either way, the major hurricane is coming. And it looks like major hurricane impacts for the southeastern coast of Cuba as well, and then maintaining hurricane strength. Now, here's the zoomed down look at the winds of force, miles per hour and kilometers on your screen. This is based on the American model, which is now doing exactly what all the models are doing. So this is basically all of the models. This is by the time we get into tomorrow morning, and you see here some of the reds getting into us. Those are the winds of about 70 miles per hour. The Corvette to the south, again, moving to the west, right? This is a bad scenario because it just pushes all of the rain on top of us. We're going to constantly see the rain as we work our way through tomorrow. And then by tomorrow night, late in the day, conditions just get worse. Hurricane conditions move in. Here's the center of this. In this, winds at least of about 140 miles per hour. Those are higher gusts, and this really gives you a feel. You could put a pause on this. I mentioned no one's escaping the hurricane winds. The Corvette right here, the winds are going to expand out again very far as the hurricane force winds in this. And then tomorrow night and early on Tuesday, making landfall, maybe around 4 or 5 in the morning, and then pushing in near Treasure Beach. That's the center, but the center is not the whole thing with this. Again, it is a large system moving across. Then by Tuesday, you can see again the center of this by midday Tuesday lifting up just to the north of St. Anne's. That's the center. Still the hurricane force winds though. Montego Bay, Falmouth, watching that all the way off toward the east as this will eventually lift away, and still strong winds kind of coming in on the south side even midday as we get into our southern sections on Milk River back toward Kingston, for example. We're going to see those strong winds that are still with us, and then eventually this will move out. So thankfully I love the platform of YouTube where you could go go back, kind of pause that to get a feel. If anyone thinks this is not coming, show them this. This is exactly what, as a whole, we're going to see. Now, the eye may be near Black River. Maybe it'll be a little bit more toward Kingston. At this point, the destructive winds are going to be pushing in either way. So we're just kind of splitting hairs at this point, an old expression, just kind of seeing exactly where this comes on shore. So tonight, as we look at the winds, again, northern sections not too bad. They just start to get gusty. If you get some bands of rain, that's where we have the wind gust. It'll be howling tonight in our southern sections, starting to pick up. We may see some winds as high as 80 miles per hour, but remember, it's not just shooting in right now. What we're going to see is it shooting off to the west, which what we've been talking about for days and days is kind of a worst case scenario because it can maintain its strength or get stronger over water before it shoots in. And plus with that westerly track, that just continues to work in the rain, which I'll show you these rain totals. So this is what we're looking at for tonight. Some of us not a whole lot, others dealing with at least some tropical storm conditions. Then tomorrow through the day, conditions go downhill, especially by tomorrow afternoon. We'll see this starting to lift in very close. It may be over here, maybe the center will be over here, maybe it'll be a little bit slower over here, but there's no escape route with this. It is going to be lifting in. So 100 to 150 mile per hour winds deeper into the day, especially by sunset as this works in. Again, it's going to be a long haul. Even tomorrow, many of us tomorrow, the winds will pick up. We know that, right? The rain's going to pick up. We'll have the flooding, but many of us tomorrow are just going to kind of be waiting like it's not too bad, it's not too bad yet, it's not too bad. Then tomorrow night, that's when this really will lift in, right? The long duration that I've been talking about, I've really been doing my best just to get out the proper information about this, and thank you for doing your part as well. Tomorrow night into early Tuesday, making landfall anywhere from about 4 in the morning to maybe 7, 8 in the morning. Again, could be over here in the center, could be over here, but the map I showed you before, those winds extend way out. So we're looking at winds of about 120 miles per hour near Black River and off toward the west, Montego Bay, hurricane conditions, winds around 100. Now this is a little bit more to the west. Montego Bay, I may up these winds, right? This map I just tweak a little bit. I'll make some changes best I can to fine-tune this, but this is give or take 10, maybe 20 miles per hour, which is a big difference, but give or take that, this is the information. That's why I want you to share this information now before a lot of us start to lose power. A lot of folks start to lose power, cell service, that sort of thing as we go forward. And by the way, I'm out of Jamaica so that because it's my responsibility to get the information out best I can, and even down the road for Cuba.
Spiele jetzt War Thunder. Messe dich mit Millionen Spielern, massiven
Why, my friend?
Flugzeugen und
and the Bahamas. I will try to get on the ground as soon as possible. In Jamaica, a lot of folks have been mentioning donations, that sort of thing. As we go forward, I will put up some links on that. I'm working with several teams actually in the Bahamas, in Cuba, and in Haiti, and I'm working on what we can do for Jamaica because there's going to be a lot of stuff out there. You know, sometimes there's bad places to donate to. We know about that. So I'll try to get that information. I'm just so focused on what's happening now before this comes in to try to help keep people safe best we can with this weather community. So this gives us a feel. Again, Monday night, Tuesday morning. Again, I mentioned to the kids, some distractions would be great. And let them know that I said, again, it is going to be scary at night, but remind them of all of the stuff we have been doing together, right? To try to stay safe as we go through this. This is why we do what we have been doing. Now, the core of this, I've shifted this just a little bit. Where the eye wall is, and I know it's scary stuff to pass along, there is going to be destruction, some weaker structures. There will be severe damage to the structures. We will see this. We saw this with Beryl as it rolled through St. Vincent and the Grenadines last year. It's going to be more like that. We did have Beryl impacting us in Jamaica, but it's going to be more of a scenario. Looks like a little bit more like Beryl, what happened in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We're thinking of just every storm is different, right? Every storm, once it's done, you're like, hey, that one brought this one brought that was different this way. Every storm kind of has its characteristic. This may be a little bit more like a Maria, what happened back in Puerto Rico. Again, this is not coming to Puerto Rico, but just to give you an idea of the strength of this, right? We're talking Gilbert, the storm back in 1951 in Jamaica, and It's going to be very similar, if not worse than that, in some locations, just to give you the perspective so we can mentally prepare for this, right? We really need to mentally, we've done the preparation, we need to mentally prepare for the long haul. We're going to have power loss for weeks. I lost touch with one of our teams on the ground in Haiti. I was finally able to hear from them. We've got a great guy on the ground from Jacmel. He's been checking on the parishes in the southern coast of Haiti. He said the winds are getting stronger, so just trying to get in touch with everyone. But we may lose touch, could have power loss for weeks, if not longer. It could be months where this comes on shore. That means some isolation of communities, especially with the mudslides. But in this sector here, we could have gusts. I hope not. I hope the gusts are much less than this, but the gusts could be as high as 180. If this is a Category 5, that would lend itself to gust of 180. If it's Category 4, the gust would be more like 160 in the eye wall, okay? So this would be the high end. Always keeping it in perspective. I do this channel for safety. It is a no-hype channel. Keeping it in perspective, but these numbers are crazy high as a whole. We need to be safe best we can. We all have different means, but do what you need to do to stay safe through this. Then we look down the road, and I'll show you the progression of this in just a moment with the modeling. As we get into very far eastern Cuba, winds will be around 110 kilometers an hour, or 177 as it passes. Fortunately, it'll be passing a little bit quicker. Try to find some good news in this. Extreme southern Bahamas, right around Crooked Island south, winds could be near 100 miles per hour, or 160 kilometers an hour. In the Turks and Caicos, as it stands now, it's going to be close to hurricane conditions. I think we're looking at more in the way of tropical storm conditions. I'll adjust this as we go forward. 60-mile-per-hour winds, or upwards of about 100 kilometers for those winds. Now back to the rain. Again, the winds have picked up in Haiti. Those are the reports I've been getting from Jacmel back toward the west. Still, we could get some totals upwards. You see this red right in here. Additional rain, 300 to 400 millimeters of rain. That's on top of what we've already had in the peninsula of Haiti. We swing back toward Jamaica. Again, eastern end, that's where we're going to have some rain totals that will be historic levels. I do not throw that word around lightly. This is going to be one of the worst storms for Jamaica. Some of the rain totals could be record-breaking along with the winds. So it is a historic storm for Jamaica. That's just what it is. So that's what we're looking at for some of the rains. Closer look, and you can see here, really anywhere in this green shading, there's going to be isolated spots. Not all of us, but isolated spots that get up to 750 millimeters of rain, or 30 inches of rain. Most will be running at about anywhere from 400 to 500 millimeters of rain. So in that case, we're looking at upwards of 20 inches of rain. Could be a little bit west, a little bit less to the west, but we've seen more of a shift, which has been bad news, of a track kind of taking this, the center, closer to Treasure Beach. That would give all of us, again, those hurricane conditions, and almost all of us the heavy, life-threatening, and potentially catastrophic rain. So we have two huge issues with this. Obviously the winds with this, but because of the track it's taking to the west, slowly, and then swinging to the north, and that gives us days and days of rain. So we're really seeing just horrific rain amounts out of this, along with the winds. Again, I really don't mean that to be scary. I'm just grateful for all you have done to try to prepare for this storm. But we'll get on the flip side of this, right? By the time we get deep into Tuesday and Wednesday morning, we'll turn the corner, we will recover, and bounce back in many spots. Now, I'll be tracking this for the long haul, watching the rain amounts as we work our way to eastern Cuba. It'll be speeding up some here, right? So with that, we're looking at generally 250 millimeters of rain, and a sliver of that trying to creep up toward parts of the Bahamas where the center of it goes. Now the storm surge, very significant, and again, even over toward Black River, high concern over here. If you've been through here, it's very low-lying areas, right? If you're familiar with this area. So with that, we're going to take on water with the surge. Same thing, even if the center's over here, this has a counterclockwise flow, so it just pushes in the water. The storm surge is the abnormal rise in the water. Of course, you have the waves on top of it, which I showed you the waves in the last video.
Check out how this app helped me buy whatever I want in my favorite game. Limited money makes it so you can get what you want from the game, right from jump, without the grind. Let me talk about this in Starfield real quick. Look at this 6 ship I was able to get, and I didn't even have to go on 50+ missions to earn enough cash. Now watch me toggle it on GTA 5. Bro, do you know how many heists it would have taken me to get all that cash? Download WeMod and see for yourself.
I'm Sora 2, the new AI in town.
We're not afraid. Artlist got them all.
Sora 2 is now on Artlist. You now have the most advanced AI video model.
But we're looking at about 2.5 to 4 meters of a surge right along much now of our southern coast. Again, I was expanding this out, much of our southern coast, keeping an eye on Westmoreland. If it shifts any more to the west, I may up the surge here. But either way, we've got the advanced warning with this. Again, these are the areas that we're going to see that water really pushing in. The surge is life-threatening. It is like the ocean coming in. It is the ocean coming in. It's not even like. It is the ocean coming in. So that's why we have to be out of these areas that are in through here. Again, it's not easy to get out of certain spots, but these are the spots in particular. You can put a pause on this if you need to see, watching the Kingston area. Here's the highway that kind of crosses over. You see that as we swing back towards Spanish Town, that water, and you can see just kind of funneling in. That's what we're going to have where we have these brighter colors. Here's Hunter's Village. Then we swing back toward Black River. Again, very low-lying where that water could kind of feed in, especially if the center continues to shift a little bit more over toward the west. As we work our way back toward Negril, we will get a bit of a surge overall. It's not going to be as high as some other spots, but again, some of the low-lying areas, Montego Bay North Coast, we're looking at about a meter or so as well. So that's about 1 to 3 feet. As we swing back toward Montego Bay, more of the onshore flow at times. We'll be seeing, of course, the coastal flooding. That's without a doubt all across Jamaica. We know that, but the surge, very life-threatening. Now, action mode. Crooked Island, really south through the Turks and Caicos and eastern Cuba. We're still protecting ourselves in Haiti, especially the southern peninsula, for the rain. And everything we have, all of the hurricane preps we've talked about through the years, what you would do if a big one is coming in. That's what we're doing now, right? And again, there's no doubt we're helping each other out. It is amazing to see in the comments. It is just very heartwarming to see how much people are helping each other out through this. Now, as we go out, the models all of the models bring this right into Jamaica. Forecast has really come together. I've been doing everything I can to get out the word with you. We do this channel together to get the word out. So thank you. Then moving right over eastern Cuba. Good agreement, southeastern Bahamas, northern Bahamas. This is not coming in. Freeport, New Providence, it's not coming in. Sometimes you see other entities that makes it seem like it's going to be the end of the world everywhere. I'd like to show you where it's not going. It's not going back toward the states and Florida. It's not shooting into the Gulf, Central America. It's not coming into Central America. So this is where it's going to go. Question marks for Bermuda down the road. We'll see as we get down the road. Here's Bermuda. Sometimes the modeling has it south, on top of, or just to the north as we get late into the upcoming week. That's something I'll be watching. This black line is most likely where it's going to go, right over Jamaica, with a dangerous hurricane working its way toward Cuba, a little bit more quickly back through the Bahamas, some tropical storm impacts, Turks and Caicos, and then we'll see how close this gets to Bermuda. Bermuda should be weakening somewhat and moving quickly if it does pass by. So these same lines, this is a day out, 2 days out, we're going to see the fluctuations I mentioned, 140 miles per hour. Maybe it goes down to 130, maybe it goes down to 120, maybe it goes up to 160. As you hear these fluctuations, remind folks that is not, I don't want to say it's not a big deal, but 120 to 160, it is a powerful hurricane, and it will fluctuate. So it's not like it's weakening and going to fall apart. It's not like it's going to strengthen forever, but we're going to have those fluctuations. I hope, trust your judgment in understanding that, kind of passing it along to people. We're going to hear different things out there. The forecast is pretty much locked in from everything I'm showing you, and that's why I thank you for getting this information out. Now, here's the modeling on this. Here's the center of this. Again, for tonight, we get those rain bands working in, more rain bands working in with tropical storm conditions back toward parts of Haiti. Still some additional flooding parts of the DR. And then as we move forward, you see here, not much movement. That's the problem. This is tomorrow morning, just filtering in more of the tropical storm conditions throughout much of Jamaica. Not as much western zones. Again, it's kind of that calm before the storm. And then as we go through the day tomorrow, conditions will quickly go downhill as the center of this starts to work in. All of us are getting the catastrophic rain amounts starting to add up through the day. Tropical storm impacts first, and then deep into tomorrow, those hurricane impacts along the coast. And then tomorrow night, we get the hurricane impacts for all of Jamaica. One of the worst hurricanes we're going to have as this continues to move in. There's really no escaping this either way. The center by 4 in the morning, just about pulling on shore. Sometime around 4 or 5 in the morning, we'll see exactly where, but all of that red shading, that's the core of it. And again, we'll see how close the core of that gets to Montego Bay and Kingston. All of that moves in. With it, the destructive, the damage we're going to see out of this. And then the center of it, by the time we get into midday Tuesday, just to the north, still impacts with it. It won't be until very late Tuesday that this really starts to move away. So we're looking at about 48 hours from now. I always try to find that end in sight. 48 hours from now, we'll get those improvements in Jamaica. Cuba, though, working its way in as we work our way late into Tuesday, and then as we work our way into Wednesday, sitting on top of the southeastern Bahamas near the Turks and Caicos. We'll see exactly where it goes. Even a little change in what happens here really is a bigger change. Is it a little bit more over here, a little bit more over here? We'll wait and see, but this is by Wednesday, and then pushing out into the Atlantic, and I track storms start to finish for you. I'll be watching Bermuda as well. Will not leave anyone hanging. I do my best to keep everyone covered. Now, looking at the winds, I showed you the zoom down look earlier. Here's kind of the broad look to show you just again how wide this wind field is. This is tonight tropical storm and near hurricane conditions along the southern and southeast coast of Jamaica. Tropical storm conditions tonight in parts of Haiti, and then you see it. It moves to the west, and then it will move to the north. Why is it going to move to the north? Well, that system in the U.S. is moving by. There are reasons for that. There's a system in the U.S. that will eventually turn it, kind of lift it right up in. So deep into the day tomorrow, again, tomorrow, some of us may be like, where is this storm? While others are obviously getting a lot of it. But then it all moves in tomorrow night with the center moving right across Jamaica. You can see it there, all of us with those hurricane impacts. Some of the impacts will differ depending on where the eye exactly comes in.
With Monday.com's intuitive work management platform, you have the power. Not IT, not admins. You're in charge. So you can tailor work exactly how you love to do it. For example, you can add custom fields.
But all of us can't stress it enough. The hurricane impacts of a major, powerful hurricane are coming in. Thank you for getting that messaging out there. It's not going anywhere. It is going to be right on top of us. This is Tuesday, and you still see the hurricane winds through midday for many of us in Jamaica. Then late on Tuesday night, that's when we'll see this extreme southeastern Cuba. For our friends in Cuba, as you're letting your family and friends know about this, it's not coming to central or western sections, extreme southeastern sections. And then Wednesday, working its way into the southeastern Bahamas, not all of the Bahamas, extreme southeastern Bahamas. I'll keep an eye on the central Bahamas, though, and then the Turks and Caicos near hurricane force winds or tropical storm force winds on Wednesday. And then we'll be watching as we get down the road for Bermuda late in the upcoming week. So Jamaica, we are going to see where the core of this comes on shore. Catastrophic impacts with the flooding. It is not language I ever like to use, or I rarely use this language. Maybe it was the last time I did this was maybe with Helene, with what we were going to see in the United States, with some of the flooding back toward the Carolinas.
I tell people in here, so when they use the word catastrophic,
so as you talk to your loved ones, you know, just let them know that communication may get cut off for a while. Obviously, power is going to go out for weeks,
catastrophic.
longer. We've seen that could be a
and it's just a come blow down to tree and lift back to all stop. You understand?
But I need to just let you know what I'm seeing out of this. The worst weather for Jamaica late Monday into very early Tuesday with that kind of overnight landfall, very early landfall in Jamaica with this system. And then we do get the improvements late in the day on Tuesday and Tuesday night. So tonight, a little bit of a scary night. Tomorrow, a very scary night, I know.
A lot of farmers are going to lose their banana and plant trees as well. Look at this now, guys. See that? Guys? See that? Welcome back to the channel. Yeah man, Marcus and I are out again. Today is the 26th. We're going out to see what's happening again. And I know you guys are concerned about us, but we are trying our best to be safe. We're not going under any trees or near anywhere where we know zinc might be flying off roofs or anything like that. We are doing our best to stay safe. Yeah man, I know you guys are worried, but guess what? You guys don't have to worry about us when it comes on to the flooding and things, because we live on a hill, up there on this hill, and this is a river course. For our area to be flooded, for our area to be flooded, guys, we really have to fall 40 days and 40 nights.
Yeah.
And with that, we still don't flood. So
yeah,
we're safe as regards that, but Still, even though we safe as regards those things.
You don't know about the hurricane. Jack that one day.
So, my heart goes out to them. I tell you the truth, guys. It keep me up at night, even last night. When I fret about myself, I fret about other person who in a flood-prone areas and areas where maybe they roof or something live off. This guy, so.
This is undoubtedly the most anticipated product of the year. No internet connection required. No wire.
Even though me feel safe, it's like physically safe, but like emotionally I am drained because I worry about all the other people around, guys. But yeah, we will fight through. We'll come out through. As long as there is no life lost, we can rebuild and get back on our feet, guys. So just hopefully everybody who know they live in a place where have a flood, guys, you know, go at the shelter them and stay safe, guys, because it's going to be a long haul. Long haul, guys. But right now in East Portland, we are getting a little breeze, but not a lot of breeze right now. The rain the start as yet, but the sky black fire yesterday. It started to rain as yet. So that's how we just make a walk now and see what's going on. Yeah, man. So me I look up the road like a tree you drop down in the road. And bear in mind, guys, we don't get because we don't yet. Just moments ago, we get one little gust of wind and as it coming down. But
and you're putting the juice to stand up and do it.
We are urban and go down
know,
the
Jamaica
seaside
in that sense.
and make it back home. And so just guys just pray for Jamaica and pray for all our people, all our person them who start to affect severely. It will affect everybody still in that, guys, but you know that there's gonna be a person who is gonna affect more than others. Yes, guys. So yeah, man, just pray for you guys.
Yeah. See that? So we're heading down by the seaside now and show you guys what's up with the boats and things. Alright? Yeah, man, we are currently at the ice bridge in Portland. I think in Jamaica as well. Yeah, the ice bridge in Jamaica. So stay tuned. So we're heading down by the seaside now, guys, and look at this. The wind is picking up and these trees are shaking a lot. Yo!
I say on the coast, guys, we have more breeze
on the coast, yeah,
than at this time.
Yeah.
But you see just moments ago we were up there and the breeze was hardly blowing, but now it starts to feel those strong winds.
Yeah.
And nothing start yet.
Yeah, run on that tree. Guys, I run through that as well, guys. When I afford the tree, I track. The wind is down here a lot by the coastline. Yeah, man, so stay tuned. We're going to check on the boat. Alright, for all those who don't know, this is the boat that we go to sea with. Yeah, man, as you can see here, we pull it up away from the seaside. If you want to see how we pull up this boat, you can check out our last video, alright? Yeah, man, it's supposed to be safe right here. So, yeah. As a fisherman, guys, we have to protect the things that we make a living off of. For example, the boat. So we came out and push up that boat. Yeah. So I'm going to show you guys what's going on down here now. Yeah. The waves are getting a little bit bigger. It's a little bigger than yesterday. See that, guys? Yeah, man. Look at that. Look at those waves. Father God protect us. Look at that. And the hurricane no start as yet, you know, guys. It's the 26th and it's early in the morning. It's now 7:22, so you know it's early. Guys, look at the waves. And we're expecting the hurricane tomorrow evening. It's not here as yet, and look at that. All this area used to be an area where we can go around there. See that? Yeah. at that. You see that, guys? If you check out yesterday's video, a little bit of land was right here, and now it's gone.
So the water level will rise now. The sea level will rise. And bear in mind, guys, the river don't come down yet.
Yeah. The rain does.
Come down yet. Right here, so used to be land.
Yeah. We normally can stand right here, and as you can see,
and right now it seems like the water move all the stone and that was there.
Yeah.
So after hurricane, I'm not sure how down here I will stay.
Yeah. I look totally different.
Stone that was here.
As you see. Yeah, see that? Yeah. And some other fishermen pull up their boat right here. Not sure if these boats are gonna be safe. At first we thought they would be safe, but based on what we're seeing now, we're not so sure. And then we still have another fisherman here that didn't come to pull up his boat. So this is the boat. I am sure this boat is not safe, because right here is where the river is going to run down. We were showing you the bridge just now. Right here is underneath the bridge, right? The bridge is around there. So we know that a lot of water is going to run down here and go in the water. So this boat isn't safe. Neither is that one.
Yes, guys. So the boat that was right there yesterday, they take heed to the warning now, and then move the boat and put it over there. So over there says relatively safer. Over there says relatively safer than where it was, but it's safe, but not that much
not
safe.
100% safe.
You have to consider a lot of different things, because there's a big tree
Yeah.
overhead.
Yeah, the tree can fall on the boat as well. Hey,
Yeah.
I am moving from around here.
Yes, guys, the tree can fall on the boat as well as the river.
As the river.
I heard that when it was Hurricane Gilbert, all right here, I'm standing right now.
Of water.
It was water. So, I try to get to the first.
It's Jamaica. So Jamaica gonna look cool for real. That's your Jamaica gonna look cool.
Please stop. Anyone can make you smile, but certain people can make you happy. There's a big difference than someone who wants you than someone who do not want you. Don't get it twisted. Please stop. Anyone can make you smile, but certain people.
I manage my entire.
Now KFC is going viral. Why? Move my plug out the sun, the star, the moon, the sky. And I'm raised if I remember me feel like.
Short staff me says, OMG.
What's up, bro?
I would have. Now Jamaica is going viral.
I need help, SOS. We are in Jamaica. The hurricane is hitting us directly. There's 0 commercial flights out of here, and if we don't leave here, we're gonna get stuck for who knows how long. If anybody knows anybody who can get us out of Jamaica, we don't care. We'll go anywhere in the United States. We just need to get out of Jamaica. Please let me know.
Now listen to me. Skull, you have better chance to get help from Daffy Duck or Bugs Bunny. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Let's go. One already, 2 more. You don't never reach. You better attack. Me know one taxi man downtown.
Jamaica never take the place out of she.
You know, so the taxi man in every parish. Every parish you have a taxi man. I have a small boat to Cuba. 2,000. You don't actually believe that. My neighbor have a spaceship.
My neighbor have a spaceship. Jamaican.
Whoop this ends.
Jet 2 alibi.
Why? I know a fisherman with a small boat who can help you. He might know, you understand, yeah? My friend have a submarine. Let me. Yo, it come a time if it million. Try secure 2 bread, 2 candle.
Hope for the best. Back on this. You get me.
Now Jamaica is going viral.
Melissa about to take off to the races and grow into a monster Category 5. Hi, everybody. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice. It is already raining in areas of the Caribbean, and they could not stand another drop of rain here in the Dominican Republic and Haiti, where there's already been landslides, and this storm is just getting going. Unfortunately, it has found a new center of circulation, and I'm afraid it's about to rapidly intensify, becoming not only a hurricane, but a Cat 2, Cat 3, Cat 4 over the next 48 hours. And unfortunately, it only barely moves, which means that rain wrapping around is going to continue for the Hispaniola Mountains, where we've had those landslides, and Jamaica is about to take a 3-day lashing from intense wind, intense rain. And once you get so much of that rain to pile up, that's going to be a flooding problem. And then the final punch comes through as a Cat 4, Cat 5 with winds between 150 and 175 miles per hour on our models. In fact, I'll show you one in just a moment that shows 200 mile per hour winds are possible. Then it goes up through Cuba by midweek. Our spaghetti models are thankfully in better agreement here, unfortunately so for Jamaica. One of those situations where it's best to get off of that island of Jamaica. Find somewhere sturdy structure to be in, because that is going to be a big deal for Eastern Cuba and Jamaica. Let me show you one of those models. This is the European. It shows those winds beginning to approach Jamaica by Tuesday into Wednesday. And you see those blues there? That's the model breaking my key that I had made that went up to 200 miles per hour. This is showing 204 to 209 mile per hour wind gusts going up over Jamaica. And then that travels up through Cuba, the Turks and Caicos, and then eventually over close to and near Bermuda in the coming days. As far as rain is concerned, that's going to be a major problem here with it continuing day after day with this stall outlook. Jamaica to Eastern Cuba over the Dominican Republic, that's going to be as much as 40 inches of rain before it's all said and done. Melissa about to take off to the races and grow.
So USA carried out the 8th attack against alleged drugs runners. So I carry drugs in America. At least I that them say. You see me?
Together we rise.
If you're stuck into 200...
Look, you may have respect for your boss, no boy. I mean, no growing orders, no boy. That me tell you, yeah.
Start work, I mean, you have to respect you.
Nothing wrong with that. You have to start from somewhere. Batty, man.
Stop nice,
puppy, your mother. Puppy, your mother. Your mother, puppy, pussy.
Pussy, tapping nice them.
Puppy, your mother,
boy. Yeah, respect order. Shut up and picky leaf them.
Pussy.
Say you, that's how I'm go start all my one dog. I say you.
Pussy, 2 girl number, me get a pool party. How much
I ain't a fuck. None of them. How much of them a fuck? Pussy.
Me say 2
None.
Number me just get.
You get their number.
At least me get a number. I'm still at that right now. Pussy, me left the party and come and work, pussy. More from us, son. Hey, boy.
Small business owners want to get paid twice.
It will continue, or is expected to continue moving westward, and the point that is just south of Clarendon, the center of the island, is where we expect it to become a major hurricane. That means it would become a category 3 or more hurricane, continuing to move westward, and then it will take a move toward the northwest and then toward...
Storm surge is often the deadliest part of a hurricane. Let me show you what that looks like, starting with a 1 to 3 foot water rise above normally dry ground. Now, this might not sound like much, but remember, this is flowing water being pushed by the wind. We know that 1 to 3 foot of storm surge can knock you off your feet, stall out cars, and even carry cars away. It is too late to evacuate when the water rises to this level. But let's go above that. Let's go 3 to 6 feet, for example. Very large objects can be carried in this kind of flowing water. They can act as battering rams and enhance the damage. But let's go even above that. 9 feet of storm surge. This kind of storm surge is not survivable unless you move to the higher floors of whatever structure you happen to be in. So please follow the advice of the local officials and evacuate as ordered when a hurricane moves in.
Y'all wanna see that?
Storm surge is a devastating killer that can destroy coastal homes, travel miles inland, and find its way to your house with terrifying consequences. This is why you evacuate. Water invades your home, and within minutes you're trapped. A few inches can knock out the power. Furniture floats as the water rises. And by 3 feet, you better get your family to that second floor or even the attic and make sure you have a way to get out in case you're trapped there. You also don't know when the water's going to stop rising. By 6 feet, this is truly life-threatening. This water's above my head and destroying all of these belongings. There are sharp objects, broken glass, and hazardous chemicals all around. And a storm surge of 9 feet. Well, that is at the ceilings of most homes. Don't get caught in this horrible and deadly nightmare. I urge you to listen to local officials and evacuate when you're ordered to do so.
Boca. See that Jamaica?
How AM?
Oh, let's see what that look like.
Them say them take away him car and kill him round there, so. See that people? Yeah, I forgot to tell them what the spirit them tell me. Blood clot, a whole heap of people there when I say no. A whole heap of dead people when I saw. But a spirit they right down in the so you call me. And a Jaden spirit, people, that big man spirit still. So them whole man take him car and kill him. And drag him off from them car so the police before come and come search. Anything the spirit them tell me people. Me I work with them. I show Jaden did small people so Jaden body people can't communicate with the spirit yet. But somewhere down the road I saw a big spirit to call me. People like
I run a face.
You can just make out the mountains around Kingston, Jamaica behind me where the rain from Melissa is starting to fall. And even as the storm gets closer, which you see behind me, all these trucks down here are carrying out, trying to dig out debris from these gullies. These are the gullies that are supposed to carry all of this rainfall. Could be a couple of feet out of the mountains and out to the ocean, but the concern is because of all of the buildup that has been down here for years, that the gullies could be overwhelmed, that it could overflow the walls into these neighborhoods, that it could even potentially compromise this bridge, the roadway that we're standing on, which is a major thoroughfare between the western and the eastern part of the island. You can just make out the mountains around Kingston, Jamaica behind me where the rain from Melissa.
I think he's trying to play it down.
I'm begging you.
So Donald Trump is on a spree. Me and Z just there on a spree. From firing missiles in the Caribbean Sea to raising up the visa application fee. What is next? The man they are promote World War III. My people, I hope who wake up, I hope who have eyesight for seek and see what go on. Because we been predict them things and people been say, yo, we are conspiracy theorists and bag of things. The American economy is about to crumble. So the $2 million with them ask the visa gold card, because a new one come out of them call it gold card. And if you don't hear about it, we are going to play one little piece of video from the establishment of the executive order. Everything boils down to the executive order. That means someone is making decisions on your behalf, executive decisions. The top of the corporation, and here the man them in the conversation mention corporation around 4 or 5 times. That means our people them asleep. The corporation is not you, and them could mention you because you are living man and you're not in a contract with them as a corporation. It is your corporation, you're a straw man, aka your government name or your business name. And I know them not like you, we talk them things up on the internet. So we have a class we are going today, Saturday and Sunday. Today and Sunday still, but Saturday and Sunday we have a class them 3:30 p.m. If you don't want to be a part of the class, you can contact the People's Court of Jamaica.
When they see Fox News up land in Jamaica, you must know.
We got that 5 p.m. advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. It includes, in this new bulletin, the possibility of a peak storm surge of 5 to 10 feet above normally dry ground at high tide, somewhere along the southern shores of Jamaica. Let's bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross for his analysis. Brian, we've been talking about Gilbert, 1988, as the comp for this, right? A Category 3 technically at landfall. Sandy, that produced a surge of over 8 feet on the southern shores of Jamaica. That was a Category 1. It appears as though this could be a much, much worse scenario.
Yeah, well, the southern part of Jamaica has these bays all along there, and so the bays are like catcher's mitts, and they grab the storm surge, and there's no way it can get out, so it has to go over the beaches and up over whatever it happens to be there. As a matter of fact, in Kingston, the airport, the international airport, is out on a peninsula out in Kingston Harbor. So that is subject to being flooded in this situation, which may aggravate the recovery process. So this is a daunting thing if the storm comes in as forecast, which is going to put tremendous amount of water into Kingston Harbor and the surrounding harbors and bays there on the eastern part of that country. All right, let's look at the 5 p.m. advisory and hear what you see. 65 miles per hour is the estimate. Now that was not measured by hurricane hunters. That was estimated because the satellite presentation is becoming more obviously related to a stronger storm. So they make the estimates off of that. And that's what they're estimating right now, 65 miles per hour. Because the wind is estimated to be higher, the pressure is estimated to be lower. So we're awaiting the aircraft to go in there. A NOAA aircraft is coming out of Florida. There will be another Air Force Reserve aircraft in there later on, and we'll get the updates here this evening. And now moving to the north, so kind of back on track of the way it was expected to go in the first place, drifting north. But the idea is that it's going to head on off to the west here pretty soon when it gets picked up by high pressure building to the north here. Not a whole lot of it, just weak high pressure, but it will move it over so that it moves south of Jamaica at least for a while. All right, here's the presentation from the satellite, and you can see, look what we have here today that we didn't have yesterday, is we have, first of all, a very circular-looking storm up in here, but then we have these bands. Look at these outer bands that are clearly rotating in. So all this is evidence of the fact that the atmosphere around this storm is conducive for intensification, and the National Hurricane Center says this is going to intensify in a big way because it's out over the water. The water is near record warm there in the Caribbean. So the idea is already by tomorrow this time, you have a 100-mile-an-hour hurricane. Sunday, 140-mile-an-hour Category 4 hurricane. And then Monday up knocking on the door of Category 5. So Category 5 would be if it were 160. They're forecasting 155. Obviously, that's kind of in the noise whether this gets to be Category 5 or not. The Google DeepMind model that has done so well this year indeed shows a high possibility of a Category 5 in this time period. Now, we put the center line on there because the storm is moving so slowly. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on without it. But I don't want you to concentrate on it because it makes a tremendous difference if this thing comes out here. Still would be a good forecast out here as a high-end Category 4 or Category 5, but would make a big difference in what the impacts are on the island. So we don't want to get any bogged down here on looking at any individual line, but the trend today has been for this to move more toward the center of the island. But I just really want to add that the difference between here and here is way less than the average error at that time. That's what these lines represent, is kind of the average error, or a two-thirds error, two-thirds chance that it would stay in there, but they're built off the average error in National Hurricane Center forecasts. And we do have just a developing system here. So indeed, if this is what happens, this is very bad for the population center of Jamaica that's over on this side here. The idea is that over Jamaica, if it goes directly over the island, that the high terrain there would weaken the system. So we have a weaker system than over Cuba. Again, there's high terrain here. that would be weaker system when it approaches the southeast Bahamas on Wednesday afternoon. All right, so here is the Google DeepMind model. This is the afternoon run, and there you see going there and there. But we don't look at the individual lines except to see what's the scope of the possibilities. And you notice it tells us that everything in the kind of eastern two-thirds of Jamaica are the possibilities. The actual forecast is the average of those lines, and there you see the afternoon forecast. Remember that the circulation of the storm is this way, so that means it's pushing water here. It's pushing water up into Kingston Harbor, which is there, and the other bays here, and all along the south coast of Jamaica. It's pushing water if that ends up being the exact track. It's actually going over the tall mountains here, which means more moisture against the mountains, which means more water running downstream through the capital and on down into the Caribbean. So all this is bad on a track like that. It's bad no matter where. Any of those tracks are bad unless it happens to somehow go out here, but that's a infinitesimal chance of it missing the island according to the Google DeepMind model. Now, when we look at the European model, it's essentially the same. A little bit different, and it swings a little wider before it gets there, but still, the idea is a very, very threatening looking track based on this afternoon's information. We look at the whole package of possible tracks. You can see that let's just ignore the yellow ones for now. That's the GFS, and it has been acting oddly. Look at the red ones, and you see it's a similar thing from here over to here. So still a possibility anywhere across Jamaica, but the highest odds based on this afternoon's information is that it's somewhere directly over the island, putting the strong winds coming onshore, directly onshore, which is the maximum way you can get wind. The case of Hurricane Gilbert, it came in a different direction, and that actually cut down the winds from Gilbert. I'll talk more about that in just one moment. But when we add up all those lines, all that spaghetti that you saw, and say, where are the odds? Well, you just have high odds that Jamaica is right in the middle of it. Exactly where the track is, it's just too early to say. We're talking about something that's going to happen on Tuesday, late Monday into Tuesday. Maybe we'll get that approach to Jamaica. So this far out for the system that's just developing, we still expect some movement in the models, but they have tended to converge now on a direct hit on Jamaica, and then direct hit on the eastern part of Cuba, and then moving up into the southeastern Bahamas. Obviously, we have lower odds as we go further in time. We're talking about Wednesday before it gets to the Bahamas or the Turks and Caicos, somewhere down there in the extreme southern part of that archipelago. All right, so in terms of the rain, we still are seeing the forecasts here of very heavy rain in the 2 to 3 foot range in Haiti, and heavy rain over the Dominican Republic on the southern coast and on up into Cuba. And then in Jamaica, the analysis is from the European model. Look at the purples here. The purples are up in the 2 foot range. Some areas maybe up to 3 feet of rain. Here, the tall mountains are up in here where you can see the mountains there in the topography, but the tall one is up in this area here. So that's going to catch that moisture, and that moisture will run downhill, and then it has to go out through the various rivers and gullies and creeks and streams to get down to the Caribbean. What's driving all this? Well, here we have we're going all the way to Tuesday here, and you can see the European model and the National Hurricane Center have the system just approaching Jamaica at that time. So earlier today, the European model was well displaced from the Hurricane Center's forecast, and now everything is pretty much in line. The timing is a little bit different, but you can see the direction is the same to take it up to Cuba and across Cuba into the Bahamas. So, I just think it's important, Ian, that everybody remember that just because it shifted like this doesn't mean it can't shift back. All of Jamaica is well within the errors that you expect for something that's going to happen late Monday into Tuesday. So we just need to keep an open mind here. And folks in Western Jamaica, for example, Montego Bay, shouldn't say, we dodged the bullet. No bullets have been dodged yet because we don't know the fine details of this, and we're not going to know them here for a couple of days.
Yeah, Brian, clearly the entire island is still facing a considerable threat. We certainly hope this forecast as it is, especially you mentioned the deep mine model, that going right over the top, kind of the center of the island, with how hot, how well that's been performing. It's an uncomfortable look. You mentioned the airport. I was curious. Average elevation of the airport, at least as reported on their website, is 3 meters. Something, just short of 10 feet.
Right.
And that's what the NHC was indicating as the potential max storm surge.
Right. And there's a kind of a causeway that goes out to that airport. So, it's likely that the airport will be flooded. I was looking at the elevations. The runways, this is all kind of landfill out there. The runways extend out into the harbor, and that's flood prone. So I don't think, if anything like this happens and storm surge goes in there, that airport is going to be functioning when this storm is over. Now, how long it'll take them to get it all cleaned up and working, I don't know. They only have one runway there, so we'll see. This may be a case that people have to use Montego Bay to get out if a track over the center of the island or near Kingston ends up being what happens.
Yeah, these are all the things that we'll be watching very closely through the weekend, the early part of next week. That's Fox Weather Hurricane Specialist Brian Norcross. Brian, thank you. We got that 5 p.m. advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. It includes, in this new bulletin, the possibility of a peak storm surge of 5 to 10 feet above normally dry ground at high tide, somewhere along the southern shores of Jamaica. Let's bring in Fox Weather Hurricane Specialist Brian Norcross for his analysis. Brian, we've been talking about Gilbert, 1988, as the comp for this, right? A Category 3 technically at landfall. Sandy, that produced a surge of over 8 feet on the southern shores of Jamaica. That was a Category 1. It appears as though this could be a much, much worse scenario.
Yeah, well, the southern part of Jamaica has these bays all along there, and so the bays are like catcher's mitts.
This is the perfect example.
Jamaica, this is your 2 o'clock update on Hurricane Melissa. And yes, she's still out there showing no signs of turning back. Melissa remains a strong Category 4 hurricane, sitting about 120 miles south-southeast of Kingston, and still moving slowly toward the west-northwest. That slow speed is what has forecasters worried because it gives the storm time to build and dump heavy rain across the island once it gets closer. The Meteorological Service of Jamaica has kept the hurricane warning in full effect, and the Office of Disaster Preparedness is urging everyone to stay indoors and finalize preparations before conditions worsen later today and into the night. Rain bands are already being reported across sections of eastern and southern Jamaica, bringing periods of gusty winds and scattered showers. Flooding has been observed in some low-lying areas, and more rainfall is expected as the outer bands spread across the island. At this point, Melissa has the potential to strengthen even further, possibly brushing close to Category 5. That means strong winds, flooding, and storm surges remain serious threats. If you haven't already, please secure what you can. Store enough water, charge your devices, keep candles, flashlights, and canned food ready. Power and water cuts are expected in some areas, so preparation is key. For those near the coastline or flood-prone communities, shelters are open and ready. Don't wait until it's too late to move. Jamaica, we've been through this before, and we always look out for each other. So as we keep the faith, let's also keep safe. This update is from Tales of Jamaica. Please remember this video was created using AI for storytelling, so some visuals are not factual. Stay alert, stay calm, and stay safe. Jamaica. Jamaica, this is your 2 o'clock update on Hurricane Melissa.
We're not happy with Venezuela for a lot of reasons, drugs being one of them. Well, I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country, okay? We're going to kill them, they're going to be like dead, okay? We're not happy with Venezuela for a lot of reasons, drugs being one of them. Well, I don't think...
Greetings from Kingston, Jamaica, capital city
a little over 1 million people and about 3 million on this beautiful island nation of Jamaica that is literally bracing for impacts of Melissa. It is forming and it's going to be a monster according to the National Hurricane Center. And you look out here at the bay here in Kingston, and boy, is it calm and peaceful right now. Airport in the distance, all that's going to change as storm surge and powerful winds and rain are going to come in. Water will lap over here. We could see anywhere between 6 to 8 feet of storm surge. Not only that, potentially 150 mile an hour wind gust is on the table. Of course, we have 2 to 3 feet of rain that could fall, and that could spell huge issues here for the mountains and the terrain. Rock slides, mudslides, landslides, all in play. What happens with that? The degradation of the roads. Many roads will be impassable. We're bracing for power outages all over the island, and that is going to be a massive issue for people. If we go back to 1988, Hurricane Gilbert, kind of the benchmark for Jamaica, nearly 500,000 Jamaicans were homeless for a very long time because of those impacts. This storm potentially could be even worse. So we are awaiting all of this. Landfall will likely go right through the center of Jamaica, and that will happen Monday night into Tuesday morning. Rain will begin over the weekend here, wind gusts, and everyone is just readying themselves and making sure.
Big Steppa versus Joe Bro.
This is one of those goalies that is.
Big Steppa versus Joe Bro and Big Breeze Miami RP.
Yeah, let's see me. I look for. Lord Clark, help me. What the fuck? Officer, you see that? Officer, you see that? Officer, you see that?
See that blood clot there?
Immediately. Port Royal, Kingston.
I'm going to show you how to use Heads Up Jamaica. There's something big heading our way, moving slow like Friday traffic. Not fast. But like garnish.
Alright, gone for this hour now.
I mean, you get none of your, I'm trying to be pretty quick with it. So on.
Wanna see that one time?
This is how it feels at no casino. Play and feel a little spin around. Join us with 100 free spins on your
Live in our this was parade. Petri. No, me appendix. The jerk man. I must the boy king around me and that, you know. Out there jerk chicken, same blood clot, you know. And I Ricky, you know, the boy around me, you know. Blood clot is this flat bridge. Max, what's up? Mix master. What, bro? MMC. Chill out in a me pen door. Very nice. I some part of Jamaica. Get back to the cell phone. Where's good?
Somebody put yourself. Are you live, baby?
Yeah.
You put yourself. Who put you to like food dead enough? Who go kill your ass? Boy, Jamaica still has plenty of time. Because who waits this in this box?
Nothing.
No. Nothing. So move back on it over there. And who had that water? You? Can you drink it or come from Jamaica? It's getting more serious around Jamaica. I can see the hurricane. I'm someone sending it's that's a stupid idea. And also, how did you even do that? Oh, wait, Jamaica, orange, and white. Jamaica, well, some of them. Great, now today.
Have you ever wished you could play a video game your way? Where you can be invincible, unimaginably wealthy, or even teleport?
Get up. Oh, blah. If you're busy. That's right. The easiest way to go viral is with TikTok Promote, which is an in-app tool that you can use to organically grow your account by helping you to reach a wider audience and improve your chance at gaining followers. You just click the three dots, click the promote button, and set up your order, and just like that, you'll be able to boost your content to go viral and gain views fast. So tap below and grow your TikTok account today.
Oh my God, the whole ocean's on the street. This is Jamaica right now. The water came all the way up to the hotel. Look at this, that's a shark. Oh no, there's another one over there. I can't believe it. The sea's just pouring in. Everything's under the pool's gone. Please let this. Oh my God, the whole ocean is on the street. This is Jamaica right now. The water came all the way up to the hotel. Look at this, that's a shark. Oh no, there's another one over there. I can't believe it.
In Kingston, Jamaica, where 1 million people live, there is a... Come on in, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's very, very important that we speak to you. Thank you. And you got the camera right here. I appreciate you come on in a little bit right here. Your name, your Minister of Social Security, and Minister of Labor and Social Security. Also, member of Southeast Clan, which is one of the most at-risk areas in the country. And let's get to that point right now. This track right now, as it speaks, is going to cut to the west of Kingston and through some of those central areas, south central areas of Jamaica. Your biggest concern as far as the residents right now and your mission?
So, of course, the biggest concern is to save lives. Next is to mitigate or to minimize damage to property and the community. So we are, of course, urging all residents to go to high ground. For instance, in Clarendon, St. Catherine, Manchester, which is where it's projecting to be now, we have shelters, evacuation centers,
their family and friends that are willing to take persons who are in the low-lying areas or the flood-prone areas. And so we've already activated our communication protocol. And we've asked residents, and we want to urge residents who are listening, who are watching, to take this very, very seriously. The last time we had any landfall of a hurricane was in 2012 with Hurricane Sandy, and that was a Category 1. And there was significant destruction to bridges and to infrastructure, also to homes. So if we juxtapose that, look at what happened with us, it's buried, it was just the outer bands. It means we are looking on significant damage if this continues along this current trajectory. So we've asked persons to not wait until it gets to a point that it's difficult to evacuate or to save you, but rather to take early action. Several of these residents are very aware because they live in areas where we've had these kind of protocols many times. This is not the case where you should be saying, let's wait it out. Right. This is, if there's ever a time for you to listen and to take action, this is now. This is dire, life and death at this point. Exactly. It's a Category 4 based on what I've heard. This morning at about 6 o'clock in the Rocky Point area, which is one of the areas along the southern coast, we were already seeing storm surges. Yeah. All right? We were already hearing the roar and the wrath of the seas. And so it is very important that we take it out. Another very important message is for persons to secure their identification documents. I am the Minister of Labor and Social Security, and this ministry that I had the opportunity to lead is the lead for the welfare coordination. One of the great difficulties that we've seen in the past is when we come in to provide any support in terms of distribution of relief supplies, payment of relief assistance and cash grants or in kind, we have to know who you are. And so we have to verify you with your national ID and your TRN. And many times, because of the disruption, persons lose those documents. Right. They were asking the residents, as you evacuate, take your very important identification documents, secure them, put them in a Ziploc, put them in something that is waterproof, and make sure that you carry them with you. It will ease the burden of the process of providing that relief post-disaster.
Do you think that some of the communities here in Kingston, as we drove around through some of the neighborhoods and communities, have a full understanding of what is on the way and the aftermath and how these structures may not hold up?
Well, I hope so. I mean, for what it's worth, we had Hurricane Beryl not too long ago.
Yeah. July 2024.
And that is still, within short term of our memory. Mm-hmm. Some persons are still having or feeling the impact of Hurricane Beryl. And haven't recovered fully from that. So I
it wasn't even a landfall.
It wasn't a landfall, and it wasn't this intensity either. Right. So I would hope that we have learned a lesson from that, and that we would use Beryl as a recent pivot to understand the intensity of what is coming, and also another factor is the speed. Yeah. So when you have a very intense hurricane at this speed, what it means is that we're looking on extended, a protracted period of dumping of rain, which on top of the heavy winds means that we will have a lot of flooding.
Yeah, that's huge issue. Huge issue.
Continues to be an issue for us, and some areas are already saturated. So before this weather system came into play, we had several areas that were already saturated from the normal rain in October.
We have a little less than a minute left, but I want to ask you about the government and who if you're in touch with the United States at this point and other countries to help with aid in the aftermath. It's going to be a significant process.
Definitely. So of course, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, we lead the Humanitarian Assistance Committee from the National Disaster Response, which is led by the Prime Minister, deputized by Minister McKenzie. And so we're in touch with all of our local and international support partners. The World Food Program is significant in helping us in terms of the form that we use to gather information, and also to provide in-kind and cash grants, Food for the Poor, GEM, Global Employment Mission, Red Cross, Salvation Army, ADRA, many persons, and of course our partners, the U.S.
and others across the country and across the globe. Minister, thank you for your time. We certainly appreciate it. Let's stay in touch throughout this process. We're just at the beginning, unfortunately. So, yeah, you too, sir. Thank you so much. Guys, back to you.
Robert, thank you so much for that information. So a lot of good information coming out of there. And we'll be checking in with you for the rest of the morning. We are here wrapping up our hours on Fox Business Network at this point, but we still have more here on Fox Weather. Keep up with us about Melissa and more severe storms on the way in the U.S.
The latest information coming to us and shared with the public is that this system continues to move toward the west. If you take a look at the picture that's on the screen, you'll see where the center of Hurricane Melissa is located. The system is a Category 4 hurricane. This is moving toward the west at this time. The last location showed it to the south of Kingston. So it has already passed the longitude of Morant Point. It is now just about at the longitude of Kingston and will continue to move westward. But then it is expected to make its turn toward the north. We'll show you that track in just a moment. But you can see the rain bands that are associated with the system as it continues to move westward. Here is a slight loop just showing the development. But the eastern part of the island, we seem to have been experiencing some rainfall, but it's not consistent. It really, periods of rainfall, it actually just coming from time to time and very short periods. But we are experiencing some rainfall over sections of the island, and that is expected to increase as we go through this Saturday and going into Sunday. This is another image of the satellite imagery, but it also shows where a lot of the lightning strikes are in this system. Most of them on the eastern side of the center and in the bands that are surrounding the system. But we are seeing the white area where the dense overcast is moving over toward Jamaica as it moves toward the west. Then this way, we are proud to say that this is our radar image right here in Jamaica, the radar that's operated by the Meteorological Service. And you can see a very distinct eye also being projected on this image. So we see also where the rainfall is occurring in the system, and it is, as you can see, starting to affect sections of the island with the outer bands of this hurricane. I'm continuing just to show you where the system is moving. We see that it is expected to continue moving toward the west, if you look at that picture, and then it will turn toward Jamaica from the south, moving northward, moving over Jamaica. That's the same track, basically, that we've been sharing with you over the past day or so. And it is expected to be a major hurricane continuing in this way, moving right across the island as a Category 4 hurricane. That is what is projected. It could go for a brief period as a Category 5. That's yet to be seen, but right now the forecast is that it will move over Jamaica as a Category 4 hurricane. And that is expected to start early on Tuesday or maybe very late on Monday, depending on how the system actually starts to move. It moves at any quicker pace. Right now, the fastest I've seen it move is just about 6 kilometers per hour. That's just about 3 or 4 miles per hour. And so we're watching it moving very, very slowly, ambling over the waters, and then gradually moving closer and closer to us. This is the projected track moving across the island. You can see with that dotted line. But I'm showing this picture really because I want to show you what those green areas to the south and even to the north are, because they represent where the storm surge is expected to affect Jamaica.
Water! 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 My side! Look at that! Water my side! You don't see me? You don't move it? Watch it, things start watching. Don't feel like I do. Water, me not move, you don't see me? You have to joking. My side, water, you really not see me. I'm not that side. My side, see if we want to win. Want to win. See if my side. See that? Now, something get what now? My side get mad now, see that? See the water on the table. Glad the people in my watch about it. Come in and I move.
You can't come on with what you know. They're not giving me. Look for me and show them what going on and they're not giving me. Man, come here, man. We soon go home. Come here, make we soon go home, man, because they're not giving me. See the people? I feel like I see you to the same man.
This is how they control the weather. Stay well.
Open your eyes. Open your eyes, Jamaican people. Scientists in Europe. Special reason. Everybody will see what people don't understand. Entrepreneurs know what I want. People remember
This is how they control the weather. Stay well.
Jamaican people, open your eyes. Open your eyes, Jamaican people. Scientists in Europe. Special reason. Everybody will see what people don't understand. Entrepreneurs know what I want. People remember premises of
This is how they control the weather. Stay well.
Jamaican people, open your eyes. Open your eyes, Jamaican people. Scientists in Europe. Special reason. Everybody will see what people don't understand. Entrepreneurs know what I want. People remember premises of
This is how they control.
You are asked to leave. This is a flood storm zone. You are asked to leave. Buses will be provided at 1 p.m. for all members of the community to leave. The Holy Family Primary School in the Rockport State. There is no shelter in and around this area. And once you are here, when the storm comes, you will not be assisted to leave. All members of the community, prepare yourself to leave at 1 p.m. today. Bus to St. Michael's Primary School. You are asked to get ready to leave. This is a flood-prone zone. You are asked to leave the area. And once you are here, when the storm comes, you will not be assisted to leave. All members of the community, prepare yourself to leave at 1 p.m. today. Bus to St. Michael's Primary School. Community, you are asked to leave. This is a flood-prone zone. You are asked to leave. Buses will be provided at 1 p.m. for all members of the community to leave to the Holy Family Primary School in the Rockport State. There is no shelter in and around this area. And once you are here, when the storm comes, you will not be assisted to leave. All members of the community, prepare yourself to leave at 1 p.m. today. Bus to St. Michael's Primary School. You are asked to get ready to leave. This is a flood-prone zone. You are asked to leave.
Let's pray for Jamaica right now so that this hurricane will just pass right over. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come to you today together.
Tonight in Jamaica's capital of Kingston, people are stocking up. Whoa.
This is one of those goalies.
Here in Kingston, Jamaica, the capital city, about 1 million people who reside here, and everyone is bracing. This is the calm before the storm. We are about 24 hours until initial major impacts with this heavy rain and winds. This track is tricky. It depends on where the landfall occurs, how west or how east it is to the capital city of Kingston. And that's an issue based upon what could occur here with so many different people in jeopardy. About 3 million people on the island nation of Jamaica. And everyone in the past 24 hours has realized the severity of what is ahead on this storm.
Jamaica, of course, everybody knows we have a history. We had Gilbert 37 years ago, and now we're having our first major hurricane since then. The government is very prepared. However, the infrastructure may just not be as ready. So we're busy cleaning up the drains, we're busy getting the homeless off the street, and we're busy making sure that all our first responders are equipped and resourced to work for the next week or so, handling the disruptions of power cuts, flooding, and any of the eventualities that comes with hurricanes like this.
We are preparing for multiple feet of rain, 2 to 3 feet of precipitation, the potential for catastrophic wind fields that may come in based upon the track of this. I mean, we're looking at maybe wind gusts over 150 miles an hour that could decimate structures here in Kingston and other areas.
We are looking on significant damage if this continues along this current trajectory.
Go. You're deaf? This cannot be safe. It's never been safe. It's never been safe.
POV, what the Nickens have to say about the hurricane? POV, what the
Yo,
Nickens
Jamaica
have to say
different,
about
you
the
know.
hurricane?
So you come back to the left. Say, don't forget here. 1, 2, 3, 6, 1. I think what this network, the imagination is thinking so there will be no signal on the phone during earthquake. So all of us,
but I keep coming on. So the thing that I do now generate a lot of cheap but then but I would have to pick up my car and the car is good by from me. But that's the thing and start following the thing in the class because you need everything and you can't sit. Be realistic to what you are thinking. Everybody I want to survive the hurricane. But you want this network and my Jamaican people so there will be no
But some place that already, you know.
So you don't know, it's straight the door, so the door will be open, but they will get jammed out. I can't let the window open, obviously, because, yeah, the window is going to come in. You can pick up, place some hot ground, and you pick up your dog and open it. You pick up your dog, you pick it around, it comes down, hard, and that's when you get it. It's very, very good. Today, they are moving, and it's in the later, keeping an eye out on the weather, and
Melissa, continues to strengthen south of Jamaica. The storm has also gets to the south of Jamaica, which could be a sign of a bit of a northwest wind, or it will be west, and eventually a northeast return towards Jamaica is expected Monday night into Tuesday. Hurricane Melissa continues to strengthen south. Sustained over 140 miles per hour. Conditions here in Montego Bay are hurricane Melissa
Sorry, Kingston, this. Yeah, loading.
Hello. Yes.
Nah, loading.
I encourage all Jamaicans of faith to pray. To pray. We saw Hurricane Matthew, which was almost on a similar trajectory, and that just made a U-turn between Jamaica and Haiti. Who knows? Even though this is now southeast of Jamaica, it may very well pass Jamaica and go elsewhere. So still have faith and keep praying. I encourage all Jamaicans.
Hurricane Melissa has strengthened into a dangerous Category 4 storm, taking dead aim at Jamaica. The storm's outer band's already responsible for several deaths in Haiti and expected to cause potentially deadly flooding and mudslides once it hits land. Hurricane Melissa has strengthened into a dangerous Category 4 storm, taking dead aim at...
Okay, update 526. So they're still doing the chandeliers, but now they're starting to board up some glass doors and windows.
This is not all about house, you know, sir. This is all about life. No house business.
Is everyone cooperating?
Yes, we are going good. We are going good because see the 19 boat we all up for man and now we drive.
Dissolve! Dissolve. Dissolve.
advisory is in, so let's break it down. Top headline is that Melissa is beginning a period of rapid intensification. The storm will be very likely a Category 5 hurricane by Monday. The National Hurricane Center now explicitly forecasting a Cat 5 storm with max winds around 160 miles an hour as it makes its approach to Jamaica.
See it there, people? See it there? Oh, watch it. There could be a pull up right there. Look, there's a there could be a lane. Look, there, pull up now. See how far we have to stand up now, brother? Watch it. Put it. Put it. See that? This is not normal.
It's not
This is
normal.
not normal. Look there. See it there, people?
While Jamaica is embracing for a storm, Melissa.
I'm in Jamaica. Where are you? Everybody's at the pool having a good time.
This afternoon, we're on the waterfront in Port Royal where tropical storm force winds are already lashing the coast as Hurricane Melissa moves closer to Jamaica. The hurricane is a Category 3 with sustained winds. This afternoon, we're on the waterfront in Port Royal where
more life and more blessings. Rise up and give thanks and stop stressing.
Jamaica nice and black clarity. That'd be a nice person.
It is 6 p.m.
If you guys haven't been keeping up with the news,
No, man, no storm not coming, man. I'll keep like you food. Mike, the last time when them said bury the cup, show me it. Tell what it is. What was it?
Let somebody use any of those bicycles.
Buckland! Buckland! One side, you see that? Yo! Wanna see that, my side? Buckland!
It is 6 p.m. Sunday night. Very quiet here. We boarded up. All quiet. The calm before the storm. Not reading.
No, man, no storm not coming, man. I'll keep like.
if you guys haven't been keeping up with the news, just know that Jamaica is expected.
immaculate, so immaculate right now because our sheep head could they all flood out right now.
Melisa! Melisa!
Oh, the bumper car, you want me daughter for move from the gate.
No, she tell me to come check her today.
You come here yet? She soon come.
If you think of me and she asleep tonight, you make a sad mistake.
Hear me go again. 100. Anything come on with a 100. Anything I need with a 100. Come in and me eat with a 100. And the good things that. Hear me go again. 100. Anything.
Now by Abka Fitz-Henley, Minister of State with the Office of the Jamaican Prime Minister. So good to see you.
Guys, I literally just wake up and say, "I'm gonna check the storm." As you can hear it raining outside, and this is what I am seeing. Jamaica seek shelter now. Damaging winds and heavy rainfall today and on Monday will cause catastrophic and life-threatening flooding. And numerous landslides before the strongest winds arrive on Monday night and Tuesday morning. Like, I literally don't think I have to read no more when I just read it myself. I'm against the guys.
How does it feel to be called a melisa right now?
Anti-house never blow down. Not never wrong with anti-rescue well for them. If them also for this when blow down. It blew off all of the fruits off of the tree. To cross the river a few more days. The gully. I wash in the river. Somebody have to grab me. River come down and be a giant cross. They with Gilbert auntie house never blow down. Not never wrong that auntie rescue one for them. People them also for this when blow down. It blew off all of the fruits off of the tree. To cross the river a few more days. The gully. I wash in the river.
Hey, it's your boy Dina Crazy, your meteorologist here, and today it's gonna be very
Nigga of the storm. What the storm?
Honda, load like gunshot. Be a big cock up in my Honda. Crazy.
Nobody can cause it. It's only who understand it.
All of me head top fuck off.
Man, no give me no tough chat. Kid I'm mad clutch back.
Hurricane Melissa approaching Jamaica. Hurricane Melissa approaching Jamaica.
Oh, don't give up the fire. Hey.
I never knew love like this before. Now I'm lonely nevermore. Since you came into my life, you are my love.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن
Heavenly. Download now.
It's going closer to Jamaica.
Oh, sure. Hey, the path when the hurricane get taken up.
And also,
And now man sitting, you know?
how did you do that?
What did I do? Hmm? This is inside Jamaica. This is... I just look at wind pick up in half a tree now. Half a tree start to get windy. Yeah, man, half a tree start to get windy, man.
Here. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna show it to you like this then. There we go. The only one that wants it going there stays mostly to the southwest. So the more it stays to the southwest, the more likely it's going to be brisking by. Oh man. Okay, this is not good though. Oh, it has it as a stronger storm, 180-mile-an-hour winds by the time it's slamming into western Jamaica. So I'm not quite sure if this is the best case scenario if it goes on the western side. It gives it more time to intensify, but it impacts less of eastern Jamaica directly. What about Black River in St. Elizabeth? Black River is expected to see catastrophic impacts from this. Maybe, or it all depends. If it goes to the west of Black River, you will be seeing catastrophic impacts from the surge and rain. If it goes to the east, you're only going to be seeing major impacts. I'd be preparing for catastrophic impacts though. In terms of timing though, in Black River, looks like it's going to be continuing on Monday and then impacting you all on Tuesday. Really with the worst impact before finally calming down on Wednesday. Stay in your safe spot until at least Tuesday night. What are the chances that it makes landfall in Negril? Let's see, Negril has a, let's see, where is it? There it is. It's around a 4% chance that it makes landfall there, at least from the European ensemble, or sorry, Google AI ensembles. Let's see here. Y'all has in St. Thomas. Let's discuss those impacts. Not showing up on here, but St. Thomas is expected to see catastrophic impacts wherever you are in St. Thomas. If I zoom out some, regardless of where you are in St. Thomas, you are expected to see catastrophic impacts with 20 to 30 inches of rain for the southern part of this line, and the northern part of this line could see 30 to 40 inches of rain, unfortunately. Let's see, it looks like Dorian on infrared. I mean, it's a buzzsaw right now. Let's see, what's the situation for St. Thomas in Ponside? Let's search up Ponside. Jamaica. Well, it's not showing there, but catastrophic impacts throughout St. Thomas. If you live in St. Thomas, get ready for catastrophic impacts. South of this line, you're expected to see 20 to 30 inches of rain. North of that line, you are expected to see 30 to 40 inches of rain. So catastrophic regardless of where you are in St. Thomas. Is there a possibility it shifts away from Jamaica? It's a possibility, but that window is closing. It is expected to impact Jamaica regardless. So I did answer Black River. Let's see, what about St. Mary? St. Mary is expected to see catastrophic impacts as well, with the southeastern portions getting the worst. 30 to 40 inches of rain expected in this area right here, with 20 to 30 inches of rain expected for the rest of St. Mary. So catastrophic impacts expected for the entirety of St. Mary. Yes, Tail spiked. I was at like 3.9 thousand yesterday or whatever. Oh wow, thank you guys so much for all the support. 4.3 thousand subscribers. Wow. We are now 81 away from 4.4 thousand. Can we reach that? We need like a subscriber a minute. I will be going for another 58 minutes on this live stream, so be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Really helps out the channel a lot. Let's see, St. Anne. St. Anne, regardless of where you are expected to see catastrophic impacts, 20 to 30 inches of rain across St. Anne, unfortunately. Watching from Westmoreland. Thank you so much for watching there. You could see some pretty bad impacts from the system, major impacts with the possibility of catastrophic. It's moving a little bit more to the southwest, which is becoming more and more concerning for you. Look at where it is compared to where it's supposed to be. It is now roughly 6 to 7 miles of where it's supposed to be, which will be concerning for you. Let me just pull this up real quick. Yes. Let's see. So here. All right. So you see this right here? It is 6 to 7 miles south of where it's forecast to be. That 6 to 7 number is very concerning for you there because it is going to be pushing it more to the west and potentially slamming into you if that trajectory continues into western Jamaica there, into Westmoreland. So really you need to be watching these, watching for more updates on this system. Let's see. Okay. Let's see what else here. Yeah, stay safe, everyone. St. Anne again. I guess I discussed that. Let's see. Mandeville. Let's discuss Mandeville's impacts. And thank you guys so much for 12,000 views. This is now my most popular live stream. Thank you guys so much. In terms of Mandeville's impacts, they are expected to see catastrophic impacts with rainfall totals of 20 to 30 inches expected for you. And it's expected to be progressively getting worse tomorrow and peaking out on Tuesday morning. I will be doing another live stream on Monday night and Tuesday morning on this system to discuss it. So be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. I'm going to be doing more updates. We are now only 73 subscribers away from 4.4 thousand. Let's see if we can hit it. Let's see what else here. How many miles wide is this storm? Let's take a look. Well, it's CDO here, its main core kind of thing, is around 150 miles wide, about as wide as Jamaica there. And its outflow there, like the entire size of the storm with its banding as well, looks to be at around 600 to 700 miles wide there. Its eye looks to only be around, let's see, only around 14 miles wide or less. Right, Kingston is so calm right now. Well, it's kind of because the system's jogging to the south. As you've seen here, it's in a little bit of a jog to the south, so not as much impacts are happening to you. Fortunately, this is staying a little bit more to the south of forecast, so less impacts happening to you in Kingston. Let's hope this continues. The longer it stays to the south, like this area that I'm going to be circling right in here, is experiencing very heavy rainfall rates. This staying to the south is great for Jamaica. That means those higher rainfall totals are less likely. Still, though, it's stalling for multiple days, so really it's not going to be great. But it's a better thing now for Jamaica. Let's see. When you say catastrophic, does that mean get the hell out of there? It means infrastructural damage. Discussing the latest National Hurricane Center key messages for Jamaica. I'm going to be needing to make like a more detailed idea on what that means. Catastrophic impacts. Damaging winds and heavy rainfall tonight and on Monday will cause catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding and numerous landslides before potentially devastating winds arrive Monday night and Tuesday morning. So what I mean by catastrophic damage, what I mean is extensive infrastructural damage, long-duration power and communication outages, and isolation of communities are expected. So some communities are going to be completely cut off from others. So it's really going to be some areas that are just going to be devastated by the storm. So that's what I mean by catastrophic impacts. So what about May Pen and Clarendon? Let's discuss those impacts. May Pen is expected to see, let's go over to May Pen here. Let's see, May Pen is expected to see catastrophic impacts from the system, 20 to 30 inches of rain, picks up over on Monday, and then really peaks out on Tuesday, looks like. Now, I am curious, oh wait, no, I can't show the European run on that thing. Okay, never mind. And in terms of timing, though, it does get better on Wednesday. Watching from Toronto, thank you so much. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. I know that there's nothing really that you'd be getting impacted there, but I do animations on YouTube from hurricanes and tropical cyclones across the globe. Let's see, what about Clarendon? Yeah, Clarendon, the entirety of Clarendon is expected to see catastrophic impacts from the system. The entirety of Clarendon is expected to see 20 to 30 inches of rain, unfortunately, all throughout here. So expect catastrophic impacts from the rain. What about Spanish Town? Spanish Town is also expected to see catastrophic impacts from the system. 20 to 30 inches of rain for you there as well. Impacts will progressively get worse tomorrow and on Tuesday as the day looks like it peaks out, before then calming down by Wednesday. And in terms of, someone asked about why is it speeding up? Or it's mainly that trough that I was shown earlier here. Let me pull it up again. This trough over the southeastern United States, right now it's kind of not a lot of steering currents. Look at this ridge everywhere pretty much, kind of keeping it confined to this area. It's just moving to the west. Then that trough's going to open it up and then tug it towards the northeast, especially by the time it nears Bermuda there. Let's see here. So this is the most polite chat I've ever seen on YouTube. Prayers to Jamaica. Stay safe. Yeah, thank you so much. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing. It really helps out a lot. We are now only 67 away. We are now only 67 subscribers away from 4.4 thousand. Let's see if we can reach it by the end of the stream. We're gonna go on for another 42 minutes. Or sorry, 52 minutes. What about Spanish? Yeah, Spanish Town. Let's see. Hi, HEC. I'm back. All good, Zenith. You've been here for a while now. Let's see. You are the top fans listed here. McCree there. Whoa, okay, you get more XP for donating, looks like. I guess, wow, okay. That's interesting. Anyone know how long till the hurricane hits Jamaica? Looks like impacts will begin as early as tomorrow, if it's not already happening, and impacts will be peaking out, looks like on Tuesday morning. This is where it's expected to be at Tuesday at 8 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and here's where it's expected to be Tuesday 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Really anywhere. Let's see if I can draw a circle here. Okay, well that didn't work. Let me see if I can draw a circle using... Let's see, how can I draw a circle? No, that's not what... Okay. Sorry guys, I'm trying to figure out this tool. So circle, let's see if I can kind of show you all this, where it's expected to be and when. So this, it could be anywhere here really on Tuesday at 8 a.m. impacting Jamaica, could be already over Jamaica, and here's where it's expected to be by Tuesday at 8 p.m., somewhere in this region right here. Alright, so that kind of showed a little bit of an idea there. The cone kind of shows where it could be. 2/3 of the time it will remain in this cone. Goodworth, you're saving lives. God bless. New subscriber. Thank you so much for subscribing. I do my best to try and save lives across the globe by keeping people informed. So you're subscribed. You subscribing really helps out a lot because it gets this information out to you more often. It gets this information across to people across the globe, or people really in the impact zone, and really helps me broaden my reach to other areas across the globe. So really that helps out a lot. I'm not sure about any home remedies. If anybody wants to answer users' question there, that really would help me out a lot and help them out a lot. Watching from England, I'm praying for Jamaica, yes. What about Discovery Bay in St. Anne? Let's discuss those impacts. See, Discovery Bay is expected to see catastrophic impacts with 20 to 30 inches of rain being forecasted for you there, more likely 20 inches than 30. With impacts beginning as early as tomorrow, really starting to pick up, though, on Tuesday morning. Finally calms down, though, on Wednesday, so I'd stay in your safe spot until at least Tuesday night. Anything for Portmore? Yes, Portmore is expected to see catastrophic impacts from the system, with rainfall totals of 20 to 30 inches expected for you there. Continuing to get worse throughout the day tomorrow, and then on Tuesday is the real peak of impacts, before then it finally calms down on Wednesday. What about St. James? St. James is a little bit of an interesting case. They're more so going to be getting impacts from wind than they are going to be from rain. Let me zoom out. So for St. James is like right here, I believe. Yes, somewhere right there. Okay. Right in there. So areas that are expected to see the possibility of catastrophic impacts are going to be east of this line here in St. James. Whereas the entirety of St. James is expected to see major impacts, with rainfall totals of 8 to 20 inches of rain across St. James. East of this line are going to be seeing potentially catastrophic impacts, and west are going to be seeing major impacts, at least. Let's see. What about Westmoreland? Westmoreland is a little bit of a similar scenario here. In terms of impacts, though, I believe the entirety of Westmoreland could see catastrophic impacts from this system due to the fact that it could be slamming into it as a Category 5. That would bring catastrophic impacts there. In terms of rainfall, though, 6 to 20 inches of rain are being forecasted for you there. Let's see, Stony Hill. Stony Hill is expected to see, oh man, unfortunately, 30 to 40 inches of rain being forecasted for you there. Getting bad on Monday and again bad on Tuesday before finally calming down by Tuesday night. I'd stay in your safe spot until at least Tuesday night. Let's see, what about Old Harbor? Old Harbor is also expected to see catastrophic impacts from the system. Let's see here. Old Harbor is located right there. Yep, okay. And they are expected to see 20 to 30 inches of rain. Really bad on Monday and really bad on Tuesday with some of those outer rain bands. Just prolonged stalling over the same area. Before then it finally calms down on Wednesday. I'd stay in your safe spot until at least Tuesday night. Let's see. St. Anne's Bay. Again, catastrophic impacts across St. Anne's. It will be calming down by Wednesday. 20 to 30 inches of rain for there. Let's see, we got a question about, hey, Jody from Kingston. How's it looking for us? Catastrophic impacts for Kingston, 20 to 30 inches of rain. Now, if it continues moving to the south, this will be much better for Kingston. But it's looking like 20 to 30 inches of rain being forecasted for you right now. Zen, we had tornadoes. I think they're talking about Milton's tornadoes. Oh, the tornadoes earlier, I know what they're talking about, on western, the Panhandle there. Let's see, what about Old Harbor? Wait, hold on, is there anything happening right now in portions of Florida? Dang, flash flooding there. Oh man, what the heck is happening there? Whoa, what the heck kind of flooding's going on in eastern Florida? What the heck did I miss? Sorry about that, I'm normally chasing. Whoa, okay. Dang, okay. Sorry guys, I just noticed this. Let's see, hold on. Whoa, okay, I was not expecting this. This came out of nowhere. Whoa, flash flood emergency? What the heck? Hold on. Sorry guys, I just heard about this. Wow, okay. Sorry guys, there's bad stuff going on in Florida right now. Whoa. Dang man, okay, this is this is why I'm trying to cover the stream for you guys. Well, okay, this is interesting. Just looking at the flash flooding threat going on right now in my area almost. Wow, okay. Yeah, so after this I might start chasing, looks like, potentially. Man, okay. 5 to 7 inches of rain in the past 2 hours in parts of Florida. This is like within my neck of the woods, which is crazy because this was not even forecasted at all. This came out of nowhere. Anyways, guys, sorry about that. So Montego Bay, in terms of impacts that you could be getting there, wow, okay, I was not expecting that. Montego Bay, you are expected to see, let's see, major impacts there. So around 8 to 12 inches of rain from that. Be streaming for another 44 minutes, then I might be, I don't know what I'm going to be doing, man, okay, sorry about that, guys, I just realized that's, anyways, yeah, major impacts expected for you in Montego Bay from the system, and looking at it there, it looks to be around, oh, new forecast from the National Hurricane Center, is this right? Oh my god, the National Hurricane Center is now forecasting a Category 5 landfall over Jamaica. Oh my god. Wow, this is like the first time in such a long time that a Category 5 landfall has now been explicitly forecasted by the National Hurricane Center over Jamaica. Wow. Okay, let's look at their discussion then. I was not expecting that. Melissa likely to cause life-threatening and catastrophic flash flooding and landslides in portions of Jamaica and southern Hispaniola. Hurricane conditions expected to begin by late tomorrow in Jamaica. Let's go over the forecast discussion now. Oh man, okay, Melissa remains a very intense hurricane with a well-defined eye, surrounded by extremely cold cloud tops, significantly colder than minus 80 degrees Celsius. The cloud pattern is quite asymmetric on satellite imagery with strong upper-level outflow, and especially over the northern semicircle. A NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft has been investigating the system this evening and found that the central pressure had fallen near 933 millibars, and peak flight level winds support an intensity of 125 knots. It should be noted that satellite-based estimates, including subjective Dvorak analysis of T 7.0, suggest a higher intensity than found by aircraft thus far. Although the eye wobbled a bit to the south recently, this is believed to be temporary, and a more representative initial motion and estimate is around due west at 4 knots. That's around 4 miles an hour. The track forecast reasoning is essentially unchanged from the previous advisory. The mid-level ridge that has been steering Melissa westward is expected to weaken by tomorrow. This should allow the hurricane to turn to the north and north-northeast during the next day or so. Then a developing mid-level trough near the southeastern United States coast is expected to cause Melissa to move northeastward with increasing forward speed. The official forecast track is very similar to the previous one and lies between the HFIP corrected consensus and the Google DeepMind ensemble mean predictions. Since the hurricane is expected to remain in a relatively low vertical wind shear environment during the next day or two, it is expected to strengthen some more until it interacts with the land masses of Jamaica and eastern Cuba. The global models show stronger vertical wind shear north of Cuba, so the system should gradually weaken later in the period. The official intensity forecast remains on the high side of model guidance. If you're in Jamaica, seek shelter now. Damaging winds and heavy rainfall tonight and Monday will cause catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding and numerous landslides before potentially devastating winds arrive Monday night and Tuesday morning. Extensive infrastructural damage, long-duration power and communication outages, and isolation of communities are expected. Life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves are expected along portions of the southern coast Monday night and Tuesday morning. Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding and landslides are expected across southwestern Haiti and southeast and southern portions of the Dominican Republic through midweek. In Haiti, extensive infrastructural damage and isolations of communities are likely. Although winds have temporarily decreased on the Tiburon Peninsula, they are likely to increase again across much of western Haiti on Tuesday. Eastern Cuba, life-threatening storm surge is expected along portions of the southern coast of eastern Cuba late Tuesday and Tuesday night. Damaging in winds and heavy rainfall with life-threatening and potentially catastrophic flash flooding and landslides are also expected beginning on Monday. Preparations should be rushed to completion. Southeastern Bahamas and the Turks and Caicos, you all need to be monitoring Melissa closely. There is an increasing risk of significant storm surge, damaging winds, and heavy rainfall Tuesday and Wednesday. Watches will likely be required by tomorrow morning, by early on tomorrow. And so they are forecasting it to be a Category 5 over Jamaica now. Explicitly. Wow, okay. Over St. Elizabeth there by Treasure Bay as a Category 5 now, making landfall there. Wow. Man, okay, I was not expecting that. This is really worrying for those in Jamaica. Man, okay, I was not expecting that. Man, alright. Let's see, Montego Bay is safe. Not really. You are going to be seeing major impacts from this storm. Let's see, let me scroll down. I subscribed. How about Montego Bay? Montego Bay is also expected to get major impacts from this storm. Now, guys, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing. We are now only 49 away from 4.4 thousand. Let's see if we can reach it. Thank you guys so much. Man, okay, there's just interesting flash flooding going on in southeastern Florida that I'm just trying to look at real quick. I'm trying to stay up to date on that, just so I can know if I'm going to be chasing or not. I don't know why it's happening, though. This came out of nowhere, which is interesting. Okay. So let's see. Right, what about Clarkstown and Trelawney? I think I discussed that. Let me go down. Yes, 2.8 thousand to 4.34 thousand. Yeah, thank you guys so much for all the support. What about Hanover and St. Mary? Let's discuss. I'll discuss all the so then I can catch up. just so I can give you guys an update. Main USA, check it out. Tell us about it, please. Let's see. So, guys, in terms of impacts for you all in Jamaica, let me just go over it again, okay? Northwestern Jamaica is expected to get major impacts. All right, this does include Hanover and St. James. You aren't expected to see catastrophic impacts just yet, but that may begin to be highlighted. Now, the areas that are expected to see major impacts with the possibility of catastrophic impacts does include Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, and St. James. Really. Now, I would be expecting catastrophic impacts now for St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland with this system because it is now forecast to be a Category 5 at landfall from the Hurricane Center. Man, I was not expecting that. Man, this is just getting worse and worse and worse. Okay. So let's see here. So, now, to talk about the areas that are expected to see catastrophic impacts, that does include southeastern Trelawney, southeastern or eastern side of St. Louis, the entirety of Manchester, including Mandeville, the entirety of St. Anne, the entirety of Clarendon, the entirety of St. Catherine, the entirety of St. Mary, the entirety of St. Andrew and Kingston, the entirety of St. Thomas, and once again, the entirety of Portland. Now, some areas are expected to see higher amounts of rainfall totals than just the bare minimum of the catastrophic threshold, and we'll discuss that right now. Here, so the rainfall potential. There is a pocket here that's going to be 30 to 40 inches of rain, which does include eastern St. Mary, western Portland, northwestern St. Thomas, and northeastern St. Andrew. They are forecasted to see 30 to 40 inches of rain from the system over the next 4 days. See, I will be doing a live stream for landfall coverage, so if you haven't already, please consider subscribing, as that will really help out a lot. We're 40 away from 4.4 thousand. Let's see if we can hit it by the end of the stream. I'm going to be streaming for another, let's see how long, another 36 minutes about this system, and then I'm going to be doing another stream tomorrow night, as well as another one by the time it makes landfall. So if you want to stay up to date and walk through the impacts of the system, as you could be seeing catastrophic impacts throughout nearly, like, I'd say 80% of Jamaica now could be seeing catastrophic impacts, maybe even 95% chance, or 95% of Jamaica seeing catastrophic impacts from the system. I will keep you guys updated through this, and I will try to walk you through it each step of the way. I've been doing that throughout the past week, so if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe, as you will be stayed up to date well ahead of the storm. We are now at 4.367K. We are now 33 subscribers away, so please, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing. Let's see. Oh, tell us about it, please. You guys want to know about Florida? Well, pretty much there is some decent flooding going on across Florida. There's a flash flood emergency across, let me just pull it up on my phone real quick, northwest of Orlando there. Oh man, okay. And is it still falling? Let me just check. There's still some rainfall here in the flash flood emergency, unfortunately. Let me see how much rain's falling on my phone here. And some of these areas have experienced 15 inches of rain. Wow. This really came out of nowhere, so these people really were not prepared at all. Man, okay, I'm just looking at the flood storm reports. Major flooding, water coming up to the bottom of bumpers. Okay. Maybe seeing a flash flood warning be issued soon up for parts of the Fort Lauderdale area, or just north of there. There's already a flood advisory there. Man, this is very interesting. There's onshore flow, and this is also kind of caused from the system there. You can see the pressure gradients, if I show this to you all here. That's kind of why there's strong winds and a lot of rain showers and things like that. There's also a front here, but man, it's just really bad over there. Was not expecting this. I'm curious, with the Weather Prediction Center, their discussion they mentioned. Did they highlight it from on the Weather Prediction Center? That's something I'm curious about. They've now highlighted the entire East Coast and a slight risk there. That kind of came out of nowhere. Just found this interesting here. Man, okay. This really came up out of nowhere. What about tomorrow? Is that going to continue tomorrow? No, they're not forecasting anything tomorrow. I don't know why this came out of nowhere. Man, okay. That's just been crazy. Alright, yeah, sorry guys. I just wanted to discuss that briefly. Whoa, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Wolf Ross, for the $10. Wow, okay. Thank you so much for that. Wow, was not expecting that. Thank you so much for all the support. This means a lot. This has been, this has been crazy, guys. Again, if you are not from, like, I don't really ask for any donations because, you know, if you're in the impact zone, you need it more than I do. I like to kind of try to donate it and whatever. But if you're if you're not in Jamaica or not in any of the impact zone, you're watching from Canada, United States, or anywhere about that, donations do help out a lot. Yes, I live near Miami. Any updates for Clarendon? Clarendon is still expected as catastrophic impacts, 20 to 30 inches of rain, unfortunately. St. Thomas as well, 20 to 30 inches of rain there, with 30 to 40 inches of rain being possible there. Yes, but Wolf Ross, thank you so much, Wolf Ross. If you want, you can follow me on other social media platforms and reach out to me. Reach out to me if you haven't already. I'd really like to get to know people more about this. But again, if you haven't already, be sure to follow me on one of these other social media platforms as well. I do YouTube live stream updates, but I post more on one of these other social media platforms. So please consider following me on the one you use the most. If you use X/Twitter, follow me on @hurricane_chase. If you use Instagram, follow me at @hurricanechaserchase. If you use Facebook or Blue Sky, follow me at Cyclone Tracking. And if you use Discord, consider joining at discord.gg/chasesstorm. Man, okay. Flooding of homes and numerous roadways in the area have been reported. Man, okay. This is of 10:36. Sorry, I'm just trying to see the reports from the National Weather Service and things like that. That's not in my area, though. That looks to be more around... Wait, why can't... Hold on. I'm trying to see it. Just areas in Florida have just been really bad damage right now, looks like. Fortunately, man, okay. Another flash flood warning near Orlando. Man, okay, this is just getting bad for Florida. They were not really expecting this at all, unfortunately. Let's see what else. What about Manchester? Manchester is also expected to see catastrophic impacts and a 6% chance of a Category 5 or direct landfall for you there. Yes, Zenith, you were the one who mentioned that you were looking at the possible tornado. Thank you so much for letting me know about that, okay? I had no clue. I was oblivious to that, so I really appreciate you for letting me know. Let's see. What about the winds in St. Anne? Winds in St. Anne aren't expected to be as bad as some of the other areas, but you are still expected to see major impacts in terms of the wind, but catastrophic impacts in terms of the... Yeah, this is now forecasted explicitly by the National Hurricane Center to be a Category 5 at landfall in Jamaica. This is incredibly rare. This would be one of the strongest landfalls, not just in Jamaican history, but in the entire Atlantic history. It's forecast to be post-tropical by the end of the forecast period near Bermuda. It's shifted a little bit to the east of Bermuda, which is interesting there. Looks like it's a little bit weaker now by the time it nears the Bahamas. I'd still be forecasting a Cat 3 going through the Bahamas. There are major impacts. So can we see the radar on here? Okay, yeah, radar's been down, looks like, for Jamaica. Haven't been really be able to see any of that recently. We'll see. I am hopeful that there will be more people tuning in tomorrow. The problem, though, is power outages are going to be a concern. You guys are going to be losing communications potentially. So, I don't expect as many people to be watching. I'm getting out all the information as I can tonight. So I'm trying to do a 4-hour live stream. Is Jamaica gone yet? Nope. What about Spanish Town? And again, I know, yeah, Yalas, I believe is how you say that. Let's look at those impacts. Okay, I can't find that, but St. Thomas, discussing St. Thomas's impacts. If you're on the southern end here, you are expected to see catastrophic impacts. Here, 20 to 30 inches of rain. If you're on the northern end, you're expected to see even worse, 30 to 40 inches of rain right in here, the northwestern portions of St. Thomas. So really devastating for you there. Catastrophic impacts, extensive infrastructural damage. So we got a question about Spanish Town. Oops, sorry, Spanish Town. You are expected to see catastrophic impacts, 20 to 30 inches of additional rainfall for there. Impacts will be peaking out on Monday and Tuesday before then finally calming down on Wednesday. Junction St. Elizabeth, please. Unfortunately, St. Elizabeth is expected to now get a direct hit by a Category 5, unfortunately, here. Looks like you're a little bit to the east there, but still catastrophic impacts, 20 to 30 inches of rain, could get a direct hit by a Category 5. Will the outer wall affect Spanish Town? No. Spanish Town is looking less and less likely to get impacts from the system. They still are in the cone of uncertainty, so still be prepared. But in terms of chances, I'd say it's a below 1% as of right now. You still are expected to see catastrophic impacts in Spanish Town. Let's see. Yes, it did make a dip to the south recently. And it's the problem with this is it's going to be giving it more time to strengthen and potentially make a landfall as a Category 5 in Jamaica. It's shifted more to the west, but it's more likely now to make a landfall as a Category 5. Oh, Hurricane Watch has been canceled for Haiti now only down to a tropical storm warning. Ochos Rios and St. Anne, you are expected to see catastrophic impacts, 20 to 30 inches of rain there from the system, unfortunately. Looks like here you are going to be seeing impacts overnight and on Monday and on Tuesday, with Tuesday being the peak, but before it then calms down on Wednesday. Let's see. Yes, the 4-day rainfall totals are absurd in these areas, like you mentioned. Let me pull that up on here. I'll discuss that again for the parishes in Jamaica, kind of giving you a better idea. In terms of West Hanover and West Westmoreland, sorry about that, 6 to 8 inches of rain are being forecasted for you there. In terms of Central Hanover and Central Westmoreland, 8 to 12 inches of rain are being forecasted for you there. Eastern Hanover and Eastern Westmoreland are around 12 to 16 inches of rain. In Eastern St. James and Eastern Westmoreland, again, around 12 to 16 inches of rain, 16 to 20 inches of rain for portions of Western Trelawney and Western St. Elizabeth. This is the category where you could be seeing potentially catastrophic impacts there. Manchester, Eastern Trelawney, Eastern St. Elizabeth, St. Anne, Clarendon, St. Catherine, Western St. Mary, Southwestern St. Andrew, the entirety of Kingston, Southeastern St. Thomas, and Eastern Portland all are expected to see 20 to 30 inches of rain. Southeastern St. Mary, Western Portland, Northeastern St. Andrew, and Northwestern St. Thomas are expected to see 30 to 40 inches of rain. All those are catastrophic rain totals, unfortunately. Let's see, how's Brownstown looking? Let's look at that. Brownstown in Jamaica there. Let's look. You are expected to see catastrophic impacts. Around 20 inches of rain are being forecasted for you there. The peak of impacts will be on Tuesday before it then calms down on Wednesday. Guys, we are 16 subscribers away from 4.4 thousand. Let's see if we can hit it before the next 24 minutes. That's when I'm expected to end the live stream. So if you haven't already, please consider subscribing. Let's see, Kingston, again, Kingston, major or catastrophic impacts, 20 to 30 inches of rain being forecasted for you there. Same for Ochos Rios, catastrophic impacts, 20 to 30 inches of rain forecasted for you there. Old Harbor as well, catastrophic impacts, 20 to 30 inches of rain for you there as well. Category, if it makes landfall as a Category 5, what is the possible more severe impacts for Spanish Town? Regardless, I'd be more focused on the rainfall if you're in Spanish Town from the system. Catastrophic rainfall impacts from the system. Treasure Beach as well. Treasure Beach is expected to get 20 inches of rain on that border of catastrophic impacts. They are expected to get a direct impact from a Category 5 hurricane. The worst in Jamaican history by far. What about Kingston? Again, Kingston is expected to see catastrophic impacts, 20 to 30 inches of rain for you there. Let's see. If Melissa moves westward and strikes the left side of Jamaica, would it potentially be a 175, 185 mile an hour storm? Yes, it is possible. It could be one of the strongest landfalls in recorded history in the Atlantic Basin. This is going to be the worst storm in Jamaican history by far. I just want to say that. But it's just how bad in the entire Atlantic is this going to be. What's going on for Portmore, Jamaica? Portmore, in terms of like Portland area, they are expected to see catastrophic impacts again, up to 20 to 30 inches of rain being forecasted for you there. Did Mantha form? I believe it did. Let's see. Yes, I did make a little bit of a curve to the southwest. So we have a question here about Morant Bay. Morant Bay is expected to see catastrophic impacts as well, 20 to 30 inches of rain being forecasted for you there. Will the wind speeds be more or less what Barrel did in Spanish Town? I'd say so, maybe a little bit less. You are still expected to see moderate to major impacts from the wind, but catastrophic impacts from the rain. Albert Town and Trelawney. Albert Town, there you are expected to see 20 inches of rain, so catastrophic impacts are expected for you there, Albert Town. Conditions will begin to calm down on Wednesday. Montego Bay, you are expected to see major impacts from this storm, with rainfall totals of 8 to 12 inches of rain being forecasted for you there. Is there a chance the hurricane will pass around us? No, unfortunately not. I'd say less than a 1% chance, less than a 2% chance, I'd say, that it actually misses you all in Jamaica. There's only one ensemble member that has it skimming by the coast, but it still makes a landfall. Out of all 50 of them, only one of them there just skims the coast. There barely misses. So really, I'd say it's at least a 98 or at least around 100% chance, or 99% chance, sorry, that it makes landfall in Jamaica as of right now is what it's looking like. What about Alligator Pond? Let's see, I know where that is. It's on one of these southern ends. It's down here. You are expected to see catastrophic impacts from the storm, not just from the rain. You could see catastrophic 20 to 30 inches from rainfall, but you could also see a catastrophic blow from a Category 5 hurricane. Wind in Manchester at landfall? It all depends. Manchester has around a 6% chance of seeing a landfall. Winds could be as high as 220 miles an hour in Manchester, depending on where it makes that landfall. Ocho. Okay, thank you. Ocho Rios. Thank you so much for letting me know. What is the expected storm surge? 9 to 13 feet. Now let me see it. Maybe even higher at this point. Let me scroll down to the hazards. Where's the surge? Storm surge 9 to 13 feet above ground level is being forecasted from the National Hurricane Center. Could be even higher totals if it does make landfall as a Category 5. What's going to happen to Portmore at St. Catherine? Catastrophic impacts there for you there. So really, let's see. So the impacts that you're going to be getting there, I'll discuss that here in the key messages. So you are expected to see damaging winds and heavy rainfall tonight and Monday, and it will cause catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding and numerous landslides before potentially devastating winds will arrive Monday night and Tuesday morning. Extensive infrastructural damage, long-duration power and communication outages, and isolations of communities are expected. Life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves are expected along portions of the southern coast Monday night into Tuesday morning. So that's the kind of impacts you'll be seeing there. And that's also the impacts for Maypen. Oh, 6 more subscribers away. Oh, 1 more away from 4.4 thousand. Let's see if we can hit it. Any moment now, we'll hit 4.4 thousand. Subscribe if you haven't already, please. Really helps out a lot. There we go, 4.4 thousand subscribers, guys. Thank you so much. Really means a lot. This is the biggest stream I've ever done. So I really appreciate that. 15,000 views is insane, guys. Thank you so much. What is the expected storm surge? Oh yeah, sorry, I already got that. Okay, Maypan, whatever. Show us the eye. Here's a look at what the eye is looking like right now. I'm sorry about that. There it is. There's a look at where the eye is. And looking at distances from certain areas, I can discuss the distances. It's around, let's see, 125 miles away from St. Thomas, around 125 miles away from Kingston and St. Andrew, around 135 miles away from Portland, around 135 miles away from St. Mary, roughly around 110 miles away from St. Catherine. The closest parish is Clarendon, and it's around 97 miles away from there. Looking at St. Anne, it's around 130 miles away. Trelawney is around 130 miles away from you there. Manchester's around 110 miles away. St. Elizabeth around 110 miles away. St. James looks to be around 135 miles away. Hanover's around 140 miles away. Westmoreland is around 140 miles away. And St. Elizabeth, again, St. Elizabeth around 110 miles away. Yes, Zenith, you are an OG there. You've been here for over a year since I've been doing all my live streams in the Philippines, stuff like that. I am so grateful to see you watching me and do these live streams. Thank you so much for the support. How much feet of water is expected in Portmore, St. Catherine? In terms of rainfall, you are expected to see 20 to 30 inches of rain there. What time, please? It is expected to make landfall on Tuesday morning for you there. How bad is Negro going to be hit? Well, if it moves to the west, you are going to be getting hit by a major Category 5 hurricane. Right now, you should be preparing for the possibility of catastrophic impacts. See, if you look at satellite image, let's look at infrared imagery. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, man. Oh, my God, okay. Yeah, this is probably a Category 5 by now. Wow. Okay. Thank you so much for showing that, or letting me know. That came out of nowhere. Wow. Let's look at that on Dvorak. Wow, okay, yeah, this has to be a Category 5 by now, if it wasn't already. This is just so solid. This should be even stronger than just a minimal Category 5 based on satellite estimates. This is insane. Thank you so much for pointing that out. Which parishes will get the worst wind gust? It looks like it's going to be wherever it really makes landfall. It all depends on which parish it makes landfall in. Sending USA or from USA. Oh, thank you so much for the support. Santiago de Cuba, those impacts. We got a question there. Santiago de Cuba, that's a province in Cuba, is expected to see major impacts throughout the province, with a possibility of catastrophic impacts. It's really going to be the rainfall that's going to potentially bring catastrophic impacts. Major impacts will be impacting you in terms of storm surge, rainfall, and winds. But catastrophic impacts are going to be possible in the form of rainfall. Fortunately, Jamaica will weaken the storm for you. Sorry guys, I know I don't mean to say it like in an insensitive way. It is going to be weakening the storm for you a little bit. So it's not going to be a Category 5 at landfall by the time it reaches you in Cuba. You all should be thankful that Jamaica exists, okay? Jamaicans are taking one for the team on this one, okay? For you in Cuba. Reminds me of Haiyan. Yes, that is very similar to Haiyan in terms of that satellite imagery, as in that full ring there. Really impressive. Wow. Man, this may try to make a run for the strongest storm of the year. Already looking at imagery on the storm, it's already looking like it would be, but Recon found it's not. Not yet, at least. Recon will arrive in the eye in 2 hours. Okay. Special advisory soon, maybe? I don't think so. What impacts will it be on Montego Bay? Major impacts are expected for Montego Bay with the system, with 8 to 12 inches of rain being forecasted for you there. Could the hurricane being so intense have something to do with the weather going on in Central Florida? The pressure gradients probably has something to do with it, between the low and high pressures right there in Florida. That's probably why. Man, Florida's just getting hammered right now with some flash flooding going on. Man, okay. Now it's impacting parts of northern Fort Lauderdale. And now it's just like stalling there. Surprised there's not another flash flood warning issued. Just checking out some other areas on my phone real quick at portions of Florida, those kind of impacts that they're getting. And today has not been good at all there. All right, let's see. Let me just see what's been posted there. Man, that is just... Let me just post this real quick, okay? Sorry, I'm just sharing something real quick. Hold on. Where's that again? There we go, man, okay. I'm sorry about that, guys. Okay. Just making a post about that system. Will we extend the live stream until 12 a.m.? No, I'm not going to. There's already a lot going on, and I have a college tomorrow, so I don't want to deal with that. But man, this has been such an eventful day and such an eventful weekend and everything. Just so much is going on right now. It's like normally I would be chasing right now, going after that flash flooding in southeastern Florida. But right now, what's more important to me is your guys' impacts in Jamaica and making sure you guys are prepared. With the system, so like, guys, I don't regret it. Okay, I don't regret missing this. Whatever, your guys' help has been so great. This has been my best stream I've ever done, and I'm so glad that I could get all the information out that I can. Thank you so much, Rhonda, for mentioning that you love my channel and the hurricane animations you're forecasting. Thank you so much. 2025 hypo was insane, yes. Yes, I love making those absurd hypotheticals. Wow, okay. We go back to this. Alright. Will Kingston be spared? You are going to still be seeing catastrophic rainfall from the system. Let's hope it's... I mean, now it's making a little bit of a wobble to the north now, looks like. Man, okay, that's not great. So it's now finally getting itself more solidified. Man. This is just insane. This is a terrifying image if you live in Jamaica. Right here, just seeing how close this monster is to you. Yeah, this is probably a Category 5 at this point, but the recon Didn't really find that earlier, but they will find it very soon. This is just insane. So let's see, I'm going to stop the questions now, just because I am going to be wrapping up the live stream soon. I'll go over the impacts again, and then I will, here, I do want to mention before that though, you know what, I'll go over the impacts first, okay? So, it is expected to be a Category 5 by tonight. It may already be one overnight tonight. It will be one by tomorrow morning, and again by tomorrow night. Potentially still a Category 4 or 5 by Tuesday morning. And then it will slam into Jamaica on Tuesday as a Category 4 or 5 before emerging into the Caribbean again as a Category 4, slamming into Jamaica there as a Category 4 strength system before emerging on Wednesday morning out over, let's see what I was going to say, over, sorry, in the southwestern Atlantic, and then slamming into the Bahamas, potentially still as a major hurricane there. And then eventually moves out, this would be on Thursday night near Bermuda. There's a Category 2 strength system. Now, impacts. What areas are going to be seeing what impacts? The entirety of Hispaniola are still going to be seeing an additional marginal impacts. Bermuda will see at least marginal impacts, as well as the Turks and Caicos Islands, the Bahamas, and the southeastern portions of Cuba, the Cayman Islands, as well as Jamaica, all seeing at least marginal impacts. Now, the areas for slight impacts do include southwestern Dominican Republic, western Haiti, northwestern Haiti as well, the Turks and Caicos Islands, Bermuda as well, the southeastern and central Bahamas, as well as southeastern Cuba. Let's see here. There is going to be slight impacts for at least for the entirety, of course, of Jamaica as well. Now, moderate impacts does include southwestern Dominican Republic, southern Haiti there, and it does include a corridor now of the slight impacts as well for southeastern Cuba, but the southeastern tip there of Cuba, as well as portions of the Bahamas there, in that moderate category, and as well southeastern Cuba, and as well as Jamaica. Now, what about possibility major impacts? That does include a portion of southwestern Dominican Republic, as well as the southwestern peninsula of Haiti. Now, the areas that will be seeing at least major impacts does include the southwestern portions of the southwestern peninsula of Haiti, as well as parts of the southeastern Bahamas, as well as, let's see, a large portion of, this would be the southeastern portions of Cuba, and then again, Jamaica, all at least seeing major impacts. Now, there is a corridor across Cuba that has the possibility of seeing catastrophic impacts for the rain. That does include Granma, Santiago de Cuba, Guantanamo, and portions of maybe far southern Holguin provinces there. And there is also one in portions of, really, I'd be forecasting now catastrophic impacts for portions of Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, Manchester, Trelawney, St. Anne, Clarendon, St. Catherine, St. Mary, St. Andrew, Kingston, St. Thomas, and Portland all should be preparing for catastrophic impacts from the system. Now, I will be doing more live streams over the coming days, so I will discuss the live streams that I'm going to be doing. I am going to be doing one tomorrow night, which will be right when it's around here, potentially as a Category 5. So be sure to subscribe, since I will be doing a live stream tomorrow night as well, where you can ask more questions and get more information on the storm. I will also be doing one on Tuesday when it makes its landfall there in Jamaica. I will also be doing one on Wednesday when it slams into Cuba. I will potentially be doing one on let's see, this would be on Wednesday, that's Wednesday morning, Wednesday night. I should be doing one on Wednesday night. It depends on how early it makes its landfall there. In parts of the Bahamas, that's a little bit uncertain though. I may be able to do it, but I will be doing one by Wednesday night. And then after that, I may be doing one on Thursday night as well for the system. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 potential streams could be happening over the next few days. So be sure to subscribe already. I'm not quite sure about that last one though. Let me erase that just a little bit here. Oops, come on. Okay, what? Do not know how to. Dang it. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. There we go. Okay. about that. There we go. So should be at least 4 live streams over the next few days on this system. And then there's the possibility I'll do another live stream by the time it's near Bermuda. So be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. I will keep you guys updated over the coming days. I do want to mention, though, I do also have other social media platforms that I do post on more. So not just YouTube. So if you have X, consider following me at @hurricane_chase. That's where I post the most on these tropical cyclones across the globe, including this storm. Been posting many updates on that system, including the storm surge threat, more detailed graphics, things like that. If you use Instagram, follow me on @HurricaneChaserChase. I post a lot more updates on there in terms of the cones there if you want to see them there. And Facebook and Blue Sky also post a lot on there on cyclone tracking. Discord.gg/ChasesStorm. If you have that, consider joining there. Well, that is mostly it. Now, oh guys, I want to ask you guys, how old do you think I am? How old do you think I am? Oh, Wolf Ross, you're still in the stream. Wolf Ross, can you... let's see, Wolf Ross, do you have any of these other social media platforms? Like, do you have Instagram or Discord? All good, Sharkies. Let's see. Let's see, guys. How old do you think I am? It's just a question I'm curious about. How old do you think I am? It's been something that I've been curious about. Facebook, it's cyclone tracking. No, Sharky, that's not true. Let's see. Okay. Well, okay. I'm very. These answers are very interesting. Seeing on how old you guys think I am. Let's see. I want to see one number here, for how old I am. Let's see if somebody can get it. Like, only like one person's kind of gotten it, I guess. Man, okay. Man, I am 18. Wow. Okay, so the only person that's really in it was Neva. Neva there. Man, these. Man, okay, wow. Yes. Yes, thank you, other shark. Yes, there. Wow. Man. Isn't that, I mean, isn't that, 18, yes, yeah, man, 28, 29, 30? Wow, okay. I think that's good. I think that's good, though. I'm doing it in a mature way, getting out the information I need to. I don't have a squeaky voice or anything like that, so, yeah. Glad for that. Okay, can't find you on Facebook. Okay, guys, I will share my live stream. Or, sorry, I will share my page. It's cyclone tracking with a red circle thing. I will post it in the chat. Guys, I don't know if you see the link or not. 30's young. Take that. Oh, it's yeah, 30's young. Take that back. Oh no. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry. Yeah. It is on the younger side, but yeah, I'm much on the younger side. Yeah, if that link works, let me know. And guys, thank you so much for watching again, okay? I really appreciate it. Yes, that's nice. We're both in college? Nice, okay. Again, what's their name? Scroll up again. Is Wolfrose. Wolfrose, do you have any of those other social media platforms they could add me on? Discord or Instagram? You could just send me a message on there letting me know. Yes, guys, thank you so much. Again, all those kind words and all those donations, I really appreciate it, okay? Thank you so much. Again, I am not done yet, guys. I am going to be doing more streams, so get ready for those. Let's see, what are we at? 4.4 thousand? Wow, okay. We are almost at 5,000 subscribers. That is insane. We may actually reach it by the end of Somebody mentioned that goal in one of those earlier live streams. I thought that, oh, there's no way, but we may actually reach it, especially with that system threatening the Philippines. All right. Whether Sharkius, you followed me on Facebook. I have no idea what your thing is on Facebook. I would follow you back if I knew. Let me see in my notifications there. Yeah, I don't know which one yours is, sorry. You'll have to send it to me on Discord. Again, we'll have more people tuning into the live streams in terms of coverage there. So be ready to join on those live streams. Hopefully you guys still have power. Thank you guys for following me on those other social media platforms. Really helps me get the word out to more people. Again, I will see you guys in the next live stream. All right, guys, I will see you in the next update. Stay safe, okay? I will keep posting you guys, and just please, guys, stay safe, okay? I'm hopeful that all of you will make it through this, okay? Just please pray through it, get through it, okay, guys? I'm very hopeful that you all are staying up to date, okay? You're doing much better than most people are. All right, so I'll see you all in the next update. Stay safe, guys. Thank you so much. See ya.
It is Sunday night, October 26, 2025, watching powerful Hurricane Melissa. It's almost a Category 5 hurricane right now, giving you the very latest on it. Winds are at 145 miles per hour. 157 miles per hour. That makes it a Category 5 hurricane. So it's a Category 4 right now. It is moving to the west very slowly at 5 miles per hour. It's going to continue to the west for at least the next several hours very slowly to the west at 5 miles per hour or 7 kilometers an hour. Then it will start to make its turn up toward Jamaica, and a little bit more of a shift. Again, there's going to be subtle changes in this, right? The last couple days, it could have been anywhere from East Jamaica to West Jamaica. I'm looking at this a little bit more toward the west now, just because of that due westerly route, which overall is a bad thing because we talked about it days ago. On this track, it just sits over water, and that's why it's able to blossom into that Category 4 to Category 5. It is about 185 kilometers south-southwest of Kingston, or 115 miles south-southwest of Kingston. Now is the time, of course, it is getting into overnight. We want to be where we need to be for this storm. It's going to be a slow go. Still tomorrow morning, some of us in our northern zones won't have a ton of action, right? I mentioned the long duration with this. Really, especially as we work into late tomorrow, that rain is going to really spread in even more so. We'll get the significant flooding, and then tomorrow night is the worst. Sunset tomorrow night into sunset tomorrow into tomorrow night, and early on Tuesday and much of the day on Tuesday, those hurricane conditions, that's what we're going to be seeing with this. So again, all on track, a little bit more to the west though. That's what I'm seeing. I don't just rely on the models, bit more to the west. Looking down the road too, By the time we get into Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, crossing extreme eastern Cuba with hurricane conditions, and then working its way toward the southeastern Bahamas, back toward the Caicos. We're taking some of those precautions, especially Crooked Island in south. And meanwhile, as all of this is here, we continue to pump in the rain back toward Haiti, even gustier winds for parts of tonight and then into tomorrow, especially as this makes its turn. So showing you the winds in this, again, the winds are going to eventually be howling tomorrow night. I mentioned letting the kids know about that too, especially for tomorrow night. Now, this is working our way into 9 o'clock in the morning. By the time we hit 5 o'clock tomorrow, you can see on Monday, this is when those true hurricane conditions arrive along the southern coast, the center here. Category 4, Category 5 winds moving in, and you see it's a little bit more to the west, but all of us get the hurricane conditions at some point as we work forward. This is very early on Wednesday. Looks like that landfall 4, 5, 6 in the morning here near Treasure Beach. That would be intense weather. I have upped the winds in Montego Bay. I want to show you that. Higher winds. I've adjusted things. I've dropped them a little bit in our western zones and spots, but look at this. By the time we get into Tuesday, still the hurricane conditions brushing our northeastern coast of Jamaica. So you could take this map and then eventually later on Tuesday gets out of here by Tuesday night. So you could take this, kind of go back on YouTube, pause it if you need to see kind of the scale of the winds, but you could see how large of a system this is, right? All of us are getting the hurricane conditions out of this in those very major hurricane impacts, especially where the eye of this comes on shore. By the time we get into Tuesday night, again, this will be moving away, always looking for an end in sight. So for tonight, we've had some tropical storm conditions already in some of the bands of rain. Some of us have lost cell service. Some of us have already lost power. Looking at some gust or sustained winds, 50 to about 60 right along our coastline. That's what we'll be on the lookout for, southern coastline, as we go into tonight. Again, it's still hanging out to the south, right? It's still to the south, even as we work our way into much of the day tomorrow, and then it will take the turn and start to lift up. So late in the day, we'll have the winds around 80 miles per hour. So really, again, tomorrow morning, you really need to be where you need to be in place for the duration of this, because conditions just continue to go downhill. The flooding will be very intense throughout the day. I mentioned the kids as we work right into tomorrow night. It gets scary, so it's always a good idea to kind of give them the heads up on some of the sounds. And with that, tonight is a good night to try to get some sleep. I suggest that. Just if you can, just kind of turn everything off and just get some rest, because tomorrow night is going to be such a long night. So again, my biggest advice in the short term, aside from all the preps we've been doing, and you can see more of that in the prior videos, I don't want to repeat myself too much, is to get some rest tonight, because by the time we get into tomorrow night and Tuesday morning, this is what we're looking at. Southern coast, winds around 150 miles per hour. Montego Bay, with this more of a westerly track, we're looking at winds now of 120 miles per hour. And as it lifts kind of to the north, secondary surge trying to kind of wrap in around this back through Montego Bay. So the news has not been better in our western zones. I was just chatting with the folks at Negril Pup Rescue, which are doing a great job with the animals. So we're at, of course, humans, pets. So we're looking at, of course, our property in this, thinking of the animals out there as well. They're doing a great job. On Negril, again, higher winds expected so long this westerly track, which we've been seeing, has been holding and then kind of lifting up to the north. So Montego Bay, we're going to be on the edge of these 150-mile gusts, the potential of that. Where the core of this comes on shore, it looks like as of now it could be very close to Black River or Treasure Beach, but it still could be over toward Milk River, Kingston. We'll just see kind of when it takes its turn, but it has moved a little bit past Kingston to the south, which is telling me the landfall point most likely is Treasure Beach, or even a little bit more off toward the west. In this pocket here, and I may shift this a little bit more to the west, we'll see, but severe structure damage, power loss for weeks, and we'll have some isolation from communities. We'll see that all across parts of Jamaica, just because, again, we're going to get some of those mudslides, the significant rain out of this. So this is what we're looking at for the core of this. This is a very dangerous hurricane, regardless if it is Category 4 or Category 5. The potential destruction in this is the same. So again, I'll change these maps a little bit, kind of shift it depending on how these wobble. Large, powerful systems actually wobble, and that does make a difference. So that's why some of the winds. Looking down the road, eastern Cuba, once this moves in Tuesday night, some of the winds could be around 110 miles per hour, 177 kilometers an hour. Near Crooked Island and just south, winds 100 miles per hour, 160 kilometers an hour. Turks and Caicos, we'll still see the hurricane winds may stay just to the north and west. So as of now, about 60 miles per hour with some strong tropical storm conditions, or 96 kilometers an hour for the Turks and Caicos. And again, that's once we get our way into Wednesday. Now the rain, we've been watching it as we get back toward Haiti. Additional totals of upwards. You see this even red shading in here of 300 to 400 millimeters of rain in parts of Haiti, where we could get an additional 10 to 15 inches of rain on top of what we've already had across the peninsula, and some gusty winds. So thinking of the folks on the ground, of course, in Haiti, kind of sheltering in place. I've been getting reports from some folks there throughout the day. Jamaica, again, we're watching out for the rain that is going to be intense. There could be a couple pockets that get upwards of 750 to pushing 1,000 millimeters of rain, just kind of getting enhanced with the mountains, hence the catastrophic flooding that is a possibility. Either way, here's a different model, just kind of painting it in. Anywhere in this green shading, which is almost all of us at this point, we have the chance to see some totals that could press 150 millimeters or 30 inches of rain. And because we've seen this shifting a little bit more to the west, and I expect more changes. I trust your judgment, you trust mine. We're going to see a couple changes as we go throughout, and we'll just take care of it together. As this shifted more to the west, that's bringing some of the higher rain totals into our western sections as well across Jamaica. So we'll see these little changes overall as this kind of moves our way. But overall, all of us are getting the hurricane conditions and intense flooding. Now, as it lifts up toward Jamaica, Cuba, eastern Cuba, most of the rain totals 250 millimeters or 10 inches, because it's going to get faster. Once it makes its turn and gets past Jamaica, it will speed up because it gets caught up into a front. That's why it's turning. There's a front back to the west. If the front's just a little bit slower, it's going to move more to the west. If this front kicks in a little bit more, it'll start to make that turn a little bit sooner. And of course, that kind of dictates what happens as we work our way down the road. Now, with that, more of that westerly track, Black River, giving you the heads up, we're going to see that surge potential very high if this nudges more to the west. So we're basically talking about the potential along the entirety of the southern coast of 2.5 to 4 meters. So that is 9 to 13 feet. It could be a little bit more than that, pushing about 15 feet. But as a whole, that is at risk across these areas. Again, watching Kingston, we're swinging all the way back toward Black River, and we'll see if this comes on shore right here, a very significant life-threatening surge. That is the extra rise in the water. Then you have the waves on top of it, but that extra rise on the water comes in, and that is oftentimes deadly if folks are in that storm surge zone. So a very, very significant and life-threatening storm surge. I've upped it as well, maybe even a little bit higher, meter to meter and a half near Montego Bay, because if this kind of lifts into the west and then lifts up to the north on the backside, winds around this, we have that counter-clockwise flow, so that'll be filtering in and watching about a meter, maybe about a meter and a half as we swing back toward northeastern sections of Jamaica. So, of course, we've been in action mode in many spots. Crooked Island south, back through the Turks and Caicos, eastern Cuba. We're making those hurricane preparations as well. We're watching the flooding still parts of the Dominican Republic, back through Haiti, especially the peninsula, and everything we can do to stay safe in Jamaica. That's what we've been doing. And tomorrow morning, even if there's a couple breaks, maybe a good idea to check on one another, especially those that are staying alone through this. This weather community is with you. No doubt, every step of the way, they got you. Just look at some of the comments. Now, all of the models, again, bringing this right over Jamaica. So we haven't seen, we'll see those small changes where I tweak some of the numbers, but we haven't seen any big change or any big shift or anything like that. We'll wait on the turn. The turn's not going to happen yet, but by tomorrow we start to see the turn. And then again, late tomorrow night into Tuesday, the conditions go downhill, of course, with the potential of catastrophic results from this as this moves in. And then it's going to lift up toward the southeastern Bahamas. We'll see kind of exactly where it is in here. I'm going to keep an eye on the central Bahamas with more of this westerly track. It may be a little bit more to the west, so I'm going to watch out for that. We may expand kind of action mode, but central and southern Bahamas Bahamas, we know we're watching this and we're getting ready just in case northern Bahamas not coming back toward the United States. And we'll keep an eye on down the road, monitoring Bermuda, of course, and then we'll keep an eye on the Atlantic region of Canada, Newfoundland, back toward the Avalon Peninsula. So this will kind of go between Category 4, Category 5. Do not be surprised tomorrow morning if you hear that this is Category 5 storm. It'll fluctuate. These storms breathe, as I mentioned. It'll fluctuate. Then we'll get some weakening as it interacts with Jamaica, goes over Jamaica, but still a hurricane as it works its way into Cuba and into the Bahamas and then getting out into the Atlantic. So taking a look at this, and you can see the track on this. This is kind of a feel of almost all of the models at this point. You can see how the center of this overnight, this is 2 in the morning, sitting here, but we start to get the heavier rain. That's one of the differences we're going to notice tomorrow. The shields of rain just working in. There's the center right here as we work our way into midday. So you can see how it is still to the south. So some of us, first half of tomorrow, kind of like, what storm? It's rainy. It's not that bad. Some of us, it won't be that bad yet. But then as we get into late tomorrow, it starts to make its turn. This is by 8 p.m. You see how long this kind of takes, right? So then eventually it moves in, but all of that rain piling up, still watching the rain in Haiti and back through the Dominican Republic. And then you see by the time we get into Tuesday morning, that's when the center moves on shore. It could be central sections of Jamaica now, maybe a western section somewhere in here. But either way, being on the right side of it, you get that flow that just comes around it and really pumps in the extreme winds and the storm surge and the rain, and then this will lift its way back toward eastern Cuba. But look at Tuesday, still with this flow around it, still giving us some of the hurricane conditions on the north coast of Jamaica deep into the day on Tuesday, and then eventually Tuesday night, this pulls on shore somewhere either here or here, back toward eastern Cuba, and then lifting its way up toward the southeastern Bahamas and keeping an eye on the Turks and Caicos as we go through the day on Wednesday. Wednesday morning leaving Cuba and then working in. It should still be a hurricane at this point. Again, it just depends on when it takes its turn. Exactly where we're going to see this up here. And meanwhile, you get those feeder bands of rain still filtering in across parts of Hispaniola. Here's the broader picture with the winds, and you see the scale on your screen, miles per hour and kilometers an hour. Doing my best to keep everyone covered with this. The white shading are the tropical storm winds. The hurricane winds are what we're seeing really in the red for the most part. And you see how they move in, and you can see this right here. This is by the time we get into tomorrow night. That's why I really encourage you to get as much sleep as you can, and sleep as long as you can, even into the morning if that is possible. And then you see it moving in as we get into tomorrow night, into Tuesday morning with the hurricane conditions, that surge eastern end all the way back across the southern coast, and then it lifts right on top of Jamaica and then just to the north by 5 p.m. on Tuesday. You see it here, still those very strong winds, but after that it will lessen. So that is the end in sight for Jamaica. It's going to be a long haul getting there, but again, late on Tuesday we start to get the improvements as this moves away, lifts through Cuba, watching the Bahamas, watching the Turks and Caicos as we work our way through Wednesday. Then after that, Thursday, we'll see how close it gets to Bermuda. So Jamaica with this, so with the eye wall getting on shore eventually by the time we get into tomorrow night, Category 4, Category 5, that's catastrophic damage, the potential of that, structure damage, roof damage, all that sort of thing. But you've been doing what you need to do to be prepared. And then as we work our way over the next several weeks, kind of on the back side of this, we may have that communication cut off for quite a while, some power outages for quite a while that could last weeks, if not longer in certain areas, and certain communities kind of get cut off depending on where you are, right? If you're up in the mountains and there's a slide and it knocks out your road, well, that causes some issues, obviously, without even saying. So some communication, a lot of communication cut off. Some communities getting cut off. The worst weather late Monday, late tomorrow in through the first half of Tuesday. So I got you covered right here. Put out some new updates. If you subscribe, you'll get those updates first. And be sure to check out the comment section. Everyone is with you in Jamaica. We're watching Cuba, Bahamas, and the Turks and Caicos. And of course, thinking of the flooding ongoing in Haiti. You try some rest. Have a good night, and I'll see you in the next video.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix. Now, this whole flow is a conversation, so your words actually build your website. I'm going for a store, and after a free-flowing conversation, I get this detailed site brief. And just like that, my first draft is ready. Now, that's dope. Next, you can really get in there and style it your way. Here's the fun part. You can regenerate this whole thing over and over, or you can tweak something specific, like your layout. Let me describe what I had in mind. Yeah, that's fire. If there was ever a time to speak life into your dreams, it's right now using the Wix AI website builder.
It is Sunday, October 26, 2025, watching powerful Hurricane Melissa. It's almost a Category 5 hurricane. Right now, giving you the very latest on it, winds are at 145 miles per hour.
Storm surge, and that is in southeastern Jamaica. Also going over the rainfall forecast here. I know a lot of you guys have already seen it, but I know people are leaving the stream and more people are coming in here, so I want to keep reiterating it. Rainfall is a huge issue for Jamaica here. If we go ahead and zoom in, we are looking at up to 40 inches of rainfall here in northeastern Jamaica, far northeastern Jamaica, 40 inches of rainfall. And then in that pink area, a large portion of Jamaica, 30 inches of rainfall. 30 inches of rainfall there from central through the entire eastern portion of Jamaica. And even in far western Jamaica off your screen, there's still a likelihood of 4 to 14 inches of rainfall in that dark red all the way back to the yellow colors, which are off your screen there. How low might the pressure get? How many millibars? So the lowest millibar that I'd say with this is probably going to be around 920 millibar. That's what I'm thinking. And that will probably be the most likely time frame for that is tomorrow evening. Tomorrow evening and tomorrow night is the most likely time frame for a near 920 millibar hurricane. But that's a guess. That is a guess. All right, a lot of you guys are talking about a big tornado here. Ooh, wow, dang.
Yep.
Yeah, that is a strong tornado on the ground right there.
Is it confirmed yet?
Nope. So we do have a strong tornado on the ground in southeastern Alabama here. Lifting debris about, that's probably going up about 5,000 feet there. So that's borderline, if not a strong tornado. Deep CC right there. So that dark blue you see in the middle of your screen, that is a tornado ongoing just northeast of Alberta in southeastern Alabama. So anybody in that red polygon right there, I'll zoom out so you can see where it is. That's the border of Alabama. This is the far southwest Alabama. That's the border of southwest Alabama and far western Florida. There's Mobile, and this is in far southeast of Mobile in Alabama, near Alberta, going northeast towards Seminole. So make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in that red polygon there. Likely a strong tornado ongoing. I just wanted to to say that because that is obviously a life-threatening situation there with a tornado ongoing. Storm strengthening the night because the cloud top's cool, leading to instability in the atmosphere, letting strengthen a lot. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I don't think this will intensify a crazy amount overnight, but it's gonna be more gradual. It will be more gradual. We're done with the intensification that we had, where we went from a tropical storm to a Category 4 in literally 24 hours, maybe even less than that. But right around that window, tropical storm to Cat 4 in 24 hours. We're not going to see intensification like that again, I can guarantee it. It's going to be more gradual. The question is, how gradual, or maybe how normal of intensification will it be? Because right now it's forecasted to be a peak of 160 miles per hour at Cat 5, and the system is a 145 mile per hour Cat 4 at the moment. So it's only expected to gain about 15 more miles per hour before it steadies off and then hits Jamaica as a Category 5. But there is a chance. There is a chance it could be higher than that. There's definitely a chance it could be higher than that. And the main thing that supports that is our Google AI ensembles. And man, we've been talking about them a lot over the last 3 days, but it's because they have nailed this system. I knew they were going to be
But God sent Elizabeth, oh God, man, talk it truth. Be honest, Saint Elizabeth can't deal with it. You understand? Last night, I said, boy, when they say system, when I tell you, I wake up yesterday morning and they say system, I make landfall at Clarendon and cut across St. Catherine. I live in St. Catherine. That just mash up the whole of my day. As I see it, because I wake up to do a bulletin number 4, you know. And I see it, I just shut down the studio and I got hardware, go buy plyboard. Because if it a cut across St. Catherine, I could be unlucky in a part. Me no want that. But then now, when me I look on that now, I say, John, no, St. Elizabeth get deal with that way, and then, boy, I don't even know ya, sir. I know part of the problem again. Some areas in St. Elizabeth are on record as being the windiest places in the country already. They now need the more wind down there. Them have enough. That is why most of our windmills, electrical windmills, are located in places like Malvern and them places. Those places have been clocked as some of the windiest places in the country already. They don't need no more. And all the thing look, I mean, I tell you. But we watch during the night and see what go on in our dance, because right now, I don't know. It don't look good. You understand? It ain't looking good, man. Run on my side, run so. I say some look tree I do look dancing still, but then nothing going. Right now, at 10 miles per hour. On average, 4.5 miles per hour with gusts of 10.5 miles per hour. Nothing over 30 miles per hour all day per my side. And I said, catching it. You understand? So, why the people them down at St. Elizabeth, I hope say the thing trek further west there, sir. I'm past. Because I know for a fact that there are residents in St. Elizabeth that have not yet re-roofed their houses since the passage of burial. God, man. That rough. That is disheartening, to be honest with you. You understand? I mean, I just stream my friend until I can't stream him no more. So either the light gone or my internet gone. I have backup internet, but as I can assume, I couldn't deploy my Starlink in them potential whether that wise. You understand? So I don't know what happened with the part I think that it was my hope that by this point in time my house would be fully solarized, but you know life happens, I wanna get run to that yet. But it is just what it is. As long as the system pass and my family are okay, the house is okay, and there's no flooding. I've never heard about flooding occurring where I live anyways, so hopefully that remains true. I know I will probably not go fall, but it's what it is. If I'm not able to post for a few days, I mean, that is the least compared to my family being okay. That is what is most important to me. Me youth them alright, you understand? And the people them in my own soul alright. So that is it. Teacher, I'm in a Kingston 13 era, speed increase on the winds, yeah? Or you start feel some increase in wind speed. Alright, that's how I go on. Teacher, remember the first European model that Melissa traveling south. And made it turn west, passing close. Yeah, I remember. So that is the one that was there for quite a few days. I said, this not look so bad. And then say a clearing that. And now they must say something else. But we see what I go on. Yeah, me I worry about. Doomsday setting, boy. It don't look good, yeah, sir. That is the reality. I'll share with you again the communities that have been ordered, or mandatory evacuation has been ordered for those communities. Just give me a minute. Let me check if anything is going on I need to share. That's a part of what we are doing. So the stream is just about, providing an update and a vibe, and then when the things start, we start to take some phone call, and I mean, if we need to call some people to help some people on one part, call the police or the fire brigade and them things, guys. We have done that before. This is AccuWeather. AccuWeather. I love for them graphics still, but them and go on with that thing, yes. Yeah, I understand. Zoom in again. Oh, I say I'm going to share something more, don't know. Let me see if I can find it. It's 11 o'clock, so the bulletin should
best bet, but
should be ready soon. Whoa, brother, tap nice, yes, man. All right. So some mandatory evacuation order specified for specified vulnerable communities. So the government of Jamaica is advising the public that, acting on the advice of the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, ODPEM, and in keeping with powers under Section 26(2) subsection C of the Disaster Risk Management Act, the Prime Minister has issued the Disaster Risk Management Hurricane Melissa Evacuation Order of 2025. This order takes effect immediately and requires all persons to evacuate the following areas. All persons. 1. Port Royal in Kingston. 2. Portland Cottage in Clarendon. We spoke about Portland Cottage at length last night. 3. Rocky Point in Clarendon. We spoke about Rocky Point as well. We never talk about Old Harbour Bay still. Old Harbour Bay in St. Catherine. 5. Taylor Land in Bull Bay, St. Andrew. 6. New Haven in St. Andrew. 7. Riverton City in St. Andrew. This action follows the Disaster Risk Management Declaration of Threatened Area Tropical Storm Melissa order made on the 24th of October 2025, which declared the entire island a threatened area. This system has since strengthened into Hurricane Melissa, now a Category 4 hurricane. The evacuation order remains in force for as long as the Declaration of Threatened Area order remains in force. Please continue to follow official sources for information. And the Minister of Local Government also addressed the issue as well.
The drone age has begun in the large-scale military online action game War Thunder. Take out reconnaissance and strike drones to hunt down your enemies from the skies. War Thunder is the...
There are vulnerable communities in Jamaica that it is advisable that persons do not remain in these communities during the passage of the hurricane. Provisions are made in the Disaster Risk Management Act for compulsory evacuation. Places like Rocky Point in Clarendon, Taylor Land in Bull Bay, New Haven, Riverton City, and many other communities that will be affected, where lives will be threatened. I will therefore be writing to the Prime Minister, based on the recommendations of the Acting Director General of ADPEM, that we take those steps to advise those communities of the intent to declare this order. But I want to make an appeal to persons who are living in these communities. Port Royal is one such community. That is of concern, that you can start to make arrangements to move and go and spend time with relatives and friends. It is in your interest that this is done. Do not take this for granted. We have already removed the residents of 3 infirmaries that sits on the mouth of the river of the sea in St. Anne, Hanover, and Trelawney. Those residents have been removed to safe grounds, and we are presently removing the homeless population from the streets and placing them in shelters right across the country. The Ministry of Local Government and ADPEM is in a position, Prime Minister, to provide relief supplies when necessary, Prime Minister. We have a team here in Jamaica from Sedema, which came in over the last 2 days, which is helping us in our communication system and is here to give support to the team on the ground. The government is doing all that it can within its powers, but the greater effort has to come from the people themselves. And I want to use my presentation this morning to urge Jamaicans to take this seriously. Do not gamble with Melisa. It's not a safe bet.
So I have some more things to share with you, all right? There is a listing of the shelters across the island. I am not one into sharing links, but as you can see, this link was posted by the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. So if you're interested in that, I'll post it in the link. I'll open it so people can see. So this is a listing of, you can find all the shelters in the parish, in all the parishes across the island. If you need to evacuate where you live, or any of your friends or loved one need the information, and there's also a breakdown. Let me see if we can pull this down, pull this up, so you can see. There's a not there. So there's a breakdown of it by parish by parish. That I'm not need to open them still, so you can deal with that. So the link is in the comments, and it's from the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, ODPEM. So yeah, that's good information to have, even if not for yourself, for your family and friends who probably live in areas that may be severely affected by the passage of the system. So some other people have some things where they've been saying it's probably important to others. So we'll share these things as we go along. So this is now Minister Vaz. Let me share what he must say. My fellow Jamaicans, I can advise, as I have given the direction to the toll authority and the toll operators for the East, West and North South Highway to open the tolls free of cost as of 5 p.m. this afternoon. It will remain open throughout the hurricane and also until I give further directions as a result of the post-hurricane operations. You will be advised accordingly. And again, keep safe. God bless Jamaica. My fellow Jamaicans, I can advise that so that's me I talk on my mic down. So this is the Minister of Environment. He was a part of the press conference today. So let's hear what he had to say.
Category 4 hurricane that has potential.
Why am I still at ear, darling? I'm ears. Whoa. All right. Hold on. All right. Probably have that still a play around on one part. Yeah, mute that. Teach, focus. So let's hear what Matthew had to say.
And time for us to engage our programs. We are facing a Category 4 hurricane that has potential for strengthening. As I have started every update with the statement, because it is incredibly true, and I think particularly true at this moment, it is still not time for panic. It is time to complete your preparations. It is time for some prayer. And it is time for us to plan and time for us to engage our programs. This storm will test our systems. I want to publicly put on record my thanks to Evan Thompson and to his entire team, leadership all the way through the organization, as they've been working 24 hours a day, not on shift or I think in teams. I think every team is fully engaged over the last 10 days as we've been tracking this unusual storm. So I want to publicly thank the Met Service on behalf of Jamaica and the government, because they've been doing an awesome job in keeping us up to date and giving us the information that we absolutely need to plan. We also want to put on record our thanks to our international partners, in particular the National Hurricane Center that does support us significantly with technology and visibility that we may not have locally. We also want to thank the UN country office that has reached out to us and offered their support, and many other partners. We are at a critical juncture, and at our earlier discussion with the utility providers, Minister has made an important point. The proof of the pudding is going to be in the eating in terms of how we execute the plans that we have. But let's look first at the state of our planning, certainly for the water sector and its interconnectivity with the power sector. The Water Commission has engaged all of its emergency protocols. We have done a re-review of our performance and ability to restore service post-burial over the last few weeks and ensured that we have ticked the boxes, so to speak, of the plan that we wrote post-burial. One of the things that we've done and is formed a co-working group with JPS. So JPS is very clear on all of the pumps that are critical for supply of hospitals, of infirmaries, of places of safety, of places of detention, so that they can work to restore current to those first. They're also clear on the pumping stations that function to load trucks, so that they know that those are also priority stations that have to be restored, so that we're able to also do emergency water distribution while turbidity settles, while you get your generators dispatched. Now, one of the things that we've not been able to do
11 o'clock updated, peeps.
Dispatch our generators, and that is for a very real reason. We've seen the issues that Digicel and Flow are having with theft. We've seen the issue of theft of fuel from generators. So we will have to dispatch immediately after the all clear comes from ADPEM so that we reduce that theft. But we have over 50 generators, which are major generators that create the triple phase, or rather triple phase generators that provide the power that you need to start our pumping system. This will restore close to 80% of our customer base within 72 hours of the all clear and turbidity settling. We can't say definitively where turbidity will be a particular challenge and how much of a challenge it will be, but we expect to get to 80% of our customers with sporadic supply after 72 hours, because generators do have to cool, they do have to break, they do have to take their time for service and for refueling, etc. So it won't be 72 hours and everything back up and running, but 72 hours that there will be supply that allow people to catch water, to store, to backfill their storage, and to be able to manage. We've also engaged 4 mobile generators that will move to remote areas that we expect that are hardest hit, so at least they're able to get some water and able to backfill their storage as well. We're also happy to report that 4 of our major pumping stations and treatment plants also now have their own resilience in terms of their energy supply. We installed major generators, including at places like Logwood, which supplies all of Western Hanover and Western Westmoreland. We upgraded the supply at the Mona treatment plant, the Hermitage treatment plant, and indeed at several of our facilities in St. Catherine. So we are in a better place than last year, certainly, to respond to water distribution. We've also ensured that we've engaged our truckers and that they're pre-positioned to go to our loading bays immediately after to start to deal with many of our elderly shut-ins. We've got quite the list from SDC, Minister Mackenzie, so we're able to go to several of those persons who we know are shut-ins and will need a lot of help very quickly. As I said, we're more resilient this year than last year, but this is a bigger storm than last year. And this is a potential direct hit. Beryl was not a direct hit. So we're more resilient. Let's hope that additional resilience is sufficient for what is a worse storm than we would have faced last year with Beryl. God bless Jamaica. Safe and stay smart and listen to the official sources of information. If I was to take what I just saw, I wouldn't have been able to drive in New Kingston a while ago because of flooding that's being posted as now. So we encourage you to follow JIS, follow OPM, follow the Ministry of Education and Information, follow the relevant ministry sources, and of course, reputable media houses.
Yeah, like teach them.
It's happening. Please, I'm making...
We are giving you the best information we can so that you and your family can...
Safety.
And your family can be safe.
Safety is priority, and being smart helps a lot. Don't make foolish decisions. Don't make stupid decisions, like coming out in the middle of the storm to see what's happening. Please, I'm making a special appeal because we are in a very, very serious time over this next few days, and we need all Jamaica to band together, and most importantly, prayers up for every single Jamaican and Jamaica, land we love.
Farmers and our officials, please heed the warnings from the Met Office, follow the advisories that we will be issuing from RADA, from the National Fisheries Authority. Make your final preparations now. The government will be there to help you get through after all of this is passed. We have shown that with Hurricane Beryl that we are nimble enough to get to you quickly so that we can rebound in a robust fashion. Once there is life, there is hope. So please take the time to protect your life, and we will help you protect your livelihoods.
This administration takes seriously the question of our preparedness for disaster, and we will work across the board to ensure that we provide quality service to the people and to ensure that the people's business is taken care of. And I want to urge Jamaicans to take this seriously. Do not gamble with Melissa. It's not a safe bet. I urge Jamaicans to think about themselves first. I hope and pray that God will grant us the strength and the courage, and that He will smile on us and be gracious to us over the next couple of days.
If it stays very long, then even your best measures could be thwarted by just the duration of rainfall and wind. So I urge every Jamaican who are residing in these vulnerable areas to make plans to evacuate. Now, the compulsory evacuation.
Well, let me see vulnerable areas list. Bigger. Ooh. Where am I so fast?
Residing in these vulnerable areas.
All right, so it's not very clear, but I'm going to try to read them. Anian Town, Alley, Bushy Park, Denby, Four Parts, Frankfield, Freetown, Hayes, Lionel Town, Longville Park, Longwood, Maypen, Milk River, Mitchell Town, Osborne Store, Rock River. Me only read the one that me can see. Salt River, that look like a Smithville, Thompson Town, Tollgate, Trout Hall, Rock River, Rocky Point, Salt River, Thompson Town, well, Thompson Town, but things same to Tollgate, and like some things repeat on it still, but all right.
To make plans to evacuate. Now, the compulsory evacuation comes with the provision of transportation.
Hold on there again.
The provision comes with
high-risk communities for flooding, Seaview Gardens, Tivoli Gardens, Tivoli Gardens, Waltham Gardens, Washington Garden. For flooding again in St. Catherine. Them do it parish by parish. Me know me did see this summer for children and I forgot look for. I forgot look for this because it's not so clear here, so because I not see it so well. But me get through it.
The provision of transportation. We won't be able to do it in all cases, but in most cases,
where did I
say
see
90% of the cases, we will provide transportation to move you to safe ground. Outside of that, because the provision of transportation would be halted at a particular point in time, because that would be putting our drivers and buses and other persons in harm's way. After that, we would not be able to guarantee a response until after the hurricane. And so I'm just putting it very frankly that if you decide to violate an order to evacuate, you are essentially taking a risk with your life.
Okay. All right. We had played Evan's video earlier, but we'll play it again. Probably sound better now.
Look at the picture that's on the screen. You'll see where the center of Hurricane Melissa is located. The system is a Category 4 hurricane. This is moving toward the west at this time. The last location showed it to be south of Kingston. So it has already passed the longitude of Morant Point. It is just about at the longitude of Kingston and will continue to move westward. But then it is expected to make its turn toward the north. We'll show you that track in just a moment. But you can see the rain bands that are associated with the system as it continues to move westward. Here is a slight loop just showing the development. But the eastern part of the island, it seemed to have been experiencing some rainfall, but it's not consistent. It's really periods of rainfall and actually just coming from time to time and very short periods.
Guys, also please note that this press conference was earlier today, so these statements by Evan Thompson was earlier today. Some things have changed, so take that with a grain of salt. But generally speaking, some good information is in it, right? So bear with me.
But we are experiencing some rainfall over sections of the island, and that is expected to increase as we go through this Saturday and going into Sunday. This is another image of the satellite imagery, but it also shows where a lot of the lightning strikes are in this system. Most of them on the eastern side of the center and in the bands that are surrounding the system. But we are seeing the white area where the dense overcast is moving over toward Jamaica as it moves toward the west. Then this way, we are proud to say that this is our radar image right here in Jamaica, the radar that's operated by the Meteorological Service. And you can see a very distinct eye also being projected on this image. So we see also where the rainfall is occurring in the system, and it is, as you can see, starting to affect sections of the island with the outer bands of this hurricane. I'm continuing just to show you where the system is moving. We see that it is expected to continue moving toward the west, if you look at that picture, and then it would turn toward Jamaica from the south, moving northward, moving over Jamaica. That's the same track, basically, that we've been sharing with you over the past day or so. And it is expected to be a major hurricane continuing in this way, moving right across the island as a Category 4 hurricane. That is what is projected. It could go for a brief period as a Category 5. That's yet to be seen, but right now the forecast is that it will move over Jamaica as a Category 4 hurricane. And that is expected to start early on Tuesday or maybe very late on Monday, depending on how this system actually starts to move, if it moves at any quicker pace. Right now, the fastest I've seen it move is just about 6 kilometers per hour. That's just about 3 or 4 miles per hour. And so we're watching it moving very, very slowly, ambling over the waters, and then gradually moving closer and closer to us. This projected track moving across the island, you can see with that dotted line. But I'm showing this picture really because I want to show you what those green areas to the south and even to the north are, because they represent where the storm surge is expected to affect Jamaica. Storm surge is expected mainly over the southern side of the island, and this would be to the east of the center as it approaches the south coast and as it begins to make impact. So we see the greener areas really over Clarendon, parts of St. Catherine, and then going into Kingston and western parts of St. Thomas. That's where we're expecting most of the storm surge. But if you take a look at that area just east of the Portland Cottage area, and of course, where you see those lighter greens and the browns, that is where the highest storm surge is expected to take place. So if you're anywhere in this general area, if you can take a look at your map, I'll tell you what the names of some of the communities are in maybe the next briefing. But for the time being, this is the general area that we do expect to experience most of the storm surge, which means waves pushed onto the land and possibly getting as high as 13 feet. Continuing on the picture here, we'll see the amount of rainfall that we are expected to experience across the country. I told you that we've started to experience some rain, but it has not been intense thus far. But when you look at this picture, you'll see that intense rainfall is projected across the country. This shows that we could have 20 to 30 inches of rainfall over the eastern and some south central parts of the country. And then even in the higher elevations in the east, we could have over 30 inches, getting close to, in millimeters, close to 1,000 millimeters over the period of the system moving across us. So this is tremendous rainfall that is bound to cause widespread flooding right across the country. And it is something to be noteworthy for all our communities. I believe there are flooding potential areas in every parish of our country. And so you need to know if you're in a flood-prone area, if you're in a low-lying area, you need to take note. If you're near to a river course or a gully, you need to also take special note and find some alternative location that you can move to should you be threatened by the heavy rainfall. This is just another picture of the clouds over the area associated with the hurricane. And here we can see another image showing the satellite picture, and we're seeing a lot of the showers and thunderstorms from this system. The track outlook, there are a number of projections, but I won't go into any more detail with these pictures, just to tell you that we need to continue to monitor what is happening, continue to listen to the bulletins that are issued by the Meteorological Service, and of course be prepared for quick action if you need to take that action. All preparations should have been completed, and we really should just be in a safe, a secure place waiting for the system to move over us and pass over us.
So that is everyone, guys. Speaking about predictions and parts, you see? I'll share something with you now. This is a very graphical representation of where the system is expected to go, but I'll give you more. This is the weather forecaster for TVJ. This is him on Twitter. So update now shows us Category 5 melisa making landfall over southern St. Elizabeth, as I said earlier, But I think there's a later post about Manchester. I guess me not find. But when I find me something there. Zane, but more
We
things
expect
with
hurricane-like conditions. My Southwest St. Elizabeth family. A hurricane warning has been issued for Jamaica, which means that we expect hurricane-like conditions within the next 24 hours. Let us take nothing for granted. Let us finalize all our preparations to secure lives and livelihoods in this time. If you are in a flood-prone area, please make plans to relocate. It is very important that you do so early and do not wait until the waters start to rise, because Hurricane Melissa is expected to come with a lot of rain over an extended period of time. And when the rain starts, it may be very difficult to get out. The Disaster Management Committee of the Municipal Corporation has met, and as such, all our shelters are being activated. Familiarize yourself with the nearest shelter, which is normally the primary school or high school in your area. There are some numbers that you should take note of in case of emergency. The Parish Emergency Operations Center can be contacted at 965-2740. The Black River Hospital can be contacted at 965-2212. The Black River Police Station can be contacted at 965-2232. And the Black River Fire Station, which treats with emergency responses, can be contacted at 965-2222. Please, in case of emergency, reach out to those numbers. We will get through this together. With prayer and hard work, we can be confident in the eye of the storm.
I didn't know about that cylinder flight, but all right, my boss. Yeah, what I say? I don't know if I believe what I say still, but big up yourself. I heard somebody, I saw somebody asking if all of these shelters have slab roof. No. Hello, Miss Clark, how are you? It's good to see you. Hope you're okay. A lot of schools are shelters, and many schools, especially high schools, have ground floor and first floor at least, and a lot of these schools have decked roof at some point in time, man. So yeah, not all of them, because there are primary schools and basic schools too that are shelters, but a lot of primary schools too, the bigger ones, have slab roof and things. So yeah, thing not really so bad about it as everybody say, but you know one thing go, we're still the far behind. And then something. I've been on the hunt. Still checking for the 11 p.m. bulletin. It still haven't been posted on the Met Services website or on. I don't think ODPM is posting for the rest of the night. Just like last night, I don't think they post after 11, after the 8 o'clock bulletin, I think. So we are waiting and see still. But that is the situation. So just currently sharing some information that is important. Well, I think is important to those people who are viewing the thing, and also giving you insight as to what the national response, the national effort in terms of preparation has been. We can't have a response yet because the system not really forward yet, and we can respond to after. So there's still, you know what I mean? 14 hours ago. So I know that me I look for. Let me see what Jamaica favorite company I say.
The JPS Incident Command. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here, and welcome to JPS Incident Command Structure. This is where we operate our system under emergency conditions to facilitate the best outcomes. Our Incident Command Structure.
I want to say something to them people here, especially in a corporate Jamaica. You see, when you make video, I want to hear what you say in that video. I don't want to hear a dance with them, I don't want to hear music. So please turn down the volume of your background music. People want to hear what you say. Is
Hostiles approaching. Reciprocating hostility. Trash detected.
On Paramount Plus, we make epic blockbuster series you can't see anywhere else. Action!
We have some trouble coming our way.
this, I must see Rio Grande Valley in Portland. So Rio Grande River is swelling, I guess, as we speak. Side. One will even nice like a dance, but now you know, man, sure. The first video look like I never put it on screen, but this look like a reggae falls. It look like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Or a part of Rio Grande River, I'm not sure either. This is this minute show first. So this is the Rio Grande, part of the Rio Grande Valley. So them something I go on in Portland. Hey, Miss Burnett. Good night. Were you here last night? The Lady K. Hope I pronounced that correctly. Sure. Just upset the spirit. All right. What you want to say, man? There's nothing wrong with background music. And somebody who posts videos, so I understand some more time, you know, that get the video nice, you could feel based if you choose the right music. But I need to hear what you say, family, man. And then serious time, yeah. But then with JPS, they don't really want you to hear what them say now, you know. The next thing then trick you. It's part of the plan, I see it. All right, I'm still hunting the 11 p.m. update from the Met services, but normally then time, yeah, the start gets slower. Trust me, I know, because during burial, we suffer during them time here in the night. We have to go hunt it ourselves. But I expect this bulletin to be posted by at least 12 o'clock on the website. And no ODPM won't post it on their socials. That is just a pattern. And think this, one my bro, how you and the family? I know say you live up on the hill, check the temperature, you know, so you're good, you know, wash way. You understand? But we see what Zoom Earth are going on with the night time, be there, sir. Chungy, what you deal with, brother? How things stay over Portland with the boatland? National Hurricane Center update them kind of not really change much from time to time. But let me see what I go on. Thanks, Chrissy. So let me head cross over that side there. And say nothing really not change. Everything is kind of same the same. But let me share the actual bulletin with them. Then Shabbat. But not much on change from last night enough for them thing, to be honest with you. In terms of the wording, it's just so look out, you know what I mean? Changes, but not much normal changing on them thing, based on my experience with it. So still crap. Let's go home back. You understand? Let me see that say the same thing really. Oh, they really have this over here, sir? Oh man. We need to spend more time on the website and in the future, you know. So many things to do sometimes, is it? But yeah, still waiting on the update. So I'll continue to share different pieces of important information. I wonder what is going on in those communities where the mandatory evacuation order was declared. Oh, this is my screen. Let me not love that. Is the eye gonna pass track through St. Elizabeth? That is what these predictions are saying at this point in time. That somewhere in South St. Elizabeth there, me when Minister works, works, I'm not even sure. Some Sandy Gully business, desilting it, boom, over there, so. Then not then it's a show I go on. Turn down that then. Oh, one next thing, I have something to tell you too. You see them people here, there. Government agencies. You see them video I make with them all about music and nice in the background. Make sure say a copyright free music could not use, you know. Now but I try to set up my thing, you know. Because the most understands that these things will be shared all over the place. And if you don't want the information to be disseminated to the people who need it, or people like me who have to do them something there. So make sure say them video wanna take a ton dance on a copyright free music could not use, you know. Else me I wanna. That me I make know to because right now Melisa earth up my head and try earth up my head too. I mean I depend that to do, you know. You understand? As per the National Hurricane Center, the information that I really want, nothing really change. And this we had looked at this at 11. I think it is still 145 miles per hour, a strong category 4 hurricane. Remember that category 4 tops out at 156 miles per hour. Anything above that is category 5. And as I've said a few times, I feel that the system is gusting at category 5 at the moment, even though it's sustaining 145 maximum. The atmospheric pressure is still at 933 millibars. As I said before, the lower that gets, the stronger the system becomes. There is a 1-to-1 correlation between atmospheric pressure falling and wind speed increasing. Is one go that is how it works. I can't tell you why again later. I did talk about that last time. I really want to get on. Electricity and water gonna be a challenge. Very big challenge, my friend. Big challenge. Be impressive. Wagwan, sis, big up yourself. I realize I did over on TikTok earlier, but as I say, I can't really focus on the tools, chat them. We can't even focus on the YouTube chat really, much less. You understand? So I'm glad you come across on the YouTube veranda. I really over here, so we are watching storm from. You understand? But big up to the people on TikTok. See, I know some people love TikTok as a platform. Me, not so much, to be honest. Here's another thing. GIS analysis. So I can't bring this down so I want to see it. I'm going to disturb my screen a little bit. Again, this is the TVJ weather forecaster presenter. GIS, which is Geographical Information Systems Analysis, puts the eye of Hurricane Melissa over Mandeville, Manchester by Tuesday evening. See? Yeah. So that is a thing. So we watch and see. Yesterday it was supposed to be over Clarendon, and now we are here over St. Elizabeth and Manchester and Trelawney and them places. So we are going to watch and see because Melissa is a wandering sheep. You understand? You know, it's sang when Anglican Church hymnal. There was 90 and 9 that were safely laid in the shelter of the fold, but one more out far away. And I remember a song about my granny used to sing at church on Sunday there when we used to go to church with my grandmother. You understand? But the shepherd made a call and they find a sheep and all them sitting there. But we know the meaning of the thing. But as I said, Melissa is that wandering sheep there. Right at all. The ear teach laid out and I watch you. Yeah, all right. Okay. Your face look like a fire. Yo, TJ, you're always faithful. Lady, why we trying now? We trying, man. I hope everyone has their home, sweet home lamb ready. A long time I don't say that, you know. You might think go with the lamb thing still. There's a lamp here, but I don't really home sweet home, but it can't light. Yeah, that's what I say. But because of what I do, I said, you know, video production sort of thing, I kind of have a lot of lighting and stuff. Light where a built-in battery and light when need battery and all of them sitting there. So I kind of stick to that part instead of home seat home. The problem now is that them battery, if light go for a long while, I can't charge them. I mean, I could, but then we still have a lamp. You understand? I believe in miracle. You see me if you fix Zoom Earth, what I'm to it? Or you not see it good? You want me zoom out a little? Or you want to see something else when in Zoom Earth? Talk to me there. You understand? Because enough things I can't see, you know. You see me? Oh, one line through this from there, I don't know why that a go on. You see me? But yeah, so we show some different things on the Zoom Earth situation there. You see me? So that is what I go on with Melissa at this point in time. Yeah, sir? I come down sincere and Mandeville, but Empress, you know, I just say I think say Mandeville good as be in the direct track of the system. I hope you got alright. You got alright. You understand? So as per the advice again from the National Hurricane Center, as I said, the wording hasn't changed much from last night and the day before, to be honest with you. Jamaica, seek shelter now. Damaging winds and heavy rainfall tonight and Monday will cause catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding and numerous landslides before potentially devastating winds arrive Monday night and Tuesday morning. Extensive infrastructural damage, long-duration power and communication outages, and isolation of communities are expected. Life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves are expected along portions of the southern coast Monday night and Tuesday morning. So that is what they are saying. And you know what thing go. Judge your father. You see me? How it going to affect Portmore teacher? Why? I'm not sure, but as there's no parish in the country that will, and I guess Portmore will experience storm surges again to an extent because Portmore is located along the southern coast and them something there, but also based on what the system is doing, based on the size of the system, every parish are going to get away, but it is left to be seen. Last night, though, Portmore would have probably been closer to the firing line, seeing that the system was expected to track across St. Catherine, but that has changed somewhat. Again, with Melissa, we just have to watch and see because right now she does all over the place. You understand? So, that will go on. Let me go check again for the update. Oh, I'm sorry, I did share this, so I think I did share that. I believe in miracles. Somebody just asked about a miracle. Let me ask you something now. Let me refresh. It's still them. As a matter of fact, tell you what. You say Met Service, they don't even have bulletin number 40 pande. Them have bulletin number 39 still. So right now, it may be a long night with that. Trust me, when you reach them time of night, the update them get very scanty until the morning. As you can expect, I guess people tired and gone sleep and I don't know. May I say. But I have gone through this before and we have to hunt information in that. That's one of the reasons why I say, nah man, I need my own weather station in my yard because right now I need to know what I'm going as it relates to the different numbers myself, well, at least where me live. because me can't, you understand, I don't know. This was 10 hours ago, so that's not really relevant no more. 6 hours ago, 1 hour ago. But what Darrell say? So evacuation call. I went this 9 hours ago. All right, make us that chat. I can't bother with that. So still looking for some stuff to share with you guys. This was 10 hours ago. Can't deal with that. Yeah. I never know, sir. Charles interview or Fox. I really, anyway, whether man them over Fox as still car. I wouldn't mind interview, I see. Oh, Fox make a mistake like. But I don't understand it. Listen to this. Sound like kind of Melissa them I interview Pernell Charles Jr. So reporter couldn't find one quiet here. No, sir. I'm very disappointed. Me wouldn't do a better job with this interview here. Because I'm in an interview him this. I don't think I'm my audio. I must my audio. But then where it come from? What me I play? Me I play something. I want them still play one video from Portland. How good as that, you know? Cause me I say I can't do them. Hold on. So me not play them. So why problem? But alright. Oh, true. Cause me I say you're right. I'm me. I saw one video trigger run on one part.
That some of the communities here in Kingston, because we drove around through some of the neighborhoods and communities, have a full understanding of what is on the way, and the aftermath and how these structures may not hold up.
Well, I hope so. I mean, for what it's worth, we had Hurricane Beryl not too long ago.
Yep. July 2024.
And that is still, within short term of our memory.
Mm-hmm.
Some are still feeling the impact of Hurricane Beryl.
Yeah.
And haven't recovered fully from that. So
it wasn't even a landfall. That's
it wasn't
the scary
a landfall,
part.
and it wasn't this intensity either.
Right.
So I would hope that we have learned a lesson from that, and that we would use Beryl as a recent pivot to understand the intensity of what is coming, and also another factor is the speed.
Yeah.
So when you have a very intense hurricane at this speed, what it means is that we're looking on extended, a protracted period of dumping of rain, which on top of the heavy winds means that we will have a lot of flooding.
Yeah, that's a huge issue.
Continues to be an issue for us, and some areas are already saturated. So before this weather system came into play, we had several areas that were already saturated from the normal rain in October.
We have a little less than a minute left, but I want to ask you about the government and if you're in touch with the United States at this point and other countries to help with aid in the aftermath. It's got to be a significant process.
Certainly. So of course, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, we lead the Humanitarian Assistance Committee from the National Disaster Risk Council, which is led by the Prime Minister, deputized by Minister Mackenzie. And so we are in touch with all of our local and international support partners. The World Food Programme is significant in helping us in terms of the form that we use to gather information, and also to provide in-kind and cash grants, Food for the Poor, GEM, Global Employment Mission, Red Cross, Salvation Army, ADRA, many persons, and of course our partners, the U.S. And others across the country and across the globe.
Minister, thank you for your time. We certainly appreciate it. Let's stay in touch throughout this process. We are just at the beginning, unfortunately.
Stay safe.
Yeah, you too, sir. Thank you much.
Proactive thoughts. I'm full of that, you know. I have decorum, like, man, but won't I have a cuss up people? Let me see what I go on with that video. I don't start. Oh, is that? Oh, okay. Look at that. Say more, I want you to again, no? No, when some of them and I want to them, yo, you know, star. Oh, next thing, you see when the storm start, which part you know there, I want to have video for send gun give me. Say if I don't saw no video, I don't want it. You see if you hold your, hold on. You see if you hold your phone so, let me show you. You see if you hold your phone so, and a video don't come, I don't want it. If you don't hold your phone so, and hold it steady, and you're not slow, I don't want that. I feel like an earthquake. No, please. We don't do this. We do this. Thanks. I'm cussing the 3-star, you see. Yo, sir. Jado. Be a cuss, me a cuss because I'm not easy that idea. I'll be in trouble with the game. Things one time and I keep up. Oh, it's my hacker. Answer. Continue. Yo, you hardware them bed. You understand? I got hardware yesterday. I forgot about this morning because I kind of make a slight miscalculation. I want to tell you, say, you hardware where me go, then can't broke again. That me know. You understand? Peeps, unna see say JPS bringing linesman from over some part. Me like that. You see, as me I tell you, say, we are there now, but we are learn. You understand? We are learn. Look about a little. Night caller.
Yeah. Big boss, so I got.
Blessings, my bro.
Every day I watch a thing, brother.
Oh, this all like Morgan.
Yeah, man.
Because me I say, me know his voice, man. Where you do it, family?
Yeah, but I watch a thing, man.
So, you know work as on vacation?
Me there, yeah, man, I go on and ride out this time.
Oh, yeah, right on the stuff. But everything all right, though, in terms of preparation and things?
Yeah, man, the only thing I know, man, put us on solar on it, all stop here, you know. I just sit on my concern, I know, otherwise, you know.
If you put them on good, then probably will survive, man.
Yeah.
You probably lose 1 and 2 still, but you know what thing, generally, them can withstand, well, depends, but, and then based on our system, the projected part now, we kind of shift away a little directly from St. Catherine, so that's a good thing, you see me?
Yeah, but no, until it's presently right now, out a door look like barrel. Nah, lie yo.
Okay.
Yeah, man, me have a little vegetation around at the back there with all mango tree and the thing I go on and we like somebody in a tree I pick mango.
Yeah? That's what you think I'm going on your side already, sir?
Yeah, man, the breeze are blow heavy about you, man.
So question, when you screw off is solar panel them?
No, me know, you know what, prefer to take my chance in the rain, in the storm with the panel them, me not going up and all stop.
No, but you know, shouldn't take anything them from a day or two ago, man.
No, you know, me take my chance.
All right, sir. But you take a chance and I worry. First thing you tell me say I worry, so then...
Like, then I want it, then if me when take it down, me not be I worry about like gone and me not no current.
Yeah, man, you deploy what things them after a day, the next day, man, and sun a shine again. You know, sunshine hot after hurricane, sir?
Yeah, man, and a small panel them and these panels, yeah.
You shouldn't take them down.
Me take my chance, man.
Me understand that. I'm just saying. Yeah, that's it's just that you know, say after the system pass, it will take a little time, but you put them up back.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, when me install solar panels, sir. After when hurricane come, then time me has take them down, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But I say, I'm glad for you from you still, my bro.
Yeah, man. Me there, I'm gonna call. You know, me there I cling into YouTube thing and I try I stay in touch with the
information.
Not just our platform alone with the update.
Yeah, what's on international news?
Yeah, man.
Which is the right way. Nothing wrong with that.
You know, see it. I share my problem, I know, because she said about work and she thought about she has to work for more and sit down, brother, and make sure.
Tell her to stay home, man.
Let me not tell her, brother, me and her have to go very come on because I'm not leaving out car. I know the van we are drive, because she have one little car, you know.
Okay, that's nice.
So me park the van that more can traverse through the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I mean, not no carry out. No, man.
Tell the sheriff to stay home and hug you up, man.
Then I me, I tell you, man. Yeah, man. So, but you know, I want me say one night out of here, I got nurse.
Oh, nurse, all right, man. She over there. I don't know if she'll go in tonight still, but you know what you go. Me I look across and I see her vehicle in her garage, so she probably not going, you know. But big up yourself in the Maggie. We talk.
Yeah, man, pick up yourself, man, and go and do your thing.
That's your word, man. I appreciate the support, man.
Yeah, man, I look on the eye on the TV, yeah, man.
All right, boss, big up yourself.
Yeah, man, big up yourself.
All right, Father Maggie.
Cool.
Man, I said, Chuck here some miserable. That is not, no, sir. Me not think so, well. Me not think so. I am not a miserable person, man, but people forget running. I could swear they must have put ball whip on ABC, because you can't take what they must have for granted, and you have to check them.
Which has already claimed 3 lives in Haiti. This morning, Jamaica bracing for the looming threat of Hurricane Melissa, which has already claimed 3 lives in Haiti and 1 in the Dominican Republic. Heavy rains and landslides sweeping the region, destroying homes.
All right, I'm going to take a call. I'm soon go back to ABC. Good night, caller.
Yeah, teacher, me watch here.
Big up yourself, man. Where you watch from?
Texas.
Oh, yeah? Oh, you're safe, man.
No, what Charlie time in the thing, but you know, me there. One Augustown I come from, but
okay.
Me there watching is interested. You know what I mean? Give me enough information and
Yeah, you have to turn down when you watch it, and there's going to be a feedback. Yeah?
you know,
In the UK, there are more than 3 million lost pensions. At AJ Bell, we're on a mission to reunite you with yours. Open an account today and let us help find your long-lost pension.
That's why we appreciate the continued support, Godfather, man. I want to make the thing work, you know when something go.
yeah, man, and me pray, you know, the church to them, I pray for Jamaica. I see that turn, and I still think it can turn all the way.
I know me, they want to do that.
Yeah, man, I pray and still have hope, still trust God, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because a lot of things has happened between last night and now, so a lot of things are happening between now and tomorrow again, you understand? So.
Yeah, man, but I stay up all night and watch you. You me there for now. See what go on and keep up the
you know, we're
thing
there all night and all day tomorrow and probably all night the next night if we don't drop asleep. We are soldier out the things still. You know, we take a look at break, but we not break a stream unless it break by itself, you understand?
Yeah, man, but I appreciate the work you're doing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I always support this team. I always look at team, you know what I mean?
Give thanks, man. We appreciate the support, man. As
hopefully one of them they come in and place, we can link you up and meet you officially.
Not a problem, man. As long as we're available, man, we're always willing to meet the people that want to make the thing work. You see, pre?
Yeah, man. Sally from Augustown. So.
Blessings, man. Your family upon the ground Augustown, though. They want prepare upon things.
Them everything buttoned down and
okay, that's some good. We only can do what we can control. We only can work on what we can control, don't
we? Can control and lead the rest of God, yeah.
Yeah, man, that's how things set up, man. So hopefully everybody will be okay after the passage of the system. You understand?
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Big up yourself, man, from Augustown.
Yeah, man, respect.
Blessings.
And keep up the good work, all right?
Yeah, man, respect, man. We're there.
Yeah.
All right, I could go back to what ABC, yes, because I say you see them, you can't you have to keep your eye upon them, like.
This morning, Jamaica bracing for the looming threat of Hurricane Melissa, which has already claimed 3 lives in Haiti and 1 in the Dominican Republic. Heavy rains and landslides sweeping the region, destroying homes, uprooting trees, and knocking out water supplies. All this as Jamaica stands squarely in the storm's path. People here bracing for the worst. Lines snaking out of stores with residents scrambling to grab essentials.
Are flocking to grocery stores to stock up on last-minute items, leaving shelves looking like this.
A lot of people really don't have the financial means to get all that they would need.
The storm also stranding tourists like Nicole Doyon, whose girls' trip with her friends from Miami has turned into a travel nightmare.
It's been a roller coaster of emotions, especially when everybody's kind of panicking, trying to get on a flight, every man for himself.
Meteorologists say Melissa could
cool,
become impact the island in more than 35 years. In 1988, Hurricane Gilbert, a Category 4 storm, was widely considered the worst in the island's history. Now, with Melissa expected to make landfall in Jamaica Tuesday, experts warn its slow movement and track could have an even more devastating aftermath.
Now, as Melissa barrels closer and closer to Jamaica, officials and aid groups say now is the time to act. They say the message is clear. Protect your homes, secure your infrastructure, help your neighbors.
Take the call. Good night, caller.
Good night, teach them.
Good night. All on them is because I need to correct them people here. Because I realize that American reporters keep doing the same thing. When Gilbert hit Jamaica in 1988, it hit Jamaica as a Category 3 hurricane. I want to stop the life on my country, man. Good night, caller. How are you?
I'm not bad.
Yeah. You're in Jamaica?
Yes, it's Nadine.
Oh, Nadine, want to go and impress? Big up yourself. I wish for a boy here again. St. Ann?
No, I'm calling to find out if the hurricane is coming to New Harbour Village.
The hurricane is coming to Jamaica, Nadine. That's what you mean. As a matter of fact, I want to tell you, say, All Harbour Bay is one of the communities that is under mandatory evacuation, compulsory.
Yeah, well, we know.
So hold on. So that means to you, so then New Harbour not far from All Harbour Bay?
No.
So that means say?
Really, we're not flooded. So.
Man, we're not going to flood out in about you, you know what I mean?
Yeah, me know.
Yeah, all right, man. Big house you live in can't blow away or wash you, man. All right.
So I'm glad to say it now. Come Clarendon way again.
Yeah, then be sure me happy about that too, because I did come Clarendon and come cross a send catching. I mean, I don't know who sending cross so me glad. But you are going now. Saying that still, St. Elizabeth, boy, me don't know, because you know them get the brunt of burial, and then how it look again, look like them, me, based on what go on now, be facing up with a category 5 hurricane. So that rough.
Oh, God.
Rough,
I'm glad
bad.
to hear from you still.
Me there, man. Me been last night about 5 hours still, you know. So,
yeah.
But I marathon on the pan now to still. So we got there for a while.
So just big up everybody in our chat.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, you know, Empress Nadine. You're there with me for a donkey years, you know. You're one of the people that have been supportive for a long time. From we just a creep and now you walk and ride bicycle and then sitting there. You understand? Big up yourself.
All right, take care.
Yeah, man. And be safe.
Yeah, man.
All right. Yeah, so I don't know what them know and me don't know, but as far as me know and has learned down the years is that when Gilbert hit Jamaica, it was a Category 3 hurricane. So I don't know why they keep saying it was Category 4. Jamaica has never been hit directly by a Category 4 that is on record. We don't know if back in the era then time, we get Category 4, but you know, we don't know about that. You understand? I mean, it's a brother I don't say, because he's still attack.
And of course, get to safety if you can. Janae?
Get to safety if you can. That is the message. I thank you. Now let's bring in meteorologist Lee Goldberg from our New York station, WABC, for Hurricane Melissa's track and timing. Good morning to you, Lee.
Good morning, Janae. And we are deeply concerned for Jamaica because it's a potential worst-case scenario in terms of the track. We've doubled in intensity in 24 hours, gone from a tropical storm to now a Cat 4, 140-mile-per-hour winds. You can clearly see the eye. Thunderstorms around the center showing a sign of strengthening. And the problem is the slow movement. So it just crawls. They have tropical storm conditions now, and they have it for 2 days leading into landfall sometime Monday night and Tuesday morning, emerging and going to eastern Cuba after that, over the Bahamas, and then ultimately Wednesday and Thursday into the Atlantic. You look at the rainfall, and many of the strongest storms in Jamaica have moved through. This one's moving super slow. So you're talking about rainfall totals up to 40 inches. And consider this, New York City annual rainfall is 40 inches, a little over that, and they could do that in just a few days. Gio?
Yeah, very dangerous situation. All right, Lee, thank you so much.
When him say like that, then it's frightening for true. A man said New York rainfall total of 40 inches, and Jamaica could get that in a few hours. Jano Star. All right, I go on. I see where Met service upon an hour. I'm refresh that. Oh, no, see me no. Sorry about that. My apologies. Yeah, understand. Bulletin number, bulletin number, 41 job. See it here? See what time then job is? 12 o'clock. They not tell them, man. Remember from Berry time, you know? All right. So let's go. I play sound so quiet. Like, so hurricane warning bulletin number 41. This is what I say over here. So a hurricane warning remains in effect for Jamaica as Category 4 Hurricane Melissa continues moving over the Caribbean Sea south of and it's small over here. So here peeps. So and I the one of them normally post on social. So me kinda you have to see with me. So let's start again. A hurricane warning remains in effect. We know that for Jamaica as Category 4 Hurricane Melissa continues moving over the Caribbean Sea south of the island at 10 p.m. Well, at 10 p.m., the center of Hurricane Melissa was located near latitude 16.3 degrees north and longitude 77.5 degrees west. This is 125 miles south-southwest of Kingston or 103 miles south of Rocky Point in Clarendon, Jamaica. Hurricane Melissa is moving toward the west near 5 miles per hour. A slow westward motion is expected overnight, followed by a turn to the north and the northeast on Monday and Tuesday. On the forecast track, the core of Melissa is expected to move near or over Jamaica. Interesting. So there is a little bit of change of the wording. Listen to this. On the forecast track, the core of Melissa is expected to move near or over. So the word near there kind of added in subsequent things. Near or over Jamaica on Tuesday. Across southeastern Cuba Tuesday night and across the southeastern Bahamas on Wednesday. Maximum sustained winds are near 145 miles per hour with the higher gusts. Melissa is a Category 4 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale, and additional intensification is forecast over the next day or so, followed by fluctuations in intensity. Melissa is expected to be a powerful major, to them add that now, a powerful major hurricane when making landfall in Jamaica. Hurricane force winds, so there are some subtle changes to the wording, but they are very important. Hurricane force winds extend outward up to 30 miles from the center, and tropical storm force wind extend outward up to 195 miles. And that was 202 in the previous bulletin. So, a little changes are going on. And the rest of it. Life-threatening storm surge accompanied by large and destructive waves is likely along the south coast of Jamaica late Monday through Tuesday morning and could reach 9 to 13 feet above ground level near to the east of where the center of Melissa makes landfall. So that is the latest bulletin. So some subtle changes are in there, but they are important. And most important for me is that one word, near. Because all the bulletins prior to now, between last night and now, has said it directly over Jamaica. So, and then we're going back to near. You understand what I'm saying? Right now, we are getting strong winds and rain in Manchester. Blessing lady Aviana. Hope I pronounce that correctly. Miss Williams, how are you? It's a strong winds and rain. Hope you and the family will be okay. Richard, where you deal with? How the streets looking? Is this a street? So I kind of see what I go and run some part around our country, I don't know if more of the cameras then come back up, but I could see what I go on. Boop. So Flatbridge, not too go on the side there right now. You understand? Look at drizzle go on. So if you look closely, you see light rain happening there. But apart, and if you look on the bridge itself also, you can see it wet. But that is it for them halfway through. I don't know if that camera still hasn't come back up. Crossroad. Alright, I'm gonna refresh it. Boom. Yeah. Not much happening, but you can see evidence of rain not so long ago. Downtown Kingston. Refresh. Boop. Come on. What go on here, sir? Yeah, it's light rain there, as you can see. I am sure I am seeing somebody in front. You see where the light is flickering? There is somebody under the light there, sleeping. I guess that's a homeless person. I like that. Hopefully the minister is able to have that person in one of those home for the indigent. Can you imagine you outside, boy, life kind of set away sometimes. See. Kingston Harbour, we're not going to see much until tomorrow. Little London in Westmoreland. Dry now, but there were signs that it was raining earlier. Barbican Square, Me refresh this. Still look like it's raining or light raining in Barbican as well. The road is very wet, as you can see. So yeah, that I go on when I want to go on. Pan what I go on. Boom. Why? Something annoying me to you, it's taking forever. And do me there, nothing really change much. Not much not change really. You understand? So are them things that are going on at the moment, peeps. You see it? I could see what that's something I say. Where should I? Oh, Syria. Category 4. Alright. All the way in Japan, listen. Blessings. Kimani. Blessed, blessed, blessed. Lady Burnett, you seem exasperated. What's going on? Where are you, where are you presently? Which parish? You don't even have to tell me a community. Who's calling me from an unknown number? Hello, good night, caller. Alright. Young's on a private call, but it was a work where I work still. You know, something go. I am hoping that it will I hope that it will continue to trek west, and the projected path will also trek west in St. Catherine. Have you been able to complete the preparations that you are comfortable with? Watching from Charleston, South Carolina. Blessings, my friend. Yeah. Who's calling me from an unknown number? Public advisory. Audio very low. Really? Mic check 1, 2. No, sir. You have no camera for a center. No, you know, sir, real is a YouTube channel named See Jamaica, you know. I am just bringing in those cameras. So I don't really no, so I'm not saying none. Based on the links that I have. Shout out to all in Rocky Point and South Coast. Shani D, the people them down at Rocky Point where I shout out. Let them know so them to evacuate here. Them in a fire. Nah, man, no, shut down and go sleep. Alan, I don't know why probably it's when you heard. I guess some people are joining the stream at different points still, so you know what I think. Public advisory: urgent action required by crane operators and construction companies to lower cranes ahead of Hurricane Melissa. Them did need the police to tell them that. The police are issuing an urgent public safety appeal to all construction company and crane operators of erected cranes to take immediate preventative action by lowering their cranes to a safe, secured position. This measure is critical to mitigate the significant risk posed by these cranes during the passage of Hurricane Melissa. A collapsing crane or falling debris can cause severe injury or death to individuals on or near construction sites and can cause extensive damage to surrounding buildings, infrastructure, and public spaces. Lowering and securing cranes is a necessary public safety measure to protect community members during this hurricane. So that's an advisory from. But why would you not have done that though, to be honest with you? Like, I don't know. It's like you need somebody to tell you if you go beard. Go beard. Then pull on your crane, man. You understand? Who's calling me from an unknown number? Nah, pick it up if it's a private call. Your music is a funny little thing, you know. But just one thing on the song just stuck in my head at all. Jaja. The one at the Spanish Town Hospital was, yeah? That one, the flash across my mind when me hear it for true, you know, when me just see this. Then why at the hospital too? Hey. Them better fix it. You understand? Because common sense, common sense is so common no more still. If me and Lim up and look at Aki tree when I'm a real Aki pan, you know that hurt my feelings. And then them not take them in crew, yo, them better fix it. Fox. Alright, so one next today. We have to watch them, you know.
Here in Kingston, Jamaica, the capital city, about 1 million people who reside here. Everyone is bracing. This is the calm before the storm. We are here in Kingston, Jamaica, the capital city, about 1 million people who reside here, and everyone is bracing. This is the calm before the storm. We are about 24 hours until initial major impacts with this heavy rain and winds. This track is tricky. It depends on where the landfall occurs, how west or how east it is to the capital city of Kingston. And that's an issue based upon what could occur here with so many different people in jeopardy. About 3 million people on the island nation of Jamaica. And everyone in the past 24 hours has realized the severity of what is ahead on this storm.
Jamaica, of course, everybody knows we have a history. We had Gilbert 37 years ago, and now we're having our first major hurricane since then. The government is very prepared. However, the infrastructure may just not be as ready. So we're busy cleaning up the drains, we're busy getting the homeless off the street, and we're busy making sure that all our first responders are equipped and resourced to work for the next week or so, handling the disruptions of power cuts, flooding, and any of the eventualities that comes with hurricanes like this.
We are preparing for multiple feet of rain, 2 to 3 feet of precipitation. The potential for catastrophic wind fields that may come in based upon the track of this. I mean, we're looking at maybe wind gusts over 150 miles an hour that could decimate structures here in Kingston and other areas.
We are looking on significant damage if this continues along this current trajectory. So we've asked persons to not wait until it gets to a point that it's difficult to evacuate or to save you, but rather to take early action.
And traversing the city of Kingston, so many people preparing and getting last-minute goods. Stores have closed already, shelves have been emptied, and in some of the communities and the neighborhoods, there is a nervous feeling as to what is headed here. Hurricane Melissa is a monster, and government officials know that, and they know that the aftermath of this storm could potentially be historic, and aid will be needed.
I can feel isolating when you're on an island and you're cut off if you don't have communication or anyone, that you feel forgotten. But there have been people that have been preparing supplies and pre-positioning aid for a while now. And a lot of people are from the islands and they want to give back to their communities. They're donating. Our warehouse in Miami has been sending pallets nonstop since Beryl, and will continue to do that throughout the Caribbean region. It's not just supplies, it's hope in the box, and knowing that we're going to be here for the long term as long as it takes.
But the problem with all of this is will the airports be functional? You have the airport here in Kingston, which sits on a barrier island, and that will be compromised by storm surge, wind, and these heavy rains. Up in Montego Bay, that's another story. It depends on where the track of this storm goes. We hope that that area at least stays somewhat put together on the north end. That's where many tourists are hunkering down in hotels, and officials are warning tourists and others to stay inside and stay away from glass. Aid has to come in here after, and that will be the problem. We will have to see whether or not these airports are operational. Power outages will be massive, unfortunately, and that is one of the biggest concerns. Also, cell phone service, data, will we have that? Unsure, but when you have a potential Category 5 coming in,
odds are that we're going to be in a very dire situation for days to come. That's what we're concerned about here. Shelters are open. Officials want people to get to high ground if they can, because the flash flooding, because of all this rain, could make these streets into rivers. We're continuing to monitor here on the ground in Kingston and other areas on this great island nation of Jamaica. I'm Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
I like that look report there. Him represent too well. Him can get some jerk chicken. You understand? Jaja. Yeah, peeps. So that's where we are presently. For the people who are just coming in, the wind may not wait on JPS to turn off the grid, which is probably true. We'll see what happens, how long the grid will stay up. That is also will determine how long I stream for. So this, as I said, for the people who don't know or understand, the stream goes until it can't go no more. You understand? So that is dependent on JPS and my IPS provider, which is Digicel. I do have Starlink, but there's no way I make my disc tape and up there like how Marky making solar panel and stay up there. You take them down there and deploy them there after a storm, man. 35 minutes ago, man, could you hear
approximately 100 miles south. My fellow Jamaicans, Hurricane Melissa is now a Category 4 hurricane. Approximately 100 miles south of Kingston, heading westward at 5 miles per hour, it is projected to turn northward. We are already experiencing rain and overcast conditions. Based on current assessments, all of Jamaica will likely be affected by hurricane conditions, meaning heavy rains and winds above 100 miles per hour. It is also likely that hurricane conditions could linger over Jamaica due to the slow-moving nature of this system. Given the extended days of rains leading up to landfall and the expected inundation from the actual passage, we can expect general flash floodings across the island. However, low-lying areas, coastal areas, river courses, gullies, and other waterways will overflow either from excess rain or storm surges. Extended rainfall and heavy rainflows will also trigger landslides in hilly areas. Buildings and activities in or along those waterways or hillsides will be at high risk of damage, complete displacement, and loss of life. Hurricane winds will most certainly damage roofs and compromise some structures. By all assessments of the current situation, while we pray for the best, hour by hour, it is becoming apparent that the impact of Hurricane Melissa could be greater than Hurricane Beryl, certainly in terms of rainfall and flooding. We can lessen damage and speed up recovery by taking preparatory and precautionary measures before the impact of the hurricane. It is expected that Hurricane Melissa will make landfall on Tuesday. I take this opportunity to reinforce the appeal to residents of low-lying areas, historically flood-prone areas, gully banks, riverbanks, hillsides, and other vulnerable areas. Take precautions to protect your property where possible. Prepare your evacuation plan and comply with the evacuation orders given. Avoid unnecessary risks such as playing in floodwaters and waterways, climbing trees and roofs during the hurricane, shelter in place, stay inside during the hurricane. We have issued an order under the Disaster Risk Management Act declaring the entire island of Jamaica a threatened area. This provides us with the legal framework to take all necessary measures to safeguard lives and property during the hurricane. All our national agencies, ODPEM, the JDF, the JCF, the NWA, and our first responders are on high alert. Shelters have been prepared, supplies pre-positioned, and emergency teams are standing by across the island. At the time of impact, the government will declare a disaster under the DRMA, along with the various other measures necessary from time to time to take us safely through the periods of disaster, relief, and recovery. Today, I signed a compulsory evacuation order for several communities along the South Coast, which will empower ODPEM to act as necessary to have persons evacuated from high-risk areas to save lives. We have also issued an order under the Trade Act to prevent price gouging. No one should seek to profit from the hardship of a disaster. The Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining will be issuing a recommended price list for all market produce. We have intended our drain cleaning and mitigation programs across the island, targeting critical areas that are most vulnerable to flooding. Over $400 million Jamaican dollars has so far been allocated for drain cleaning and waterway cleanup, including at least $3 million to each constituency to carry.
Break free with the new Opera GX, a browser that puts you in control. With a brand new design that frees up even more pixels for personalization and an inventory of features to
position ourselves for the recovery following impact. The security forces will ensure there is no break in public order during and after the hurricane. We will take all steps under the law to protect life and property from looting and other antisocial behavior. We urge all citizens to maintain the peace, observe the laws and various orders that may be issued, and act wisely in limiting movement and gatherings to what is necessary. Your government has built out a comprehensive multi-layered disaster risk financing framework to ensure that we can respond quickly and effectively. We have the National Natural Disaster Risk Fund and the Contingency Fund, which we will use to start the relief and recovery process. Beyond these, there are additional layers of insurance protection that are triggered once specific impact thresholds are met, along with contingent credit facilities. The NWA, JDF, NSWMA, local governments, and our utilities are all prepared to reopen roads, restore access, and reinstate service to ensure a quick recovery. The Ministry of Labour and Social Security, supported by the JDF, is fully prepared to lead the humanitarian relief effort and the data gathering for damage assessment. Please play your part in having your identification and other documentation ready if you have to apply or register for relief. The Ministry of Agriculture is ready to offer support to our farmers and fishers to ensure that they are back out in the field as soon as possible. The Ministry of Health is making plans for major mosquito and other vector control initiatives immediately after the hurricane to avoid outbreaks of diseases, especially dengue. I want to take this moment to recognize our frontline workers, our healthcare professionals, police officers, soldiers, firefighters, utility crews, and all essential personnel who will be out there risking their lives to protect ours and to serve us. With proper preparation, discipline, and care for one another, we will come through this safely, as we have done so many times before. And let us remember, it is in times like these that Jamaica's true character shines through. Reach out to your neighbor, check on the elderly, check on persons with disabilities, and anyone who may need help. That is who we are, a people who live by the principle, each one help one. While we must prepare for the worst, let us also pray for the best. In every adversity, we have found strength, not only in our resilience, but in the power of prayer. So wherever you are, I encourage you to gather your family and pray for protection, for calm, and for each other, trusting that God, who has seen Jamaica through every storm, will carry us safely through this one too. My Jamaican family, we will weather this storm, and when the sky is clear, we will come together to restore and build stronger, prouder, and more resilient than before. Keep safe, everyone. May God bless you, protect your families, and keep safe our beloved Jamaica land we love.
So that's the Prime Minister addressing the nation. Is a Glean and Post, it's still, we should up on the Prime Minister page, but it's what it is. Anyway, something go. I work where I work, so we can't even to worry about that. Right, I know everybody I just try to get the information up and out and about. Them something there. So yeah. Yeah, peeps, this is the bring down this what Melissa is doing currently. Based on the satellite imagery though, I am surprised at the level of rainfall that we are getting in terms of it being so little in many places so far, which is great. I'm just saying, you know, just how it did look, or how it look now. Even if you look at it, let me see if I can find this one. It's even, you understand? Let me refresh it. I don't know if it's still at top out at 97% loading. It seemed to be doing better now. So, yeah, we give thanks. You're expecting, even like in St. Catherine, I'm expecting that the rain would have been. I mean, it has been raining, no, sure, but, you know, the level of rainfall could, you understand? It is gusting a little, well, not really gusting, 17 miles per hour winds. So, with their teacher, you saw the video with the girl at policy. Yeah, I saw it, you know. I actually just browsed past it again earlier. You understand? Well, me and report and gone in a sea and turn up. I nearly Cuba she did there, you know. Or Cuba she run from coming. So, I don't know if she had so far out in a sea. but yeah, I saw it. So as for where we are now, still 145 miles per hour. Atmospheric pressure is still 933 millibars, still moving at 5 miles per hour. Also, for those, so we need to use these opportunities as teaching moments, and other people are still not familiar with how some of these things come about and how they work. The hurricanes are, when a tropical storm start to produce sustained winds of 73 or more miles per hour, it is upgraded to a Category 1 hurricane. That wind scale was created by, as the name says, Saffir-Simpson, you understand? And Category 1 is a hurricane that is packing maximum sustained winds of anywhere between 74 and 95 miles per hour. Category 2, 96 to 110 miles per hour. Category 3, 111 to 129 miles per hour. Category 4, where Melissa is now, anywhere between 130 to 156 miles per hour. And Category 5, anything above 157 miles per hour is categorized as Category 5. Doomsday type of vibes. You understand? And the fact that Miss Melissa, Father Liebert, how you doing, man? It's good to see you, you know. Always happy to see you. Hope all is well. Good morning, teacher. Thanks for the information you're sharing with us. My daughter named Melissa, so I asked. I hope so. I hope so. What video is that, teach? Which one, Romeo? Which video that is, by the way, you're referring to? You mean the CVM video? Is a reporter. She was covering the approach of the system and get caught at sea, basically. You understand? Which video this is now? As I said, which video? Let me play. Oh, that one. Oh, I did play it already still, but let me play it again. So.
Hurricane Gilbert back in 1988. Before that, 37 years prior, was Hurricane Charlie. Also a Cat 3, a major hurricane, and now this could be a Cat 5 or a strong 4 before making landfall on Tuesday. Late Monday into early Tuesday. Again, that's when that center crosses, where we're going to have the impacts going downhill throughout tonight, but all day long on your Monday. So the first landfall expected here in Jamaica, second landfall in Cuba about probably 12 hours later, third landfall most likely southeastern Bahamas, but Turks and Caicos, you're going to take it on the chin with that right front quadrant coming through with a rise in the ocean as well. So what's keeping this system off the U.S. is this trough and storms coming across the Gulf Coast states. Lynette was just tracking the severe weather. That's going to help also pick up Melissa and move it faster. Went from 5 miles per hour down to 3. So it's sitting there spinning, and the eye is reorganizing, so expect further strengthening, maybe a Cat 5 in the next advisory coming up at 2 o'clock local time. But that will help pull it away from the U.S., but it's not going to pull it away from these islands here. We're going to see the wind slowly increase and spread throughout the entire country of Jamaica, and this is going to happen overnight and then really get stronger throughout the day. Really from the west end and the grill all the way to the east end of the island, everyone is going to be under these tropical storm force winds, the hurricane force winds, hopefully even tighter knit. I think maybe they might kind of strafe Montego Bay, maybe some gust on towards Negril. But Kingston, you're going to have that push of the waters and storm surge. And if you flew into Kingston, you know the airport's just sticking out there on the spit of island. And then you have the land and bay where Kingston sits. That water is going to be pushed into there. So widespread storm surge, maybe 15 feet or more. Then it finally pulls off Tuesday night. The sun is setting, and we're starting to begin the cleanup here. And then as we head on towards midnight on Wednesday, making another landfall here in Cuba, and also still pushing across the southeastern Bahamas. Now look at the forecasted model output of the radar. Two things I want to notice is how tightly packed it is, but also look at the expanse of the outer rain bands. Look how they continue to start to push on towards Haiti, even though they're enveloping Jamaica as we head throughout daybreak on your Monday. But look at this band, this outer band still slash Haiti and parts of the DR here continues to bring you life-threatening flooding in that area. And that eye is still holding together. Perhaps it's still maybe a Cat 3 hurricane as it approaches Cuba as we head on towards midday on your Tuesday. But we're still seeing those rain bands slash Haiti and slash the DR, and still not quite done with that rain. Perhaps as late as Wednesday morning, still with some rain bands getting drawn into Jamaica from this system. But 1 to 2 feet of rain is possible. I do expect some heavier totals there, especially in Haiti, but that 24 could easily be 40 to 48 inches of rain. Got to remember 7,000-foot mountains here in beautiful Jamaica. Lots of greenery. This is going to look like New England in January. Bare trees will be visible after the winds of this Category 4 or 5 hurricane slash the island. With that heavy rain, you can see Kingston there. We're going to see a big push of the storm, that motion of that storm making landfall somewhere on the south coast of Jamaica there. And even Hispaniola, especially Haiti there, some of the mountains here can ring out maybe a foot or more of rain. So again, inland flood threat widespread across especially Jamaica as well as Haiti with landslides in the forecast.
Yep. Yes. Oh yeah, Shabbat. Oh, big up yourself. You understand? Seek shelter. So teacher, me know how many people they lost their lives in burial. You know, I remember the figure right off of my head. I remember 3 people, but could be more. But I think at least 3 I remember. I don't remember off the top of my head, to be honest with you. Yes, folks. So that is where we currently are at this point in time. Very, very precarious point, really. We are anticipating, hopefully it doesn't happen though, that Beryl will continue west, and even if when she turns north, it will be outside of Westmont and over, and she will be on her merry way. You understand? This is what Zoomert is saying presently. Still Category 4 expected to become Category 5 on approach to Jamaica and impact Jamaica at Category 5 and check across Jamaica at Category 5. That's a lot of unnecessary botheration from Melissa. I don't know why all of them are sitting there right now. It's crazy stuff. But yeah, that is what is happening. One of the, well, a couple of issues. So let me just walk through stuff. I don't know, for whatever reason I like this loop. So let me use this over here. The issues with Melissa, again, as my first video said, is the fact that she currently is unchallenged out in the Central Caribbean Sea. There's nothing there to oppose her, to stand in her way. No wind shear, no cool water, no trough, no cold, no front, no nothing. No land of significance in her way. There's no land in her way on her run up to Jamaica when she turns to the north and northeast as is predicted. That's the unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in. Melisa is also being fed, being powered, being energized by extremely hot ocean waters. On the surface and subsurface water temperature is extremely hot. So even as she churn along the Caribbean Sea and pull water from the depths, hot water come up. So it's a constant supply of hot water she has at her disposal. And that is why the rapid intensification occurred so rapidly that it is what we call extreme rapid intensification, where she practically doubled in wind speed in 24 hours really. And normally rapid intensification is classified as an increase of 35 miles within 24 hours. You understand? So that is how conducive to strengthening the temperatures of the Caribbean Sea in the Central Caribbean are at this point in time. Yeah? And also remember that original predictions were that the system would have impacted Jamaica directly or passed by Saturday. It is now Monday, really. And the system is still, it haven't even turned north yet because it is moving so slow and has done so many different wheel and dealings that it is still not here. And because it is moving so slow over such hot waters, it continues to become even more tightly wrapped and organized and stronger. Expected to dump, as I said last night, biblical proportions of rainfall on the country for many different reasons. One, it's a hurricane that is very organized with a lot of deep convection taking place. Yeah, so a lot of warm, moist air rising, creating cloud, creating thunderstorms, creating rainfall. The whole process of rainfall and stuff. See? So that is one. A lot of convective activity is taking place. Deep convective activity is taking place. And the pressure is getting so low that all air from all where up close to the system is being pulled to the center and then pulled upwards. And the cycle is just clockwork. More clouds, more thunderstorm, more rainfall, and that is the thing. Also, because Jamaica is a fairly mountainous country, as the system approaches, a lot of that warm, buoyant air will be forced up these mountains, areas of elevation, again causing them to create cloud and influencing rainfall patterns. So a lot of these hilly areas will get significant rainfall. Also, rain has been falling for quite a while now, as you know, it's peak rainy season for Jamaica. So it has been raining for a few weeks. Quite a few places have experienced flooding because one, a lot of rain has fallen, the soil is saturated, and Melisa now is expected to dump 15 to 30 inches of rain on saturated soil. That can only mean one of a number of things. One, a lot of flooding will take place. The amount of water that is expected, our streams and gullies and rivers won't be able to accommodate such volume of water at such quick pace over such a long time. Because remember, the system is moving slow, you know. You understand? So it's not like it's a fast moving system. I would say 12, 13, 14 miles per hour. It's 5 miles per hour at its fastest and not moving at its slowest. Yeah? So all of those factors combine, and the word that everybody keep using is catastrophic flash flooding. Yeah? When you add the flooding now to the fact that with the previous rainfall in recent weeks and the rainfall from Melissa, land slippages or landslides will invariably be triggered. Yeah? Trying to call, the phone ringing, Brian, so I don't know. There are 2 calls that came in, one from a private number. I answered that. The person hung up, on the other one that came in after, by the time I answered, the person end the call. All right, so I don't know what happened. So flooding, landslides, a category 4/5 hurricane will produce violent winds that will cause the sea to be thrown along the coast and up coastal areas that are flat and low-lying, generating destructive, potentially deadly storm surges. And as a result, communities like Portland Cottage and Old Harbour Bay have been placed under mandatory evacuation orders. Yeah? So when you combine all of those things, the pot there is not fit for eat, the dirty pot. You understand? So please try calling again. I'm not sure what is happening with the number. We don't know what happened. So the number on screen 876-773-0059. And them something. So yeah, we continue to observe, and as you know, we'll be here right through for as long as we can go. I don't intend to break the stream and stream again. So when the stream is broken, eventually it must be because something significantly happened with the electricity or with the internet. So that's the situation. As also the national shelters have been activated, as I shared earlier. I also had shared the link in the comments where every parish, the official government operated shelters have been posted. So know where you live on the shelter. I know a lot of people, you know, it wouldn't be their first choice to go to some of these places, but based on where you live, sometimes you have to just do the right thing, the bright thing. You understand? People in Rocky Point and Portland Cottage and them places there, you have to just do the thing the right way. You understand? Yeah. Also, there's a breakdown by parish on the website as well, so you get your whichever parish you're in. I never want to download this up, you know, but yeah, I'm very, 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 very tentative when it come on to links and a whole and downloading stuff, cause you know, a stranger who live in a. But yeah, you can access the information there. And thing, as I said, you may not be the one who need it, but you may know somebody who may need it as the system continue to trek closer to Jamaica and above Jamaica, and so you know, we have to look out for that thing. I never post what my video is. So. The next update, the next bulletin from the Met Service will be at 5 o'clock. So we are 4 hours away from that, and I suppose we're not see till 6 o'clock. So we're there for a while. So feel free to call, tell me where you are. What is the weather condition like at that point in time? DJ Easy, what you did, my bro? Big up yourself, you know. Manners and respect every time, you know. Hope you and the family all right. You know what I mean? Yeah. Share some stuff. Chrissy, thanks for the info. I am seeing it, you know, periodically. Let me check it. Yeah, man, I soon share some of this stuff there. May have access to some of the info there still. Yeah. It's 14 hours ago. So this is Melisa meandering along at 5 miles per hour. Heard the toll booths are open to it. Yeah, man, the toll, as of 5 o'clock today, I think, are all, we are able to access them for free as a part of the whole emergency situation. So, yeah. I played a video with Minister Vaz mentioning that as well earlier, and K. See, I can't find it again. Yeah, see it here, I think, but it bookmark it.
The toll authority, my fellow Jamaicans, I can advise, as I've given the direction, the toll authority and the toll operators for the East, West, and North South Highway to open the tolls free of cost as of 5 p.m. this afternoon. It will remain open throughout the hurricane and also until I give further directions as a result of the post-hurricane operations. You will be advised accordingly. And again, keep safe. God bless Jamaica. My fellow Jamaicans, I can advise that I've given the...
Yeah. Yeah, man, but appreciate you sharing info, because I miss something sometimes. Oh. Yeah, Empress, but appreciate you sharing the info, because, you know, we miss things sometimes that can be important, so it's good that you're looking out. Appreciated. Melissa, remind me of when you ask a woman out on a date and she took forever to get ready. I'll miss the reservation. I am real Joanna Mary. Bless up, teach them. Edie and I send love. Appreciate that, my friend. If you're in Jamaica, hope that you and your family will be okay. Teach, job bad way. Can't stay up with your bro. Why, if you can't believe you're gonna stay up so that? Yeah, man. She never did in a burial time. 150 miles per hour now. Yeah, what you said to me there? So go on. Oh yes, but okay. So we have movement here. 2 a.m. NHC. You know them 1 hour ahead of us, I guess. The system is now packing maximum sustained winds of 150 miles per hour. That now is on the doorstep of Category 5. Remember, Category 5 starts at 157 miles per hour. And also the barometric pressure, which is central pressure on this, was 933 millibars before. So you see the correlation with the atmospheric pressure. Remember, hurricanes, low pressure systems. The lower the pressure, stronger it gets. 933 to 926, 145 to 150. You understand? So this is how it works. One thing lead to the next and so on. But still moving at 5 miles per hour. Yo. Tell us about Little Westmoreland. At this point in time, if you're asking me how will the system affect Westmoreland, I guess I'm not sure, except to say that based on what the system is expected to do, all parishes will be affected. See, look at this. Just look at the diameter of. Forget even the convection, the convective activity to the east. Just think about the main circle under Jamaica. When that spirals, look at the edge, the black edge. That is wider than Jamaica. You understand? And that is where most of the ferocity in the system would be centered around, because that is where the main area of the eye is, and the eye wall, and then the offshoots of that. So based on what is going to happen, and as the path is trending to the west, because if you look here, based on where we were last night, you realize that the projected track is trending westwards. And if the system comes on shore in St. Elizabeth, then Westmoreland is in a lot of problem as well. You understand? Based on the proximity of St. Elizabeth to Westmoreland in the first place, and also where in St. Elizabeth the landfall will happen. So there are a lot of unknowns at this point in time, but if the predictions hold true, then problem. That is as much as I am able to say at this point in time. Because look good no matter how you look on it. If you look on the sideway, it look bad. If you look on it from above, it look bad. If you look on it from below, it look bad. If you look on it from it look bad. And then I get cold. You understand? So that I go on. It a go miss way. Well, legacy boss, that would be nice. Because right now, I mean, at no point in time we can deal with a hurricane. But a category 5 hurricane, who does that? You understand what I mean? I say, and then after all we should do, and then I move so slow. Nah, man, go on, man. But you know them, you know them things, brother. Nature is a fascinating thing, but it's also an awful thing, answer. I have said that I've made that statement countless times. Nature is beautiful but ferocious. And this is yet one of nature. And hurricanes are the most powerful weather systems on the planet. I mean, we know tornadoes are crazy, but the lifespan of hurricane and how much they expend and the distance they travel, sustaining them, and the damage they leave in their paths, they are amazing phenomenons when they are not affecting your country. You understand? COVID is nothing natural about it. All right, my boss, and if you know this, what the issue, then I don't know. But as far as I know, hurricanes have been around. I mean, there's a hurricane that has been spinning on Jupiter from the beginning of time. You understand? So hurricanes are in the solar system, basically. And then hurricanes have been long before even the